What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, October 10th, 2025, and OU still
sucks loud, very loudly. They'll always suck.
Always have.
Always will, yes.
Amen. We are one day away from the Red River Shootout, and we are broadcasting live at the Sheraton Arlington, just 20 minutes or so away from the State Fair of Texas, the Cotton Bowl, which, of course, will play host to Texas OU tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. Plenty of preview, the Longhorns and the Sooners. We've got the latest injury report. We've got sound from Steve Sarkisian's Thursday press conference, more key matchups, more X factors, more everything for Texas OU. We'll be talking about it all for the next couple of hours. Plus, big win for the Giants on Thursday Night Football, little MLB postseason. We'll preview some of the other big games in college football and the NFL. A lot to dive into on a Friday edition of Bucky and BK. Happy Friday to each and every one of you tuned in out there. We appreciate y'all starting your Friday morning with us. And a happy Texas OU Friday to you, my friend.
Thank you very much. Same to you, man. It was a nice little trip up here yesterday. Temperatures, tomorrow and for the game. No, folks, not 93, 86, 87 degrees. We're not going to have any crazy weather tomorrow. It's nice and cool this morning, as a matter of fact, out here. I went outside for a little bit, and it'll be pleasant for those at the game. It won't be one of those misery loves company deal. This is going to be, because if you're from Texas and you got to be near the people from Oklahoma, that's misery for sure. But it should be okay. It should be really a nice day for a football game.
I'm seeing high of 90 tomorrow.
Don't buy it.
Don't buy it.
Don't buy it. 86, 87 degrees.
I'm waiting for this fall that everybody keeps talking about.
No, don't. I think we're still 4 weeks away.
Okay, 4 weeks away?
4 weeks away from some really good fall weather. That means daytime highs in mid-80s.
It's like mid-November, sir.
I know.
Oh, my gosh. Don't tell me that.
You'll be thankful for it when that cold front hits you.
I will be.
I know.
I've been waiting for a cold front for 3 months.
No, you'll be thankful for the 80-degree weather. You don't want anything to do with the cold. You don't want 2 days of it or 1 day of it.
I would love 80-degree weather. The problem is it's been like 90 every single day for the last 3 months.
Yeah, and no rain back in the Austin area. I didn't know if it rained yesterday back that way.
I didn't get anything.
No.
I left later than you did, and there was no rain in sight.
It was a beautiful drive up here.
There you go.
Not a lot of traffic right through Waco. Straight up into Waxahachie, and then
you take 35?
I took 35. I got on 35. It was really clean. Like outside of Austin, everything's pretty clean, really.
Yeah, I left at 3 o'clock, which that's an hour and a half into Austin rush hour. So the worst part was just getting out of Mopac.
Yeah.
Once I took 130. I didn't want anything to do with.
You went all the way as far around as you could, huh?
Yeah, I was following the GPS, and it's like, hey, pay a couple bucks to avoid this 35 nonsense just north of town. So I did that, and it was a longer drive than I wanted. The Friday drive from Austin to Dallas is always miserable.
Yes.
That's why we go on Thursday, but the Thursday drive did not quite do me as well as I wanted.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice, and I went to, of course, Lone Star Park. So
there we go.
Came all the way up to 30 in Dallas, and then took it west and went right to Lone Star Park. Beautiful. They said beautiful. It was nice. It was a good drive.
Taking some money from your ponies?
Taking some money from my ponies. I did okay.
There we go.
I wasn't in tune quite to the ponies. We weren't on the same page, but I did a couple little things at the dog track that worked out. So
what does that mean? A couple little things?
Numbers that I play.
Talking about bets.
Yeah, the numbers came in the right way. You know me. It's not like I have a fold out sheet. Someone asked me the other day, so when you go to the track, do you have a placard of how many the jockeys winning percent? I'm like, no, dude. There's numbers.
Yeah, you're never doing prep for this show. You're doing prep for the dog track for Texas OU Friday.
Yeah,
that's what you're all about.
And then we've got, of course, our broadcast this afternoon, that's always cool. That's a nice event.
Yeah,
nice place.
Harwood Tavern this afternoon. If you're making your way up to the Metroplex, or if you're already in the Metroplex, come by and see us for our annual Red River Roundtable at Harwood Tavern in downtown Dallas, the same place we've been at the last 2 years. Just type it in, Harwood Tavern. It's on Harwood Street, again, right in the heart of downtown Dallas. Not too hard to find. We'll be there from 3 to 6. And then Harwood Tavern has karaoke night every Friday.
Oh, boy.
So we'll see if some of the TSU hosts are sticking around for that. I'm undecided if I'm going to stick around for that. But
you're just going to follow wherever the wedding venue is.
It's usually how it works.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, but happy hour this afternoon at Harwood Tavern. It's always fun. There's always Texas fans. There's always OU fans chopping it up. Cold beer, great food, plenty of Texas OU conversation. And a special thanks to our travel partners, Centec Tickets, Austin Duck Adventures, Hayes City Store and Ice House, Port O'Connor Premier Lodge, and 7-Eleven. We'll talk about them all throughout our
Absolutely.
weekend.
Ride, splash, quack.
It's been too long since I've heard that.
Yeah.
I like
Love
that.
it. Love it. It's a great time. It's getting towards a great time to be on the duck boats.
Oh, yeah.
It is. If it starts to cool down, what a nice, I always talk to Paul about that. I said, dude, it's 110. People are going to get on that thing. That thing's all metal. You know how hot that must be. You got a little overhang, but man, this time when you get into the, late October and November, he said it's really pleasant, especially when you go through historic downtown. Or there's a lot of history downtown Austin.
There is.
You get on that boat and it takes you through some really historic areas of downtown Austin.
I learned a ton about the city.
I did too. That's where I learned about the city by being on the duck tours.
I didn't learn it at UT.
Yeah, and then when we get back, BK, we got a pass for 4 to take the duck ride. We'll give that away.
There we go.
We need a victory though here.
We do.
We do, definitely. We need a victory this weekend.
Hadley. All right, before we dive into this weekend, how about the soldier shout-outs?
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate you. We appreciate your families for sharing you with all of us, and do be careful out there.
Before we dive into Texas OU, Buck, some sad news to report. I feel like I owe you an apology. I'm a little surprised you're even doing the show this morning.
I think it may be the same news that I saw listen to the TV on the way out.
Well, one of your ex-girlfriends lost her life yesterday. I'm not sure if y'all dated in the 80s, 70s, 60s.
50s, 40s.
I can't quite remember, but Sister Jean
passed away
at 106.
Wow.
I know you guys were hot and heavy for a while.
Not 106 in the morning, just at 106, 106 years old.
Maybe both.
Yeah.
But 106 years old, Sister Jean, of course, the longtime team chaplain and university chaplain at Loyola of Chicago, who became famous when the Ramblers went on that magical Final Four run as an 11th seed back in 2018. She somehow, some way was still alive before yesterday.
Man.
And she kicked the bucket at 106. When were you guys hooking up?
We were hooking up in the early 80s.
18 or 19?
No. Yeah, it was 1980s. We hooked up a couple times. That's all right.
Where were you guys when that happened?
We had popcorn. We went to a movie.
Oh, you cut a hole in the bottom of the box?
Oh, my God. She's a nun. She's at the nunnery.
She's a chaplain. Oh, yeah, she was.
She wears garments.
Yeah, she is a nun and a campus minister and the official chaplain of Loyola of Chicago's basketball
Mascot,
team.
the whole work.
Sister Jean Dolores Schmidt.
Schmitty.
106.
I just called her Schmitty.
Young. Oh, yeah? She let you do that?
Oh, yeah.
What'd she call you?
Buckaroo.
Buckaroo.
Oh, Buckaroo.
Schmitty and Buckaroo. It's like an old Western or something right there. So, yep, sad news in the world of sports. Sister Jean. Legendary run on this earth has come.
Wow, 106.
And 106, if we all could be so lucky.
No kidding.
All right, my friend, let's talk about the latest injury report. We had the first one on Wednesday night. We had the second one on Thursday night. And the biggest news to report, Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer has been upgraded from questionable to probable.
He's playing.
Think so?
Yes.
We also had a tweet from Pete Thamel of ESPN. This may be the most meaningless tweet of all time. I want to read it to you.
Okay.
And you tell me if I'm dumb or if this tweet is dumb, because I can't figure out what this tweet is actually trying to say here. Pete Thamel, 5:21 p.m. This is right before the injury report came out. He tweeted, sources, Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer is in line to attempt to play against Texas on Saturday. His injured right hand will be monitored, and there's no certainty he'll be able to go. He's listed as questionable. And again, he tweeted that before he was upgraded to probable. So, in line to attempt to play and there's no certainty he'll be able to go. Sounds like Pete Thamel doesn't know anything more than the homeless guy I drove by last night.
Yeah, I mean, the dude by now already knows if he's playing or not. The coaching staff and everybody knows if he's playing or not. His teammates know if he's playing or not. I mean, he's either healthy to go or he's very doubtful. I mean, he's going to play.
What are we even doing with these tweets?
I know, that's just
in line to attempt to play, but there's no certainty he'll be able to go. This is reporting here.
Been behind closed doors practicing all week, Pete.
Right.
You just haven't seen him practice because they won't let you in because they don't want to lose the air conditioning. They don't want to open up any doors at their facility. But he's been practicing. He's been throwing the ball.
Yeah.
What do they think? They're going to just wait till game time and he's going to roll out there and see if for the first time he's going to throw a pass this week?
You know, we played the sound from Brent Venables from Tuesday, and he said at that point John Mateer hadn't done any good work.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. Like we talked to Tyler McComas, who covers Oklahoma in Norman yesterday, and he's like, he doesn't need good work. He's fine. Like as long as he's healthy enough to throw the football, we know he can run. His legs are perfectly fine.
Right. Good on good, it can only get him hurt.
Right. Exactly. I mean, how many hits are quarterbacks taking at this point in practice anyways, right? Like you're not doing anything like that. So good on good to me is playing catch with his number one wide receiver.
Yeah, they're on the sideline playing catch. Or they're going 7-on-7 where he drops back on air and throws the ball down the field.
Absolutely. And
he doesn't need anybody rushing him. He's not going to have that group of mad asses on defense come through that weak offensive line and hit him in the hand. They're not coming near him.
No one's allowed to high-five him right now.
No.
Forget him taking hits.
First contact he's going to take is a coin flip.
Yeah. And Anthony Hill,
you need to twist that thing.
That can't be a limp biscuit in there.
No. Come back and give me some more again. Let's try this all over again.
Hey, John, I've never met you before. I want to come in with a good, firm handshake for the first time we
absolutely
meet each other. We might be seeing, Anthony Hill won't be on Texas next year. He'll be in the NFL. But I don't know, maybe somebody on Texas who's at midfield for that coin toss. They may see John Mateer next year. So it could be the first of multiple meetings between the two.
Yeah.
You want to make a good first impression.
Absolutely.
Shake that hand hard. Make sure you get the thumb in there.
Yeah, get that thumb in there and cross it up a little bit for sure.
That's how it works. Pete Thamel did add, and I guess, I don't know if this is
the important part that he added.
Well, I think we could probably infer this ourselves, but he tweeted, Mateer's pain level and grip on the ball are the two biggest variables, as he will be 17 days out for surgery. He's practiced some this week for OU, and he's been pushing towards a return. Of course, the initial reporting when John Mateer got hurt and underwent surgery was that it was going to be 3 weeks or more. We're talking about 17 days between surgery and kickoff tomorrow.
Yeah, and Pete understands that this isn't like back in the old days. They're not shooting up our quarterback who has a future. They're not shooting up his thumb to play in this game.
Like a duel?
Yeah, they don't numb it. It doesn't need to be numb. He doesn't want anything to happen to him. He wants to have all the feeling he can to grip the football. So it's not going to be one of those, they give you that injection before you go out on the field. I don't think they do that kind of stuff with a quarterback's thumb, with a thumb injury that just came off of surgery. I don't think you take that chance. That kid's played all week long. He knows if he can grip a ball by now. He's not going to go out there for the first time and say, you know what? I think I can throw this football. Let's go. That guy's been practicing.
Yeah, if he couldn't do it on Monday or Tuesday.
They wouldn't even let him play. They would say he's out.
Well, I don't know. I would think they would try it on Thursday and Friday is my point.
Well, I said yesterday, if he were out there on Thursday, which it sounds like he probably was, then he's playing by Saturday.
Right.
He's like you said, he's playing catch.
Who knows? Who knows if it's just gamesmanship, right? I mean, if you just take a look at the injury report, obviously trending in the right direction for John Mateer. Questionable on Wednesday, probable on Thursday.
That dude is playing.
So Brent Venables isn't lying about that. Then, more than likely, John Mateer is going to be suiting up.
Sure, you're going to see him out there.
The Sooners tomorrow. Steve Sarkisian wasn't asked about the injury per se. He was asked about John Mateer and what type of difference he brings or he makes for the Oklahoma offense. Here's what Sark said yesterday.
I think definitely what he brings to the psyche of their team. First of all, I think it's like anything. I've said this before about a quarterback. A quarterback's got a ton of responsibilities. He's got to throw it. He's got to run it. He's got to change protections. He's got to snap the ball before the snap count. The play clock. He's got to do a lot of things. But one of the biggest responsibilities of a quarterback is to instill belief in the team, in the organization, in the fan base, so on and so forth. And I think John Mateer has done that for OU. He's instilled a lot of belief in that organization when he takes the field. that they're I don't know if they're a better team than maybe they were before, just his presence alone. And so I think that's something that he provides them on top of the skill set, his ability to run the ball, his competitive spirit, his ability to throw the ball out of the pocket, his comfort level with Coach Arbuckle from their time at Washington State. So there's added things to that. But I think the one thing he does is instill belief for their team.
No, dude, he's a good player. So you can instill, they've got other guys that can instill something, but he's a good football player. He's a good quarterback. So with him, they're better. It's not just all that the leadership and all these other little intangibles. The guy can play.
He can play.
Yeah.
And I do think there's something to what Steve Sarkisian's saying, though, because, Buck, you and I all week long have asked, where's the leadership from the Texas offense?
Well, I mean, when he was saying that, I was thinking exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, you understand what that means, right?
My guess is the folks in Norman, Oklahoma last year were asking those same questions.
Sure.
They're also asking, where's the talent on offense? But they're probably like, where are our leaders right now? Like Jackson Arnold's not playing well enough to be a leader.
No.
Our offensive line is horrible. We don't have a difference maker at running back. All of our wide receivers are hurt. They were probably like, what do we have here? And now clearly John Mateer is that guy.
Yeah, they got in this game last year, they got exactly what they were going to get in this game. They had nothing. They had no quarterback. They had no running back. Like I said, they had no receivers at that time. And that's the product of what you get. You can have all the leadership you want. There can be some good leaders, but if you got decent leaders and no players that do anything, what do you got?
John Mateer's the biggest difference for OU.
Got a bunch of guys who can go cut grass and do it in order. Right. That's about it.
Right. I mean, OU had a great defense last year. I think it's even better this year. But I still have questions about Oklahoma's offensive line. I still don't think they have an elite running back. They're definitely better at wide receiver because they're healthier at wide receiver than they were going into this game a year ago. But John Mateer is the difference. John Mateer is why that offense looks good, why they're 5-0, why they're ranked number 6 in the country.
Leading passer, leading rusher.
Yeah, he's doing it with his play, but also, there's just a confidence about him. And you could tell that his teammates have gravitated towards him too. So, Oklahoma, they're a different football team with John Mateer out there than they are with Michael Hawkins Jr. So
they don't know what it's like to lose yet.
Yeah, it goes without saying that it's advantage Oklahoma if they're able to have Mateer in
doubt.
this game. And Sark talked about it on Monday. Look, Texas has been preparing all week long for both quarterbacks. The good news for the Longhorns is both quarterbacks are dual threats. It's not like Oklahoma's offense is completely different, Mateer versus Hawkins, but Mateer is obviously a lot better at executing things and kind of improvising too when plays start to break down. So there you go. There's the latest. I think you've got to expect John Mateer out there. No changes for Texas on the injury report. C.J. Baxter still doubtful. Manny Muhammad and Parker Livingston still probable, Buck.
Yeah, I'm thinking you may not see Manny Muhammad. I haven't heard enough positive things about him getting out there. I don't know. Do they?
He's been practicing all week, and he's been probable both days. So that to me, that leads me to believe that he will be out there. Question is, will he be 100%? I don't know, but I think number 5 on defense is going to give it a go.
Well, I think speaking of leaders, that's one of those dudes that they need on the field. If he's 80%, he needs to be out there in this particular game. He's been there, he's done that, and they need him. That's one of those. Well, if it was last week, they needed him out there in a lot of ways besides his leadership.
Badly. So, I mean, Kobe Black, and look, don't close the book on Kobe Black. I think he's got a very bright future, but he had a rough go against Florida. And Cade Phillips didn't play that great against Florida. And there was a clear drop-off between Manny Muhammad and those guys. So I don't think Oklahoma's receivers are as good as Dallas Wilson and Vernell Brown, but they've got some talent on the outside. And, the Texas secondary, of course, played its worst game of the year in the Swamp. You would like to have them have a bounce back.
Absolutely.
And getting your number 1 corner out there should help. So I do think Manny Muhammad will give it a go. And, again, going up against Isaiah Satania and Deion Burks and some talented cats for Oklahoma on the outside, that will make a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I just – how effective will Mateer be? I mean, he's thrown the ball, and I'm sure there's occasions at practice where he's let it loose, without anybody in his face. But once again, it's the same thing. If Texas can get some pressure in his face, well, he's gonna take off and run because that's what he does. He's got to protect himself when he runs. But with those bodies, the same thing for Arch. It's kind of crowded in that pocket with that offensive line too. It should be crowded this week. If that offensive line is able to keep that kid upright and he can throw down the field, that is going to be awful for Texas.
That's
if they don't get any, that's a real problem.
Yeah.
He's got to be able to have pressure in his face too. A guy with a bad hand, you get pressure in him. He's thinking about that hand hitting things too. I mean, that's what quarterbacks, it happens because they have all that gear all around them, no matter what. When you think it's a clean pocket, you follow through, you're liable to hit something on the way. If they can't get pressure on him, that's a real problem this week.
I wonder, Ben Arbuckle's an air raid guy, and I wonder if he changes his offensive philosophy a little bit this week because of John Mateer's injury, right? I mean, we saw Florida make a concerted effort to get the ball to DJ Lagway's hands quickly. And I think he was 4th fastest in college football last week in terms of average time to throw on his drop back. So Texas had 0 sacks in large part because of that. Maybe Oklahoma does the same thing, right? Like they want to make sure John Mateer is protected. They don't want him taking a lot of hits. Hey, speed up your internal clock a little bit here. Like quick drops, quick passes, get the ball to your hands quickly. I mean, I'm sure they saw some stuff on film from what Florida did against Texas's defense. I would think they're going to try something very, very similar tomorrow.
Yeah, they're gonna do some things where he gets rid of the ball in a hurry because they want to get him in some kind of a rhythm.
Yeah,
because he hasn't played in 17 days. He really needs to get into a rhythm in a football type atmosphere. And I don't care if the defense has to bring linebackers, bring guys out of the secondary. Pressure him early.
Yeah.
Make him feel it. Make him feel like, dang, this is going to be a long day. This thumb isn't quite as well as I thought it was. There wasn't anybody coming around me when I was throwing on air, playing catch-a-catch. Now I got guys all around me. And for him, he's got, as I said, he's got to protect himself when he runs too, because how he hits the ground with his hand, what he does, how he protects the football. I mean, guys ought to be, if he's holding that ball in that right hand of his, you need to be slapping at the thumb anyway, but you need to be slapping at the ball. He's not going to be able to grip that ball very well.
John Mateer, 43 carries. Of course, he's only played in 4 games this year, so more than 10 per game. Leads OU in rushing touchdowns with 5 this season. And it's always the case in Texas OU, but I think it's even more so the case tomorrow. You got to stop Oklahoma's run game.
Yes.
And you always want to make any offense you play against one-dimensional, but when you're going up against a quarterback who's clearly not going to be 100%.
Absolutely.
If you can say, hey, man, like, it's on you. Like, we're going to shut down Torrey Blaylock. We're going to shut down Jaden Ott. If you guys want to score, if you guys want to beat us today, it's going to be on you playing Superman. So let's test that thumb and see what you got.
Absolutely.
It's got to be Texas.
And they don't have much of a run game. So but they will test Texas in the run. As I said last week, Florida was going to test them. People haven't had much success. They had some success last week running the ball.
They did.
And if they do on Saturday, that's a real problem because Florida had a sensational running back. They may not have had a great offensive line, but that kid could get out of a jam. This group doesn't have anybody to get them out of a jam.
They shouldn't.
No.
And here's the stat. I can't remember if we mentioned it yesterday, but it bears repeating time and time again. The team that wins the rushing battle has won 25 of the last 28 Texas OU games. All 4 years that Steve Sarkisian has coached in the Red River Shootout, the team that has won the rushing battle has won the game. So the 2 blowouts in 2022 and 2024, Texas dominated on the ground. The 2 losses, 2021, 2023, Texas lost the rushing attack.
And it sounds silly, but I'm only looking for Texas 90 yards of rushing offense.
It's funny because I wrote that down too. Last year, Texas as a team against OU, 30 carries, 177 yards. It's 5.9 yards a carry. Half of 177 is 88.5. So I'm like, if you just give me slightly above half of what they got last year, I think that may be enough to beat OU in the rushing attack and, more importantly, beat OU on the scoreboard too.
That's incredible.
How far have we fallen? We're begging for 90 rushing yards?
Yeah, I've fallen a long way. I've never had that.
No.
I mean, even as a coach, I've never gone into this game, even when they had great defenses, as saying to my guys, less than like 120.
I get mad at you when you say 120.
I know.
And now you're saying 90, and I'm not mad at you.
Yeah, 90 yards. 90 yards of rushing, guys. That's all. That keeps you in the game. But you can't have 60 and 40 and 50, BK. You just can't do that in this game.
Because I think Oklahoma's going to have more than that. I don't expect them to go for like 120, 130, 140 themselves. If they do, then this one could get ugly for the burnt orange side of the Cotton Bowl. But, I think you got to have more than 50 or 60. I mean, you had 52 last week against Florida. You're going to need more than that. And it goes without saying, both lines of scrimmage need to be a hell of a lot better in Dallas than they were in Gainesville. And what's interesting is, Buck, the defense, right? Texas had a streak going into Florida of 6 consecutive games holding their opponents under 100 rushing yards, dating back to last year. Florida had 94 rushing yards in the first quarter on 6.7 yards per attempt. For the game, the Gators ran 37 times for 159 yards, which that's not awful.
No.
But it's way worse than what we're used to. And again, going back to the stat about whoever wins the rushing battle wins Texas OU, I don't see a scenario where Texas runs for 160 against this OU defense.
No, I don't either.
So if you're going to give up 159 like you did a week ago, then see you later.
Well, it will come with Arch Manning taking off out of the pocket and just guys in a man-to-man situation with their back to him where he takes off for 40. He may have a big chunk run that's going to help. Well, he's got to have at least 1 or 2 of those in the game anyway.
Yeah.
And for me, his chunk runs will be what he's normally had when he, 15, 20-yard run down the field. Long run, not 4 or 5 yards to save his life, but to really make it as if, because he's the leading running back they have. He's the best running back they have. So he needs to have, and in this game, BK, at least 2 of those type of runs, where they just turn around, turn their backs, and he takes off and he's gone. And he's gone for 15 yards, not 4, not 8, 15 or more. Because you've said that number a few times. That's been the big key is these guys, they haven't had a rush over 15. Well, if he can get.
Well, he has.
Yeah.
He's had a few.
If he can get a few of those again in this game, they're going to be really, really important because I don't know what running back is going to take off and do that.
I have no faith in any of the running
I don't
backs.
either right now.
And my biggest concern with Arch Manning tomorrow is not his play. It's that he gets hurt. Because I don't see Texas being able to run the ball with their running backs tomorrow, which means the entire offense is going to fall on Arch Manning's shoulders. And it's the same thing that we were talking about with John Mateer. It's like, there's no way it's sustainable. How can this guy stay healthy over a full season when he's being asked to do everything for that offense? He already got hurt, not even a month into the year.
Right.
I'm worried that, we saw Arch Manning had to do everything for the Texas offense last week. He got no help from the offensive line, from the run game, from just about anybody. I am worried that it's going to be a similar situation tomorrow, and this Oklahoma defense is relentless.
Yes.
And we're talking about hard hits on John Mateer. You know damn well they're talking about hard hits on Arch Manning.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. They're going to be fired up to get a piece of this big guy. They're going to have to get rid of the ball quick, and this passing game is going to have to look maybe a little bit different than we've seen from Sark. Even from last week, this is going to be 1, 2, 3, ball is gone. 1, 2, 3, ball is gone.
Yeah.
This is
that fast too.
Yeah, truly that fast.
Yep.
He's going to be able to sit back there and pat the ball in the pocket against Oklahoma.
Oh, I think Arch.
And the best way for him to do some things in the run game is to swing the ball out and try to get on the perimeter with whoever's going to be your running back this week. Just fling it out there. You're already outflanked them and see what they can do against unbelievable linebackers on the run and secondary guys coming up to make plays. They're just going to have to make a miss.
Yeah, I think RPO is going to be a big part of the game plan tomorrow, and I think a lot of the R is going to be Arch Manning.
I believe so too. So this is his initiation to this particular game is going to be hard because they're going to be coming for him, and I think he's going to take on the challenge.
Yeah.
In a way that, as I said, I think he's a really, really good runner with the football, and his length and everything else really helps him in this. But boy, are they going to hit him hard.
Yeah, they will. All right, we'll let you hear from Steve.
There's some of the hardest hits that you'll see in this particular game.
Yeah, that's always the case in this game. But turn on the tape, watch Oklahoma's defense fly around and hit people. They're really good. They are top 5 in the country in just about every defensive statistical category this season. And I know they haven't played a murderer's row of teams just yet, but so far they have looked dominant on that side of the ball. All right, we'll let you hear from Steve Sarkisian. Sark was asked about Texas's offensive line and the week of work that they've had leading up to Texas OU. A couple other nuggets of sound from Steve Sarkisian. But before we dive back into Texas OU, Buck, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Tony C's Pizza, of course, at Austin's original coal-fired pizza and serving the New York-style Italian pizza. You're going to love that, plus the Italian food that they have straight from the cookbook of the Ciola family. Now, Tony C's has been in the Bee Caves area for over 15 years, BK. Tuesday's 2 for 1, of course. Wednesday is Unwine Wednesday with half-price bottles of wine. But the pizza pies are what you're looking for when you go to Tony C's. 4 locations in Round Rock, right there at Highway 79, right beside the Del Diamond, Anderson Lane. And, of course, as I said, in B Caves, you are going to love Tony C's Pizza. You're going to love the great Italian food that they also have at Tony C's Pizza.
Yes.
Have yourself a nice meatball sub.
I like that.
Yes, indeed.
Love that. Shout out to 7-Eleven.
Ashish.
Our guy Ashish, one of our great travel partners for our trip to Dallas for Texas OU weekend. Love 7-Eleven. Was there yesterday, filling up the car on the way out of town.
They get the car out of the window?
The car out of the window. Yeah, well, the car's out of the window, but they still have the, what do you even call that, 2x4s? Wood?
Yeah, it's planks.
Planks?
Yes.
Thank you. There were some kids planking right outside of it, too.
Oh, my God.
Viral TikTok trend. But love 7-Eleven, the best convenience store in the world. They are all over the Metroplex. Of course, they're all over Austin as well. The Slurpees, big gulps, the taquitos, the wings, the pizza, of course, all the prepackaged snacks as well. Fuel your day. And don't forget the 7 Rewards app. I am a member of the 7 Rewards app because I'm at 7-Eleven all the time. I get free stuff and discounts every time I shop. The best convenience store in the world. Love 7-Eleven.
And, of course, they have the Clean Cause products in there, too, you know.
Yes, they do. Shout out to Clean Cause.
Absolutely.
As well. One of our great pre- and post-game partners here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Also, some love to our friends at CentexTickets.com. If you're looking for some last-minute tickets, prices have been going down this week in the resale market. I wonder why.
Yeah, that's right. They do buy tickets from you, too.
I think it has anything to do with the way Texas played last week. We don't need to focus on last week. We're focused on tomorrow. If you want to get up here for Texas OU, one place to go to get your tickets, that's CentexTickets.com. Don't forget the promo code, Centex10. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. So prices are falling. You get a 10% discount. That math should equal you
absolutely
being at the Cotton Bowl tomorrow afternoon with us. Of course, F1 tickets, ACL tickets, any event coming to Austin, coming to Texas, coming anywhere in the country. One place to shop for tickets. That's CentexTickets.com.
Love them.
All right. More sound here from Steve Sarkisian. Buck, the Texas offensive line.
Is Sark done with people asking a question about it? I know there's not much he's going to be able to do, folks, in a week. I'll just say this. He's going to say, I don't know what you do.
Well, I think they practiced really well. I think we've got a good plan. I think they understand that plan. I think they're playing fast. They're playing confident. They're playing physical. I always, a lot of the O-line I judge when we get into our team run periods, our good on good team run periods, and that's both sides of the ball. Because that's when it's really full speed and we're rolling. And are we blocking people? Are we getting off blocks? Are we double teaming guys? Are we getting off double teams? Which, like I said, a week ago, I felt like was an issue on both sides of the ball coming out of that game. I didn't think we obviously weren't great up front on offense, but we got moved around way too much for my liking of what we're accustomed to around here on the defensive side of the ball. So definitely point of emphasis. All signs point to we're in a much better space this week than we were last week. But again, we have to go out and perform. We have to go do that on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't say mentally prepared because I would say, no, you're probably not, Coach. He didn't use the word mentally prepared. He said all these other things except for mentally prepared. And they're back to trying to be physical. That's what they have to. In this particular game, BK, it's the physicality of this game is so different. And you want to be sound assignment-wise, and you'd like to be mentally prepared, but the physicality, if you don't bring that with you, it's a long day. It becomes a real, real long day for you. So hopefully they got physical in a week,
Steve Sarkisian's talking about all signs pointing to things being better this week than last. Here, my thought on a Friday, one day away from kickoff. All signs point to bullshit. I have to see it. And look, there's nothing Sark can say that's going to ease my concerns.
You've seen so many changes in so many different positions that the only thing you can do is see it on the field.
I mean, I saw this group get pushed around by UTEP.
Yes.
So you don't think Oklahoma's looking at that film? Like, Oklahoma may break some tendency on defense. They may look at UTEP and say, UTEP only had 4 down linemen. They kept 3 safeties over the top to avoid giving up a big play. And they stopped the Texas run. They got pressure on Arch Manning, and Arch Manning had his worst game.
And why should we do
season.
anything any different?
Why, with all of our athletes, they were able to do that with their athletes in El Paso way. Why would we not try that with our athletes? So that's the concern, is the book is out on the Texas offensive line. Like, Buck, other teams, on Texas offensive line and say, we don't think you're good enough to stop us one-on-one. We don't even need to play these games. We're just going to go straight ahead.
Yeah, you're going to have
good
to
luck.
You're going to have to do some different things in the run game. You're going to have to trap these guys. I know you. I once again, when your athletes aren't that great and you're vacating areas and pulling guys, and those dudes come through, you miss them on the trap. I mean, we've seen these guys run into each other, so it's you. But you have to. You in this game, you can't go in vanilla. You can't do the same thing and the same type of runs you've always had that have worked before, because they won't work on Saturday. You've got to trick them somehow. You got to get them out of position. You got to show them some things that you have not done. You're going to have counter out of different formations. Give your backs two-way goes. You can't have one-way goes, because sometimes there's no one way at all. You know,
there's never any way.
Yeah, it's going to be it will be a struggle. So, like I said, that's why I'm only saying 90 yards.
Well, I like that thought though. Counter, misdirection.
Sure.
Like, you have to do something to keep OU a half step behind.
Yeah, they can't. They just can't pin their ears back and come at you.
If it's full speed on full speed, Oklahoma's winning that matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Like, their defensive front is just so much better than the Texas offensive line that if you can't do anything to confuse them, then they are going to eat your lunch and take your lunch money for next week too. So come up with something different. You got to break tendency in this game. Come up with something to keep them off guard. That's key. You got to be creative.
Yeah, you want you want those guys to, speaking of having your head on a swivel, you want them to have their head on a swivel, not knowing, oh no, I've never seen them do this. I've never seen them trap like this, or pull this guy, or take this tight end down and wham block me, over the nose guard. That they've got to do some different type of things. If they come with their basic, we are who we are offense when it comes to the run game, you don't have that type of runners, and you don't have that type of blockers.
No, you can't fix the offensive line in 7 days.
No.
So coaches are problem solvers. Solve the problem. So,
yes.
Unfortunately, the best way to solve the problem would be an in-season transfer portal or a trade deadline or something like that. You can't do that. Now you have to come up with an offense that's going to work around this god-awful offense.
Yeah, and you don't have to have 50 plays, but you got to have 3 or 4 plays that you can go back to that they haven't seen, that it would take them, a film session to say, wait a minute, here's what they're doing, here's what they're doing. And I know they got their little tablets on the sideline and all that stuff, but it's nice to have those tablets. It's nice to say, hey, look out for this, certain formations, but Sark will have to come up with some different formations and to possibly do the same thing.
Here's Arch Manning's,
because guess what? His guys aren't that smart either to do things something different either.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that.
They
haven't been able to master
their
own stuff without committing penalties. Here's Arch Manning's obviously the most important player for Texas.
No doubt.
Tomorrow. I think DJ Campbell is the second most important player for Texas tomorrow. Here's why. Every report that I've read this week says that Nick Brooks is going to start at left guard. It's number 71. That's the guy who came in at halftime and had a 0.0 pass block grade against Florida. That's a guy who basically in a half of football now leads Texas in pressures allowed on the offensive line. I'm not quite sure he's ready. I'm not quite sure what they're seeing in him. Now, I know Connor Stroh's not very good, so it's not like the guy you're replacing him with has been great this year. But my thought is what Texas has to do is Cole Hudson at center, he's got to go left every play. He has to help out Nick Brooks every single play, which means if I'm Kyle Flood, I'm telling DJ Campbell, who is Texas's best offensive lineman against Florida, he's the elder statesman, the most experienced guy.
Who talked about physicality before the season. They were going to be this, they were going to be that.
I'm telling him, you're on an island. You're going up against maybe the best defensive tackle group in the country.
You want to be an NFL player?
It's going to be one-on-one for you all day long. I'm also like Brandon Baker. It's probably the same thing. Although with Brandon Baker at right tackle, you can keep a tight end out there and help him. But for DJ Campbell, I think whoever is left guard, sounds like it's going to be Nick Brooks. We'll see tomorrow. Like, that guy is going to need help. So it's going to be a lot of one-on-ones. Like DJ Campbell, you have to hold up against whoever you're going up against for this offense to do what it needs to do to get a win.
That dude's going to need a lot of Tylenol.
He's going to need a lot of Tylenol.
Man.
Again, he played pretty well last week. He's got to show that, he's the best player on that Texas offensive line. he's got to be great because Texas has a left guard problem.
Oh, I meant the left guard, and he's going to need a lot of Tylenol.
Oh,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
even with help.
Going up against David Stone and Grayson Holton and some of the cats.
So they don't have another. The kid that they started there is probably not going to be the starter this week. Or you think they're going to switch him around again and try?
I don't think Neto. If you're asking about Neto or Connor Stroh.
Connor Stroh.
From what I've heard this week, it's been Nick Brooks getting the reps with the ones. And Connor Stroh, Nick Brooks could not have played worse last week, and they didn't take him out. So to me, that's like we have made the decision that Nick Brooks is our guy.
Yeah, he needed all the snaps this week.
I don't know what the deal is with Neto. I don't expect him to play. Like he's been on the sidelines, like in uniform, but he's like not even holding his helmet. He's not really engaged in the offensive huddles. I don't know if he's checked out or the coaching staff is like, it just doesn't feel like he's a legitimate option, which I can't figure out why, because I can't imagine he's worse than what we saw last week there. But I don't know. I don't expect him to be a part of things because he just hasn't been a part of things.
Yeah, I don't know if they've tried any two backs in the backfield, but they need to do something.
Yeah.
The lineup is right beside the quarterback, and that shotgun look is not. I need to come downhill. I need to have somebody in front of me somehow, or somebody to the side of me, but it can't be just the quarterback. I hope they come up with some different kind of run plays.
Yeah, I do too. Something to be more effective than the 11 running back carries for 15 yards that you had last week against Florida. So find a way to run the football. That is the biggest key to this game because that's been the biggest key for Texas OU for like the last 20 years. And
find a way to stay away, avoid the big mistake for Arch. The big mistake is in that pocket, making sure that he takes care of the ball because there are going to be bodies flying all around him.
Sure.
We saw that last week. And this week, because they've got players, NFL type of players that will be coming for the ball, not just to make hits on the quarterback, but to take the ball out of his hands. So, and we know with this offensive line right now, there could be some clean shots coming there. So he's really got to protect the ball. He can't be, one-handed it. He's really got to get two hands on the ball.
Yeah.
When it's time to protect the ball and time to get down, don't just chuck it. Don't chuck it into trouble. Go ahead and if you get sacked, take your sack. Live to play another down, but don't be careless with the ball.
Yeah, turnovers could be the difference.
Yes,
right. With because I think
that's on both sides.
Yeah, I think both of these offenses are going to struggle tomorrow. Like I've got faith in the Longhorn defense bouncing back and making life very difficult for an Oklahoma offense that I still don't think is all that good. So I expect this to be a slugfest, a rock fight, whatever you want to call it. And a couple of turnovers. Obviously, if you get a defensive score, that'd be huge. But if you're able to win the turnover battle in this game tomorrow,
and give your offenses opportunities in great field position.
Yeah, 100%. And that's kind of what sparked the Texas offense last week, right? The Longhorns had a turnover around midfield. They turned it into their first touchdown of the game. So complimentary football. We saw it. That 5-minute stretch against San Jose State, we saw it when Texas just put the onslaught on the Spartans. We saw it for the entire game against Sam Houston. I know the opponents were the opponents, but that's any football team is better when they're playing well in all phases, and the offense is helping the defense, and the defense is helping the offense, and the special teams is doing its thing too. So, if you can get your defense to help the offense, then it probably goes without saying.
Yeah, this game will have so many different momentum swings in it too. You have to. Man. And when it swings your way, you can take advantage of it. You can't miss on opportunities. The wide receiver has. One dude in particular has to make catches when the ball is catchable and you touch it. You got to come down with the ball. Wingo has to make the catches that he's supposed to make at his size. He can't have them go through his hands and say, oh, maybe next time. No, they have to. Those plays have to be made.
100%. Yeah, Texas has to hit on some deep shots tomorrow. And I think Sark's got to come up with some stuff to get one-on-ones.
Yes.
Maybe that's 4 receiver sets. Maybe that's 5 receiver sets. I know that scares people because you're not leaving extra guys in to block. But, you've got to connect on some deep shots here. And I think the biggest weakness, and Tyler told us this yesterday too, the biggest weakness on OU's defense is at cornerback. So if you can get some one-on-ones at corner, if you can get a one-on-one matchup against a safety,
for sure.
Thank you very much. Let there be light.
That was nice.
Thank you, God. We just had God walk in here and hook us up with a little more light. Sweet. Those big plays. Again, this is such a momentum game, right? if you can capitalize with a couple of deep shots down the field, if you can get those one-on-one matchups on the outside, I think Texas's receivers, even though maybe not as elite as they've been the last 2 years, I think Texas has enough with their top 4 guys to where they can win some one-on-ones on the outside. You've got to hit on some of those deep shots down the field. We've seen it with Arch and Wingo the last couple of weeks. I know Wingo had that bad drop that you just referenced, but nice deep post touchdown against Sam Houston, nice deep post touchdown against Florida. You can hit one of those plays. I can tell you Oklahoma people are worried about Ryan Wingo.
Of course they are.
I've listened to like 5 or 6 OU podcasts, and all of them are like worried about what Wingo's going to do.
They don't know how many he dropped. They just know the ones he catches.
Well, go catch a couple.
Yeah.
If you drop one, you don't want to drop any. You drop one, whatever. Go catch a couple behind their defense.
Yeah, I expect him and Mosley to have a fantastic game.
Sure.
Getting back in his second time actually on the field, and Arch getting used to him. I think he can be a dependable guy, that mid-level area for him to be consistent catching the ball.
I think, I think Texas has enough at wide receiver. I really do. I'm with you on Mosley. I think Livingston has proven to be a good player, listed as probable on the injury report. I think he's going to give it a go. And we know what DeAndre Moore is capable of. So I think that group of 4 receivers, I think the Texas receivers are better than the Oklahoma defensive backs. That is a matchup that I think the Longhorns
you got to find a way to take advantage of that
in this game. So take advantage of that. Again, some of it starts up front with the offensive line blocking long enough for those receivers to get open deep down the field. But, man, with Arch Manning's ability to throw the deep ball, you can't rely on it. You've got to get the ball out of his hands quickly a lot to mitigate your offensive line struggles. But with Arch's
and he's got to see it,
ball,
and he's got to let it go because he can't hold on. There won't be any time to, like the pass to Wingo last week. He had a little bit of extra time when he threw that. It wasn't immediately. It was let it develop a little bit. He's not going to have a lot of developmental time here where the ball develops down the field. You got to hold it, pat it a couple times, and now here he goes. You're not going to have that. Those things have to come open pretty quickly, I believe, tomorrow.
Well, I hope he has more development time than he did against Florida, because there were 35 pressures in that game. It's the most in the Sark era. It can't be worse than that, can it?
I don't know, BK.
Georgia last year had 28. Remember how bad that was?
I know.
Georgia in Austin only air quotes had 28 pressures. Florida had 35.
So Quinn Ewers, we didn't know about his escapability last year when it comes to escaping.
Did he have that?
He had enough of it.
No, you don't have what Arch Manning should have gotten sacked 12 times last week.
Oh, no,
he got sacked
doubt.
6, and people are like, how can you? And the last drive, we talked about that. You can't take those. But, he should have been sacked 12 times with how bad the offensive line was.
Well, no, they were there pretty quick.
If Quinn Ewers was there last week, not that Sims Applewhite this thing, but if Quinn Ewers was the quarterback and the offensive line played like that, then it might have been a double-digit sack game. Jackson Arnold would have been sacked 25 times against Florida last week. So, Arch Manning's got that escapability, which is great. But you don't want him to have to do that as often as he did.
Well, you don't want him to do it if he's got an opportunity for a big play.
Sure. Yeah, well, that's I think most of his big plays were, oh, shit, I got to avoid this sack.
Now I can throw it.
I avoided this sack. Hey, now there's someone open down the field because our receivers are pretty good. This is good. So you would like for him to just be able to say, oh, there's a clean pocket. Hey, there's a receiver open down the field versus let me run for my life for 3 seconds and then find somebody down the field. So, it's a slightly terrifying thought, but look, I trusted Steve Sarkisian. It's the reason I picked Texas to win this game all week long. Some folks are commenting, oh, Texas shouldn't even show up with the way you guys are talking. No, we're calling a spade a spade. The most one-sided matchup in this matchup is Texas's offensive line against Oklahoma's defensive line.
No doubt.
It's scary. But I trust in Steve Sarkisian that he is going to come up with some sort of way. I don't know what it is. We're trying to figure it out. We're trying to guess. We're not paid $10 million here to come up with the plan. I have faith that he's going to come up with something to mitigate the offensive line struggles and find a way to get into the end zone enough tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm still up in the air about what he's going to do in the run game, because just once if you look at the stats, you've got to be able to run in this game somehow, some way. And that's what I don't know how they do it.
No, I don't either.
I just don't know how they're going to run the football. You got to keep them off the quarterback's back by running somehow. And if you're getting smacked around and getting 0 yards every time you turn around and hand it off to you, and they know he's going to drop back and pass, look out.
Yeah, Trey Wisner has not been on the injury report this week, which means he's going to play. Obviously had a great game last year against the Sooners, 13 carries, 118 yards, 43-yard touchdown. Remember, he almost had another long touchdown, fumbled near the end zone.
Yes.
And Silas Bolden fell on it in the end zone for a touchdown. Silas Bolden the classic 0 carries, 0 yards, 1 rushing touchdown
Nice.
stat line last year. And Texas, again, as a team, ran it for 177 yards. Buck, no Jarrett Gibson last week. That was a big takeaway for you, and I think a lot of Longhorn fans coming out of Florida. Steve Sarkisian was actually asked about Jarrett Gibson.
Was he really?
Yesterday.
That's interesting.
And, what's the deal? Why didn't he play last week? Is he going to play this week? And if not, who's going to kind of be the guy to spell Trey Wisner and maybe take care of some of those inside runs?
Yeah, it definitely was a flow of the game. The game clearly last week did not go the way we had intended. Jarek is our short yardage back, and we didn't have any short yardage opportunities, first of all. So he would have been the first guy in it if that would have been called upon. And then, I think at the end of the day, we evaluate the guys week in and week out of where they're at. And, different style of runs are better for certain players. And in last week's ball game, we really felt that the strength of Florida was their interior defensive linemen. Granted, we probably didn't get enough credit to all of their defensive front. They were really good, and we didn't play great. And then when it turns into, a pass happy game and you're throwing the ball, sometimes you got to have your receiving type backs and your pass protecting backs out there to make those plays. But, hopefully, it's a good sign if Jarek's in there more this week. That's a good sign for us. So hopefully he gets more opportunities.
I don't know what all that meant. It just sounds like when you say BS, sometimes it's just, no, Coach, that was a strategic miscalculation by you and your staff on a kid playing in the state of Florida. That's still in my mind that you can't do that when in this world of recruiting and NIL and trying to make kids. Kids are different these days. You can't make that mistake. Your team, there was nothing about your game plan last week that was going to tell anybody the other runners were better than what he could have done. You were getting 0 yards a carry. He could have fallen forward, and gotten more than the guys that you actually put in the game. It's not a feel for the game. You guys made a bad decision in that football game. You've talked about how good this kid is for 2 years now, and his best opportunity when he goes home, you didn't get him in a football game that nobody was doing anything.
Yeah,
that's just a miscalculation by yourself and your running back coach. Or maybe your running back coach was telling you, hey, we got to get him in. We got to get him in. His mom and dad, everybody's here. Maybe the running back coach was telling Sark, and Sark was like, I don't have the feel for it. Well, you guys made a mistake on that. And now all of a sudden, if you play him this week, I'm going to go, what the hell was wrong with him last week?
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's just they're trying to make up stuff why he didn't play. And that has nothing to do with feel for the game. He was a big back that in that particular game when your guys weren't blocking, you needed to have a guy. I don't care if he's a straight ahead runner. Then that should have been your straight ahead runner because the other guys, they weren't going anywhere.
Yeah, that's the thing right there, right? It'd be one thing if your other guys were running well.
No.
But they had 11 carries for 15 yards.
Don't you want to at least let him see if he can do it?
Maybe he has a 7-yard run, and it's like, oh, let's leave him out there.
Right.
See if he's got a little something. Sark he's not all the way wrong. Texas didn't have a lot of short yardage situations. They were in 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11, 3rd and 12, way too much last week.
I mean, is that cat your short yardage back period now? That's all he's worth?
Well, that's what he said. I don't know.
Well, then you need to go get another running back. That guy needs to be at some other school. That's what I say. Maybe that's what you're setting it up for, because if that's all he is he your short yardage guy until the other guy until Baxter comes back, and then he'll be your short yardage guy? I mean,
I don't know.
He's not that dynamic, Coach, that he's only there for a short yardage guy. I mean, because you don't have any other players that are dynamic enough right now. You got a banged up Trey Wisner with a hamstring who has there's no twitch to him right now. So, and he's just coming back, and you'd like to think that he would have it coming back, off of since August, but it wasn't there. And you should be able to see that. I mean, you should have seen that at practice.
Right. Yeah.
Although it's different at practice. The Florida guys are a little bit different than your backups that you play against at practice,
Yeah. I mean, look, Trey Wisner did have a 1-yard touchdown run in this game.
Yes.
It felt like an opportunity for Jarrett Gibson maybe to get in there. Texas also had, 1st and goal from the 10 and a 2nd and goal in the 6. Now, Trey Wisner scored touchdowns on those 2 plays, right? He had the receiving touchdown on that 2nd and goal from the 6, and he did have a rushing touchdown on that goal to go from the 1.
It's just he's just trying to make up something to try to explain what happened in the game.
Well, here's what I heard. And I don't know if this is true, but one source guy now, Buck.
Now, oh, really?
One source told me that Jarrett Gibson's been fumbling in practice, which I don't know if that surprises anybody because we've seen him fumble too much in the games. So, Sark this week, last week, throughout his tenure, has talked a lot about practice being a huge determinant, that's a word, and who plays on Saturdays. If Jarrett Gibson's fumbling in practice against defenses that aren't as good as the guys Texas will see on Saturdays.
Dude, you're allowed to tell people that. You just can't. You can.
I
mean, we're in an NIL world where guys are making millions of dollars, and the coach is allowed to say, you know what, I couldn't put him in because he fumbled this week at practice. I mean, if he fumbled too many times, he's a liability if he comes in the game. I mean, there's nothing wrong with telling people that.
He doesn't dunk on his kids.
It's not even dunking on the kid. It's just saying he's having a hard time holding on to the football, and we didn't feel like it was the right situation against a team like that.
He views that as dunking, I guess. Like he does not say bad things about the way guys practice.
It's not the bad thing. It's the true thing.
Well, it's a negative thing, though. Like it might be the truth, but it's a negative thing. Like he's fumbling a lot in practice. That is Sark, like saying something bad about.
So just open up yourself to all kinds of weird stuff. That's. I mean, you're making $10-11 million, coach. Just tell people what's going on. I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying the guy's having a hard time holding on to the football. And guess what? We would all understand.
We would understand.
I think everybody would say, no, you can't put a guy in who's been fumbling all week long.
Right.
We got that, coach. I understand that. I don't care if he's at home or his mom or his grandma was at the game. The guy had been fumbling at practice all week. I can't put him against a team that's tearing us apart.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah, I mean, I got it, but hell, let me go to the podium and tell people. I mean, the coach of the damn running back should be able to say he hadn't held on to the ball very well this week.
Just barge into the Sark presser.
Say, hey, if you didn't see Gibson, he can't hold on to the ball. Okay, coach, thank you. Thank you, we got that.
What about more Ryan Niblett in this game?
No, I don't want to see that. That was a reach. As soon as I saw that in the game, I said, this is a desperate football team trying to find something, and that's not the something. A guy who doesn't get a chance to play that position. I mean, how many carries does he get during the course of even just practice?
I don't know. He had 6 snaps last week and had 3 touches.
Good Lord.
They really wanted him to be a part of the offense, and I think Florida realized that whenever 21 was on the field, they were going to be targeting him.
That's tough, man. That's the University of Texas looking to find running backs that were wide receivers, defensive backs, and punt returners now. I mean, they shouldn't be in that situation. Remember last year, they had guys hurt before the season started. I never thought you'd turn around the following year and still be looking for a guy who's your guy. I mean, Trey Wisener getting hurt. I mean, that's just football. That happens. But you've got to have somebody that's behind him and the one that's behind him.
I was way wrong on these running backs. I thought Texas had a chance to have one of the deepest running backs in the SEC this year. I thought they might have had a top 3 or 4 room in the conference. They're bottom 3 in the conference. They just don't have a difference maker back there. And what good is depth if your depth guys aren't very good?
No, it's just Trey Wisener had one of those seasons. Sometimes you find lightning in a bottle, but you go back and look at the bottle again, the lightning's gone.
Right.
I mean, it's not there. If it's not there, it doesn't have to be there every year. The offensive line was good enough last year.
Yeah, and Wisener was good. I mean, Wisener was good against Ohio State too. So I still have faith that he's going to be something. I don't know if he's 100% right now. And
I don't think he is. I really don't. And once again, for a running back, the hammy is worse than the bad bruised bone and everything. The hammies are tough to deal with. That kind of tissue that twitchy tissue is tough on them, especially a guy who hasn't played since August. You're expecting him to roll out there. You can say, well, he's healthy. We see him do this, but once he gets and sees those guys in blue on the other side or whatever, it's totally different.
I think we're going to see a lot of Christian Clark tomorrow. Just a little hunch.
Okay.
He only had 1 carry last week against Florida, 1 carry for 0 yards. He hasn't been great for Texas in his first season.
I would be looking to that freshman that does have a little twitch in a game like this. That's right. As I said, there heroes are made in this game. You want to give a kid an opportunity to be a freshman hero and maybe, a legacy player down the road. I mean, you recruit him. Once again, you recruit a running back to come to Texas. Their expectations are high. I don't care if he's the ESPN's number, 400. If he comes here and gets a full scholarship, he ought to be able to get on the field and play.
Talking about James Simon?
Yeah, I mean,
freshman.
I let him have all the opportunities in the world to have a great game.
Yeah, you got to find something.
Yes.
And I know this is going to kill you, Buck. Oh, my God. I've heard that the coaching staff doesn't fully trust James Simon in pass protection.
Oh, boy.
And we're talking about
you need to you need a new running back coach.
Yeah,
that's my whole deal. If
sign up, Buck.
I've never heard that deal. That what the running back coach, out of high school, he's coming to the University of Texas, but he can't pass protect.
Yeah.
Then you probably need to get another coach.
It's it's just what I'm hearing. And look, you got to try something. You got to do something to get the running game going tomorrow. The thing that gives me the most confidence that Texas is going to win that crucial rushing yard stat is the Texas defense.
Yeah.
I think Texas's defense can hold Oklahoma to, I don't know, 60, 70 rushing yards.
Yeah, I think John Mateer is going to take more opportunities to throw the ball, BK. He really does it with a thumb like that. You running down the field and guys coming at you from all angles, and you're worried about protecting the football, and you're also worried about protecting your thumb, your future. That's in his mind too when he takes off.
I don't think it is. I think it probably should be. I think John Mateer is going to play the exact same. If he's playing tomorrow, I think he's going to try to play the exact same way that he played the first 4 weeks. You got to change him out of that.
Yeah, a couple hard hits ought to change his mind.
I fully expect, maybe John Mateer is being told by doctors, maybe he's being told by his agent, maybe he's being told by his parents, hey, protect that. And he's like, okay, sure, whatever you guys say.
But then once he gets out there,
and then he's going to see that atmosphere far and away the craziest.
That's right. That he's never been
ever played.
You're absolutely right.
Right. I mean, Oklahoma's played one road game this year.
You're right about that.
And it's Temple, and that wasn't really a road game. They had more fans than Temple did. So he's going to just soak it all in. And he's going to be like,
his natural ability is just going to take over.
Of course. And it should, that's how it works in this game. So, no, I don't expect, again, if John Mateer is playing, I think it's going to look like the same. At least he's going to try to look like the same John Mateer. We'll see if the accuracy is there, if he's able to grip the football the way he was before. But I don't think we're going to see a passive version of OU signal caller tomorrow. I'd be surprised. Pleasantly surprised.
I would be surprised too. I'm just saying that. I'm hoping that's the way it is, but you're right. Once you hit the field, those kind of things, you just start playing your game.
Yeah,
I'll protect myself. I'll be fine. But once I get out there, I'm going to do all the things that I've always done.
Buck, are you a Jesus guy?
Oh yeah.
Steve Sarkisian was asked if his team had a come to Jesus moment this week. We'll get to that in a second.
Oh, I bet.
But before we hear more from Steve Sarkisian and dive back into Texas OU, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say to our good friends at Sue Patrick, of course, 5222 Burnett Road. Folks, if you're on your way up here, head on by Sue Patrick. Grab your gear on your way today. Look, see my long sleeve, my Sue Patrick gear?
Well, you're inside, so you can wear the long sleeve.
I don't need to be outside with this. Is that what you're saying?
A little toasty out there.
Yeah, but they've got all the gear. They've got the hat. They've got the polos. They got them in all sizes, as a matter of fact, at Sue Patrick. Grab yourself a nice shirt. Coming up here, maybe staying for the weekend, grab a nice polo to go to dinner. We'll be having our gear on here, of course, during the course of the football game. But you can pick it all up at Sue Patrick for sure. Plus, don't forget the jelly cats. Bring a Sooner or a jelly cat. How's that?
They're not worth that.
That's true. That's true. I saw the big Sun when I was over there the other day. Sun's still there, and so is Bartholomew Bear.
The giant bear?
The bear's still there.
Still hanging out?
It's still sitting up there. That thing's huge.
They don't want to leave.
Yeah, and Sue Patrick, folks, once again, all the parking that you want, plenty of spaces for you. Items over $59, free shipping. And you can, as I said, it's the best thing about, one of the best things about Sue Patrick is you don't have to go looking around for parking space, cross the street, go another block, go around the corner here. It is right there for you. 5222 Burnett Road or SuePatrick.com.
Yes, sir. Shout out to one more of our great travel partners. How about Hayes City Store?
Oh, yeah, man.
And Ice House. I went there for lunch earlier this week.
Get a burger?
I got a burger, but their monthly burger was a beer cheese burger.
Ooh.
With bacon, beer cheese, crispy shallots on a pretzel bun.
Shallots.
Dude, I told our guy Travis, this can't just be a special.
It's got to be an everyday thing.
I'm normally not a special guy. I treat specials the way Jerry Seinfeld treats specials. If they were so special, they'd be on the menu full time.
That's right.
But I saw this, and I'm like, God, this looks good. It sounds good. I have to do it. And thank God I did. It was awesome. Unbelievable meal. Great menu. It's not just burgers. They've got the great truck stop enchiladas. They've got the chicken fried steak. They've got fantastic pizza. The best onion rings in town as well. It's down south in Driftwood. It's like 30 minutes south of me.
Right down the road from me.
It's close to you. I don't care. I would drive from Arlington to that place.
There
it's
you go.
that good. Hayes City Store, nice house, live music there, giant patio plus an indoor area, full bar, great food, fun for the whole family, fun for the friends, fun for everybody. Hayes City Store and Ice House. Go see them. Support our guy Travis and his wife Tamra, big Longhorn fans, but support yourself with a great meal.
Heck yeah.
Hayes City Store and Ice House.
Love them. Love them.
Yes, indeed.
That's right down the road for me.
Not too far from you. Shout out to them. Also, some love to AV Consultations as well. One of our great regular partners here on TSU. Oh, man, what a day of sports we had. What a weekend of sports we have coming up. Make the call to audiovisual if you are ready to upgrade your home TV setup. Stop driving around the city, going to the bars, going to your in-laws' place, going to your buddy's house. Make your home the place to be for friends, for family, for yourself all year long, for all of the sports, the movies, the TV shows. You can do that with AV Consultations. They've hooked all of us up here on TSU. They've been hooking up Central Texans since 1988. Any TVs, surround sound, home theater rooms, whole home lighting, surveillance cameras. They can do all of that stuff too. If you want to elevate your home to another level, do it all with audio visual consultations. 512-255-8678. Find them online at avconsultations.com.
You know, I came up, I didn't go by our good friends at, of course, Relax the Back, but I'm very fortunate here. We've got a nice chair here. But, folks, if you're having problems with your back, please head to Relax the Back. They've got everything that you're looking for. Select zero-gravity recliners, unbelievable office chairs, and, of course, those stand-up desks. 2 locations in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck sometimes at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Come to Jesus, Buck. Are you a fan of a come to Jesus meeting or moment?
I used to have those with my mother. My late, great Rena Godbolt used to have actual come to Jesus meetings with her.
She call them that?
Yeah, she would. She would call them come to Jesus meetings. That generally had something to do with what I did at my Catholic school, what I did wrong. And this was when I had a meeting with her. It was just me and her in a room, and it would be, you sit right there. I'll do all the talking. You don't make up the excuses. I'll let you know what I know. And what I know is the truth, and what you're going to tell me is not going to be the truth. Yeah, I used to have those come to Jesus meetings. I never had coaches come to Jesus meeting. And I've had those with players before. And it was generally over school too, actually. Most of mine weren't off the field things. You know, the head coach would take care of most of the off the field things.
On the field.
On the field, and yeah, but mine's with my players were it was generally school stuff because I didn't play this. I don't go to class, you know, and I didn't, unlike you.
I was about to say,
yeah,
we would not have gotten along.
No. I was about, you got to go to class, dude. It's not that hard to get up and go and sit in front of the teacher. And so I told you the time when Tyrone Taylor at Boston College, I kept telling him about school, and the last thing I told Tyrone was, I said, you're going to get a degree from Boston College, but the next time you miss a class, I'm going to have your dad come up here. And he missed the class, and in our afternoon meeting before we went out to practice, when they came into the meeting room, his dad was sitting at a chair.
No way.
His dad missed work and came up there because I had called him up and said, I told your son that if he missed another class that you'd be here to see him. That dude walked in there, and all the players walked in there, and that guy's dad was sitting right in front of the, you know, as we're sitting at this table, he was like those chairs in front of us. His dad was sitting right there, and he almost pooped his pants, like right there. And he said, dude, you actually called my dad and had my dad come up here? I said, I told you if you missed class again, I said, when I told your parents that I was going to do everything I could to make sure you got a degree, that this is what I was going to do. And that guy never missed another class.
How about that?
Ever missed another class for the 2 more years that I had him.
Well done.
Graduated from BC, but he was so embarrassed by his dad. His dad sat in our meeting.
Didn't say anything?
Didn't say a word. And probably, I don't even know if he even said anything to Tyrone before he went out to practice, because they had their practice stuff on, their pants on.
Sure.
And his dad was there. And I said, I remember what I told you about your dad coming to the meeting? There he is right there. He goes, yeah, I see him.
His presence did all the talking.
Oh, he didn't have to say anything. I think that dad may have got up and then drove back to Connecticut, drove about another 2.5 hours back to Connecticut to his home. And I swear it was, and I didn't have to say another word. All he said was, I can't believe you did that, Bucky. I can't believe you actually called my dad and told him to come up here.
And he did.
I said, I told you I would.
And then he never missed a class, and he got his degree?
Got his degree.
That's awesome.
There wasn't going to be an NFL player. He was a little short little dude.
You keep in touch with him at all?
I haven't talked to Tyrone in forever. I used to make promises to their parents. I'd do everything I could to get them a degree from wherever I was.
That's awesome.
And I would chase them down. I chased one guy down all the way 2 years after he was supposed to graduate. Then he finally got his degree from Boston College. So that kept my slate clean of guys who were with me more than 5 years that ended up with degrees. That was the promise that I made. I said, I'm going to keep that promise to your parents. I will follow you to the ends of the earth to make sure that you go back and get a degree. And his dad was like, and his dad was cool with it. His dad was like, oh, I'll be up. His dad said, I'll be up. I'm like, because sometimes you'd say that to a parent, and a parent would say, well, do this, try this on him, or try this. The dad said, oh, no. Did you tell him that? I said, yeah, I told him that you'd be here. And he goes, okay. He said, I'm not going to work today.
I'll be there today.
I'll be there today.
What a great story.
Oh, that was awful.
That is awesome for me. Love that. So, Steve Sarkisian, while we're talking about this,
yes,
somebody asked Sark yesterday if they had a come to Jesus meeting. Like those exact words were in the question. Yes. And I was like, damn, that's a unique one. I don't know if I've ever heard it asked quite like that. But here's Sark when he was asked if his team had a come to Jesus meeting or moment this week.
I think more importantly, the come to Jesus meeting kind of happened on Monday morning at our Good, Bad, and Ugly. I don't think I needed to have another one. That might have been a little redundant. But I also, when you point out the penalties in the game, one on defense, we had another hands to the face penalty. This time it happened to be for Michael Taff on defense, which, unintended, sometimes that can happen. Where I think we need to improve is some of the self-inflicted wounds on the offensive side of the ball. And whether they're the pre-snap penalties, whether it's knowing when to let go of somebody that you're blocking, especially when you're on an edge, because that's when the officials can see them best. And if you think about some of the holding penalties we've gotten this year, a lot of them have been on the edge. Both of them last week were on the edge, one by a tackle, one by a tight end. And so it's playing the game and understanding where the ball's going and when it's time to let go of somebody that you don't get to hold. And generally, that's when holdings occur. We need to be better in that aspect of the game. So the come to Jesus really occurred Monday. I didn't think I needed to have another one.
Yeah, you can't have too many of those, because then you start getting tuned out when you have those, and especially if you don't get out what you really want to get out in the meetings. And it's best to get it out as quick as possible. And Monday, after a film session is when you had those. I've been around come to Jesus guys. Once again at Boston College, my head coach there, Jack Bicknell, one time kicked a projector over, because at the time we were using projectors to watch film, and we'd watch it with the team. And he kicked a projector over. I mean, kicked it. And everybody was in like shock. And this was about penalties too. This was about like dumb stuff that Sark is talking about. And it just kept over and over and over. And the dude kicked the projector.
Break it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm like, damn, that's a lot of money there for Boston College. They didn't have that kind of money, coach.
Yeah.
But you can't do that. You have to be yourself when you have these come to Jesus meetings. It has to be kind of natural, the flow of how you do it and how you project yourself to the players has to be really, really natural, because they can tell when you're being a phony. They can tell when you're not a mad guy. You can't pretend you're this big, bad, mad guy.
Yeah.
And because they'll go, that's not him. He's just doing this. This is just a play. This is just an act right now. You have to be yourself, but there are times when you reach a crescendo as a coach where, you just kind of go nuts. And, I was once in a meeting where John Mackovic kicked a divider that divided us, where we'd have halftime, and he kicked it, and it was so unnatural. And I was like, dude, these guys are not buying that. Just the way you kick that thing is so unnatural. It's like you don't want to really hurt your toe, and you kicked it like you were taking like a love tap. And I'm like, that's not.
All of a sudden he reaches down.
Yeah.
Over.
Yeah. I said that's not going to work. You have to do that in the right way. And, and with the penalties, no, you just had to continue to penalize players at the time that it happens. And that's why I said these guys have officials that come to their practices, VK, and and the players actually watch the game of football too. They don't just play game; they watch on Sunday. They understand on the outskirts, on the perimeter there, when it's time to let a guy go. You can't. They see, that's what they see. They see your hand on a jersey and you're just letting it go all of a sudden real quick. They know that.
Yeah.
So this is like big boy football. They shouldn't have the things that are these unforced errors that they have. That's a lack of focus. And that's on, guess who that's on? That's on the coaches.
Always.
That's the one that's on the coaches. So when you start talking about the P word, now we're hearing Sark use the whole P word now. He's starting to talk about penalties. Well, that's part of being undisciplined. That's when he says we're mentally prepared. And I always go, no, you're not. We'll see in this game how many penalties you have if you're mentally prepared. because it all matters. That's stuff that matters.
Yeah.
That puts you in a bad position offensively and defensively when your team continues to do that. You're not getting through to them when it comes to penalties. Sometimes you're just physically outmanned, but you're not physically. This group is not physically outmanned over the last 2 years. I mean, come on. There are games when they're better than the other teams, and they still have a bunch of silly penalties.
The reason the reporter asked the question, and I can't remember who it was, I apologize for that, but he phrased it as, hey, the last time you guys had a come to Jesus meeting was in between the SEC championship and the college football playoff first round game against Clemson, and you only had 2 penalties against Clemson. Remember, Texas had a bunch of penalties against Georgia.
Yes.
Sark in his halftime interview was like, I wish they'd call some shit on them.
Yes.
And we were all kind of saying the same thing, but it was like, no, you're committing a lot of these penalties. There are too many penalties.
That's on you guys.
And then Sark told everybody, like, hey, we had a come to Jesus meeting about the penalties. Like, we're doing too many wrong things. We're shooting ourselves in the foot too much. We have to clean this up. And look, they bounced back. They beat a good Clemson team. They only had 2 penalties in that game. So I think that was sort of the way it was phrased, where it's like, hey, last time you did something like that, your team played a very clean game the next time out.
Yeah,
so did you do that again?
And it also means that, somebody is out there who's saying, you know what, this isn't changing. Things haven't changed. You continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over. And for this team, it's more like come to Jesus, the Holy Spirit, Mary's involved, God is involved. I mean, they got
Moses,
them all.
bringing my guys there too.
They're all involved right now. They're to a point where this is a continuation every week, and it's right now it hasn't cost you a game. You're still bad enough. You're still bad enough that the other parts are costing you. It's not helping you, but it hasn't really. It all costs you. Don't get me wrong with that.
Yeah.
It all costs, but it's not the reason why you're losing the game. You're losing the games because of some of the other mistakes, the major mistakes that you're making. But all these little things will add up. You're trying to be a championship team. This is not what championship teams do. Now, if you're trying to be a team that's trying to make it to the Sun Bowl, just have a winning season, you want to go to the Sun Bowl and have a nice trip for your kids and your families and stuff, that's different. But if you're trying to win a national championship, get past the semifinals, that it has to stop.
Oh, yeah, UTEP came here, so now we're going out to El Paso.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if that's what they're looking to do, they're on the right path right now.
Well, this is the time to have that come to Jesus meeting, right?
It is.
Because this is your season tomorrow. You lose this game tomorrow, all of the goals that you had going into the season are now out the window. Now, you could still run the table and be 9-3, and that would include some really impressive wins, but you're probably not making the playoff with that, probably not getting to an SEC championship with that, and those were the 2 things that you really wanted to do more than anything else. So, this is the time to do it. It's like, hey, we've used our 2 mulligans.
Yes.
I think every college football fan knows you get 2 mulligans, the 12-team playoff era. Maybe next year you get 3, but right now, 12 teams, you get 2. So we've used ours a lot earlier than we would have liked. But, if we don't fix this shit right now,
yes,
everything is done tomorrow.
And everybody has goals. I mean, the players have goals for themselves. The team, the coach has goals for the team. They have goals for the individuals, the positions. I mean, just small things. Just cut back on some small things. Take those baby steps. Yeah. I know in a program like this, it's like, why were you taking baby steps? Because every team is different. This is a different football team itself. Like I said, I don't want to come to the end of the season and say Sark really didn't know his players, but right now it looks like he doesn't know these guys. There's a lot of different guys on this team. There's not a lot of leaders on this team right now because nobody's having any success, but every team is different. So you have to do some different things with those teams, but you can't, this is not a group that's going to take a step towards, let's go to the Sun Bowl. Let's go to this little bowl. This is different football right here. And so you have to have some really hard conversations, and that's why I said little things like not playing a guy in a game who's at going to his hometown, and when things aren't going good, find a way to make sure that those kind of things are taken care of. You can't have slip-ups in anything part of your program now.
No.
And as you said, this thing could change in so many different directions. If you win, it could change in different directions, and if you lose, it can change. And that's how football goes, because every team isn't the same every year. So I think Sark does a good job. There's some of the things that philosophically he likes to say because he's such a nice guy, A lot of coaches are nice guys, but boy, behind those closed doors and those come to Jesus meetings, those aren't fun.
There's no way he's being as nice to them.
Oh no, those things aren't fun. Those things are high intensity.
Yeah.
Everybody's nervous. Are the coaches in there too? Especially if all the coaches are in there and your head coach is going berserk.
Oh, Kyle Flood better be in there.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, some of that stuff. I mean, because Kyle Flood's having his own come to Jesus meetings with his individual players.
Yeah.
Because that guy's how much money he makes is on the line too. And I know the head coach can't be happy with what he's seeing from the offensive line coach right now and what they're doing. Hey, you were with me at Alabama. I know we had some great players, but we've had 2 years of decent football. I don't know how all of a sudden it changes this way. What is it that we should have done, coach? That's what the head coach is saying. What is it that we should have done in the offseason that we shouldn't have these kind of problems right now?
I think right now it's what can we do to fix this?
Oh, no, it's patchwork right now.
Yeah, and then it's also,
Isn't that hard to believe? I mean, you're in patchwork right now. You're like trying to put pieces together.
Yeah, you play 2 Power 4 teams, and it's gone bad both times.
Well, this is the one to get well. Once again, I said things can change in this game in a hurry. Things could change for the good, or they could change for the bad. What is it going to be after tomorrow?
Here's another bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian. He was asked if he senses not only some urgency from his team, but also a sense of frustration with the way the team played last week against Florida and just with this 3-2 start as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely sense a level of, I guess, frustration in the fact that we just haven't put it all together yet. And everybody wants to put it all together. Everybody's working really hard. It's not about our habits and working hard. But I think it's playing with a sense of confidence too, that we can. And the players, like I said, this week in practice, it hasn't been business as usual. You can feel that sense of urgency. You can feel that level of intensity at practice, which I think this game, regardless of how we were playing, that's needed when you go into this game. But in particular for us of where we're at in the stage of the season, I think it's needed as well. So, like I said, I credit the coaches for shaping the mindset of the team at their particular position groups. And I think all encompassing, I think there's a common thread of, man, let's go play our brand, our style of football. Let's put our best foot forward and see if it's good enough.
And we got to find out what that is.
Yeah.
That's what we're all looking for, Coach, because I don't think you guys have a real direction right now. You don't know what that is. This game naturally is going to make the players excited. They're going to be at a different level when this game comes around. 2 weeks before this game comes around, you start to think about this game. So it is. There's not much of the coaches having to do very much to a player to get them going for this rivalry. It's just there. This and A&M, it's in your face.
Yeah.
And you don't need coaches screaming and yelling at you. You know the intensity of what it's going to be like when you're on the field. It's those little things, BK. It's those little things that win or lose in this type of game. I'm not talking about any other game because those they all matter too. But in this particular game, I'm not going to say it's like life and death, but when you're a player in this game, it seems like life and death to you when you get beat by your rival or you're in a dogfight with your rival. You're going to be high intensity, but you want to be smart about that intensity. So,
yeah.
But as for when he says play our game, nobody knows what your game is. That may be the frustration is I don't think your players know what your game is right now.
Well,
they know what you're trying to do, but
sure. I think my frustration, and I know I'm not alone with this, where was that passion, that fire, that intensity last week? That should have been a hair on fire performance.
Well, it was an SEC opener.
SEC opener, but you had already lost a game, and you had 2 weeks to prepare. And it's like, where is that fire? Where is that intensity? Where is that?
I don't know how to make that excuse up for this team. I just thought when they were playing that game, I thought it looks like they've prepared for Sam Houston State, not an SEC team that, even though everybody says they were no good, but when we knew they had players, I mean, we saw the players. You've seen the film. You know how good that guy can be over there. He doesn't make a great play every down, but there's some times where he absolutely will whip somebody if he doesn't do the proper steps and everything else. So I don't know. I thought preparation last week for that football game, like they were preparing for the last 3 teams that they had played against,
And I don't know if they had enough energy for those games either. So,
yeah, I mean, they even struggled. They struggled in those games. Somebody should have told them, hey, you beat UTEP and you beat San Jose State, but by the way, you struggled in those games. It was like, no, just practice the way you practice for them. You'll be all right against Florida.
It's just, it didn't feel like they were ready for the moment. In the 2 power conference games they played this year, Ohio State, you're playing the team that knocked you out of the playoff.
Oh yeah, there was a lot in that game.
And they didn't show up for the first half. The defense did, but the offense, they weren't there for a half of football. And it's like, how You had all off season to think about this, to prepare for this. Like, how are you guys? And then Florida, 2 weeks to prepare. Didn't look great in the non-con. You've already got a loss. You know you probably can't afford one here. Like, why is it taking you so long to get into this game?
I just hope we don't see tomorrow what we saw 2 years ago here when they came out and we were wondering, how are they not excited about playing this game? The players don't look excited. I don't think I'd hope not to see that, because I hope not to ever have seen that again in a Texas football, no matter who they played, period.
Sure.
But in this particular game a couple years ago, it was like, wait a minute, aren't you guys excited about this game? Like, it was nobody was excited. They were getting beat. It was like, nah, oh, it's no big deal. Oh, no, it's a big deal.
It's a big deal. And that's like, it's easy to just say, oh, it's Texas OU. Of course they'll be amped up and ready to go. But I felt like that was going to be the case in Columbus, and it wasn't. And I felt that was going to be the case in Gainesville, and it wasn't.
These are games, OU and any game in the SEC that you get former players to come and talk about. You need 5 or 6 former players during the course of this week to come and talk to you about this game. You know, I last night I went to Papado's, and the guy walks in, he sits beside me, he's got his Longhorn gear, and I don't really recognize him. It's been so many years. And we just start talking, and he said, so are you going to game tomorrow? And I start talking to him. Then he introduced himself as Roy. You know, and I'm like, yeah, and then he starts talking about
Roy from The Office?
No, just he said it was Roy, and I'm thinking, this guy, he looks like a player. He looks like a former player. He
Roy
said,
Orbison?
No, he said, I'm just up here. I'm playing. I said, you playing in the golf event on Friday morning? He goes, no, I'm coming up here with my other buddies, you know, Sloan and, you know, BJ. I'm like, it's Roy Williams.
How about that?
I'm sitting there, and so we were talking, and, you know, he was talking about our old buddy Cleve Bryan and stuff. We were just talking about old times there. And, you know, Roy wasn't around when I was coaching.
Yeah.
But we had talked about it, and I said, you come up for this every year. He's still living in Odessa. You know, he said, I come up every year, and I know I play golf with my buddies. And I said, you guys do a fantastic job of as a group still keeping together, doing things for each other. He goes, every year. He said, I'm coming up here, and we're going to play. You know, he said, I've been up here since yesterday. He said, I'm going to play 3 or 4 rounds of golf, go to the game, and then go back home. But man, oh man, that was cool. And I had never met him before.
You're just sitting at the bar having dinner, and Roy Williams walks up.
We come in, and he and I just start talking about football, and he's talking about Mac Brown, and I said, what a great job that you guys had done being together and holding the stuff. And you know, I talked about, you know, Michael Griffin, how he's still doing great things with each other and with all the former players that get together.
Love that.
God, is he a big dude?
Big dude.
Oh my God! I mean, he hasn't got like, you know, some guys when they're done with their playing career get a big, because he's big anyway.
Say it.
He looked good. No, and he wasn't round shoulders. Okay.
He's fat.
No. He's big. That dude was a tight end looking dude when he was a wide receiver looking dude. He's a big dude.
Yeah.
It was enjoyable to talk to him.
Great.
Really, really enjoyable. I think his son is going to Texas State, plays, I think, tight end at Texas State right now.
Got to get him on the show at some point.
Yeah, Roy, he was coming to meet. Who was the guy I told you he was coming to see? Doing a podcast.
Sloan?
Yeah. No, he was coming to the
Clarence Hill.
Clarence Hill. And Clarence sent me a message last night and said we can get those guys on.
Yeah, Clarence is a good dude.
But it was good. It was good to see. He talked about the excitement of this game. And I said, I mean, we were just talking as a player in this game. He goes, this was the game. And I said, what about A&M? He goes, this was the game.
Yeah.
Playing in A&M is just like playing with your little brother in the backyard. You're just going to slap him around no matter what. But he said, this is a true hatred kind of game. This is not a respectful football game playing against OU. This is I hate the state of Oklahoma. This is just the way it's going to be. It's going to be ugly on the field, you know, and he's right. There's not much to really get you cranked up, but those are the kind of guys you want around your program on this given week.
Well, you know, Jake brings up a good point, something we've talked about a few times, and I think every Longhorn fan has had this discussion. He says, I don't think it's controversial to say that there's somewhat of a leadership void on the team this year.
There's no doubt.
Like you should be able to bring your own juice, but sometimes you need some of your teammates to kind of galvanize you and get you ready to roll for the moment. And I don't know who that guy is, especially on the offensive side of the football.
Well, when I was saying that, I wasn't trying to pick on guys and think that, you know, they're not great leaders. They're probably leaders all over the place. But when you're not having success, it's hard to do that. It's hard to come out and lead a group if you're having things that aren't working out for you. You know, the quarterback's supposed to be your leader, but there have been that guy's struggling himself. It's hard for him to lead that way.
Right.
You know, if he has a couple things that'll happen good for him in a game, then you can lead at that time. But on a week in and week out basis, BK, it's hard when you don't have the success. It just is.
Well, if Arch Manning tries to lead, there's going to be 100 news articles that says,
Oh.
"Oh, he's a phony. He's not a leader. He doesn't know what he's doing. Look at this try hard." So I wonder if that's in his.
Well, this is a game where he can really build a legacy out of all the crazy things that have happened to him so far this year. And he's just a football player doing his thing. The media puts all these things on him. It's not him. He's just a football player. That's what he's doing. He's just trying to play football, make some money like every other kid. He's doing everything that every other kid is doing. But the expectations are so high on him. This is his real opportunity in this game. This is, like you said, a legacy game for him. All the things that have happened bad, he comes in and is the winning quarterback in this game, in his first trip in there as the starter. This is awesome. And it could look ugly, but if he wins this game, this is the one they remember.
Oh, my God, without question. Now, I don't want anybody to think that I'm comparing these two players, because I'm not. And if they end up with similar Texas careers, that would be a disaster. But a lot of people remember Case McCoy for beating Oklahoma and A&M.
They do.
In those games. Like, that guy is a Longhorn legend forever. He didn't do a whole lot of other good during his Texas career, but he was able to win some huge games against some rivals, and people are like, yeah, we remember that. That works.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, you could be a not-so-great player and have a lasting legacy from what you do in a rivalry game like this.
And that's why, as a coach, you got to give guys an opportunity to do something good in this particular game. I mean, and especially if it's not getting done on the other end. As I said, if I got a running back that's just been kind of okay, but I mean, in my mind, I've seen this guy, I've imagined this guy, and I've seen it happen on film. This is the kind of game where, boy, if he gets one good run off, he may get two off. He may get three off. He may take it to the house. You give them the opportunity in this particular game when things aren't going that great. This is not a game to be uptight in. This is the game that you're loose and ready to go play and have some fun in.
Here's one thing that gives me confidence going into tomorrow. And look, Texas did not start fast at Ohio State. They did not start fast at Florida, but they have played in two incredibly hostile road environments this year.
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma has played in 0 of those. They've had 4 home games, and they played at Temple, which is the least hostile road environment you could probably have in college football. Like, John Mateer's playing in his first Texas OU game. Torrey Blaylock, their leading rusher, is a freshman. This is his first, like, not only Texas OU game, but like big atmosphere like this. They got a couple of freshman offensive linemen. Michael Fasusi has never been in a spot like this. Deion Burks didn't play
absolutely right.
last year. Kinnick was a backup, like he was a linebacker and backup last year. Like, there are a lot of guys on the Oklahoma offense that haven't played in an atmosphere anything close to this. And again, Texas has some guys playing in their first Texas OU, and this is different than anything else. But going to Columbus, going to Gainesville,
sure.
My hope is that has prepared Texas to where they will be the less phased team by everything that's happening in the stands at the Cotton Bowl tomorrow.
Yeah, once again, the ones who have had success, whether on your team or the opposing teams, are going to be the ones that still can handle this tomorrow. John Mateer is going to be able to handle. If he's didn't have a thumb injury, where would you put this game tomorrow after watching that undefeated team compared to the team that we root for, cheer for, and hope good things for?
Yeah.
Where would you put this game? Would you be afraid to put this game and saying, I don't think Texas is going to beat Oklahoma. Oklahoma's just better?
I would still think it's close.
Would you?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Oklahoma's the 6th best team in college football right now. I think they've got a few losses coming their way, regardless of what happens tomorrow. I think Auburn's coach is going to get fired within 2 weeks. I don't think Michigan, they had a true freshman quarterback in his second career collegiate game. Like, I need to see more from Oklahoma to where, I would think that Texas would still have a very good shot in this football game tomorrow, even if John Mateer was 100% healthy. So, what about you?
It would be, because I never root against Texas or think they're going to lose in this game or the Aggie game. It doesn't matter. I don't care if they were ranked number 1 undefeated, they hadn't lost a game in 5 years, Oklahoma, I would still pick Texas to win.
There you go.
I just always have that kind of faith in this game. I've just been around it too much that a lot of things can change it during the course of the game. But yes, whether Mateer if he's healthy as can be, 100%, the leading candidate for the Heisman Trophy, I would pick Texas to beat them.
There you go. Because you're not a communist.
Yeah, and I still would tomorrow. I still would. I wanted him to be healthy. I really didn't want him to be banged up. I would have loved to see John Mateer go against this defense, because I would expect this defense in this particular game to be at its best. They would be flying around the football, and to know the other things that are around that kid, and especially not being able to run the ball. But then again, I never expected Texas to be in this situation of not being able to run the ball at this part of the year.
It's pretty weird, like both sides. Like obviously we'd spend more time talking about Texas, but where are the runners? Think about the history of the running back position at both Texas and Oklahoma. All of the legends who have played in this game in both schools are like, do we have anybody who's like kind of good? Like, I think Oklahoma feels like Torrey Blaylock has a bright future. Maybe he does
until they find another one that's going to be better than they're going to find it. They'll have another one that's better than that. They're at that point, and Texas is at the same point right now.
Right.
They're like, well, we'll have another one here next year over the next couple of years. It'll be better than anything we've seen. Even Trey Wiseman, who's a 1,000-yard rusher, we're going to find somebody else is going to want to come to the University of Texas at that position.
We're talking about two white quarterbacks being the best runners on their team. Pardon the reverse racism there, but like, when has that happened for Texas OU before? It's weird.
Yeah, it's and as I said, I mean, when I was saying that Arch Manning, I thought Arch Manning was the best running back that they have. He truly is.
Oh, he is.
There's no doubt about that. And I believe if he lined up at halfback and there was another quarterback that handed off to him, I still think he'd be better than the guys that are running right now. And that's scary.
I think what needs to be a huge part of tomorrow's game plan is Arch Manning taking off and running. But like I think a lot of Arch Manning's rushing yards tomorrow are going to be like not designed run plays.
Oh no, they're going to be breakdowns. They're going to be breakdowns in protection.
You're just going to have to take off and go, dude. And I think of, sorry to bring up a bad memory on Friday, but the two games in the Sark era that Texas has lost to Oklahoma, Caleb Williams and Dylan Gabriel killed Texas with their legs. Right, Williams had that 66-yard touchdown run to spark the comeback in 21. Dylan Gabriel had like 113 rushing yards, and most of those were, I'm going to drop back to pass, and then I'm going to go. Like, may not be nothing open down the field, but I could tell you guys aren't where you need to be. There's a rushing lane for me. I'm off. That may need to be what Arch Manning does tomorrow.
Yes.
If he sees those, it's Oklahoma's discipline. They're a great defense. But if he sees those running lanes, like that may be Texas's
and it's going to work on the other way around, BK. The integrity of this rush lanes for this defense for Texas tomorrow, they have to be there because that kid is an athlete that if he sees it, he's gone.
Yeah.
Because he really believes in his legs.
Yeah, I fully expect the quarterbacks to be the leading rushers for both teams tomorrow. Like, assuming John Mateer plays all four quarters.
I agree.
Same with Arch Manning. I expect those two because I don't think there's enough juice with the running backs. And look, I mean, Oklahoma's rushing stats as a team, not very good. They're 12th in the SEC in rushing yards per game. They're 14th in the SEC in rushing yards per attempt. They're 11th in rushes that have gained at least 10 yards. And a lot of those numbers are inflated by John Mateer. So, like, they have not been a very good running team this season either. And the Texas rush defense, I get it. They did not really show up against Florida, but I still think that's an elite group too. So I think it's going to be tough sledding for any running back who plays tomorrow.
I mean, that's just hard to believe in this particular game. There's not a runner on either one of the sides that's really, really special at the University of Oklahoma and the University of Texas.
That's got to tick you off as a running back, coach.
It's just weird. I mean, I first got here. I had kids like Phil Brown, Adrian Walker, Rod Walker, Butch Hadnot. I mean, I had guys that I didn't even know anything about that were just spectacular. In this particular game, they could go. They would get it and go. I mean, from Ricky to Sean to Priest Holmes. It's just different for me not to see that Texas has one or Oklahoma has one, and Oklahoma hasn't had one in a few years. But the other thing that surprised me that when Venables got there, they stopped that kind of H-back deal. They've always had some dude that was part fullback, part tight end that would just find a way to crush Texas, that would just crush your soul. And he wouldn't make a big run. He'd be making some big screen play or down the field catch, backdoor, shoots out the backdoor. There he is wide open down the sideline. I haven't seen that. And that's a part of the Oklahoma mystique that's missing too. They kind of got rid of their H-back. They just went to quarterback, let's throw the ball down the field. And I think that had to do with our guy at USC. No, he had H-backs when he was here. But he started to get rid of them, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, OU's got a really good tight end, a kid by the name of Jaron Kennick, who is their second.
They've had some pretty good tight ends.
And it's interesting. He's a great story, right? He was playing linebacker last year. And they moved him over to tight end. I think he's only a sophomore too, and he's been really good for them. He's been one of their most reliable weapons on offense. But yeah, they don't do a ton of H-back stuff with him. So it's been Arbuckle, right? It's not really Brent Venables' offense. Not his offense at all. It's been Arbuckle coming in from Washington State. And it was such a genius move. Here's where Venables deserves credit. And here's where it's like, NIL has obviously benefited Texas. So I don't want to be crying from a yacht here. But like, if NIL didn't exist, I think Oklahoma would be at the start of like what Texas did last decade.
Okay.
So like they're about to have like a decade of being really bad and cycling through coaches, whatever. But because it's Oklahoma and they've got money, it's like they can go get John Mateer. They can go get a difference maker in the transfer portal, pay him a lot of money, go there. And a guy like that can turn your franchises around pretty quickly.
Sure.
They did what Vanderbilt did with Diego Pavia, right? Like they not only get the quarterback, they go get his offensive coordinator too. Look at what Vanderbilt's become the last 2 years. Like for John Mateer, who's obviously a great talent, for him to not have to learn a new offense, he literally knows exactly what his coach wants and the verbiage and everything. Like that was such a huge ad by Venables. Give him some credit for going and making that move.
You're right.
But like the fact that Oklahoma was able
Makes
to
a
do
pretty
that,
easy move.
yeah, it's like you could turn your fortunes around. Texas benefited from it too. Of course, they were able to turn their fortunes around in large part with NIL. Like when you're one of the big dogs in this sport, you could do that, and Oklahoma has done that. It's been a great move for them.
Yeah, and now like Texas now will have to get back to finding that runner. They cannot they can't rely on even
the what now?
The runner.
The what?
The guy who hit the running back. They're gonna have to go out and find once again one or two of those guys, more than one really.
Yeah.
That are gonna have a dogfight that they can have that they can actually have that position next year if they're really, really special.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me right now, what does Texas need to do in the portal this coming off season? And this is way earlier than I had hoped to be having portal/off-season conversations, and I really don't want to be having them on Monday morning. Be offensive line number 1 and running back number 2.
Yes.
Like they got to get those guys.
And you always need a receiver.
Yeah, they always need a receiver.
In this offense, yes.
But they could have all 4 of their receivers back. So like that's not the level of priority for me is offensive line and running back right now, because you don't have Texas caliber players.
No.
I mean, you don't have some of the guys on your offensive line aren't power 4 caliber players. Like they wouldn't be starting at Wake Forest. That can't happen. That can't happen.
Yeah, that tells you that they can all come from high school. You've got to get in the portal like you do everything else.
Yeah, use it. All right, we'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. Keep hitting us up there. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. We've got some OU fans stirring the pot this morning. Appreciate y'all. We look forward to kicking you out on Sunday.
Very soon.
But before we get back into this game, we got a couple other sports headlines to dive into. I also have to explain how much of a ding-dong I am with something I screwed up yesterday.
Oh, boy.
But before we get into any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. For close to 70 years in Central Texas, they have been getting it done, whether it's air conditioning, heating, or plumbing. If you're having a plumbing problems, you can call on their technicians to come out, get things fixed. Once again, that winter time will hit you, and don't let it surprise you. Make sure that everything's winterized and ready to go for those couple days of winter. That's all I'm saying. But Woods Comfort Systems will get that done. But still, 90 degrees back at home. If that air conditioning is not working properly and you don't have it at the right temperature, please call on the folks at Woods Comfort Systems. They will get it done. Close to 70 years of getting it done, service in Central Texas. Nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
Yes, indeed. And shout out to our guy, Captain Rhino.
Oh, yeah, baby.
POC Premier Lodge, one of our great travel partners for our Texas OU weekend. Oh, man, down there in Port O'Connor. If you're looking to get on some fish, if you're looking to go duck hunting, duck season starts next month. They got some weird to me, but duck season starts next month. Cast and blast specials. They're going to get you on some ducks now and some great lodging at POC Premier Lodge, plus redfish. Like they've got everything you need. So if you're looking for a fun trip for the boys, for a weekend, you don't need to get on a plane. Just make the drive down to Port O'Connor. Go see our guy, Captain Rhino, And you're going to have a great time and create some memories that you won't soon forget. POCPremierLodge.com for more. POCPremierLodge.com for more information about everything that they do and to go ahead and plan your next trip. Love our guy, Captain Rhino, one of our great
absolutely
partners.
Let me see how this is my son and the gang over at 34 Wine and Spirits. If you're going to pick up alcohol to bring with you, I didn't realize how crazy it is. Those guys have the contract for the frats there. So I didn't know this weekend where the girls brought the booze. The guys pay for the rooms up here, but the girls have to go there. So they go there, and it was packed. The parking lot, they're doing business from outside almost because it's so packed over there. So if you're thinking about bringing some alcohol up, stop by 34 Wine and Spirits on the Southwest Parkway there and pick up all of your liquid needs for your trip up here this weekend. I didn't know that the girls do pay for something. They do? That's a big deal?
Yeah, we're all about equality, are we not? You don't think girls should be allowed to pay for stuff? You think they're so...
No, girls have parents.
Below?
they have credit cards.
They have a dad?
Yeah, the girls don't have the credit cards, but they have a dad. And that's what I get from, as AJ said, he goes, yeah, mom will call up and say, okay, whatever she needs to get, here's the number. Dad will call back and say, wait a minute, do they have to drink that particular alcohol? Can't they buy it? And they say, no, your daughter, they don't drink that anymore, Dad. That was what they drank maybe back when you were in school. But they drink some high cost things now.
What are we talking, like MD 2020?
No, well, whatever it is. They're drinking Altstadt. That's what they're drinking, BK, probably.
Yeah, load up the Altstadt
Absolutely.
beer.
Bring it on up this way.
Yeah, the best beer that you could find all throughout the great state of Texas. They've got it here in the Metroplex. They've got it back home in Austin. They've got it in Houston, San Antonio, all across the Lone Star State, and a bunch of different brews as well. Something for every beer drinker out there. So for your tailgates, for your watch parties, a lot of great football games coming up this weekend, but we know the one that matters the most. Make sure you're accompanying your football watching with the greatness that is Altstadt Beer. Please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And everybody, take your time coming up this way because you know what Friday's like.
Oh, you don't have a choice.
Oh, that's right. It is. Oh, by this time, everybody's out of work, right? Did they go by work or did they just send a message in? Email?
Nobody works in Austin on Fridays.
That's true.
There's definitely nobody working on Texas OU Friday.
Wow.
No chance. Oh, yeah. No, it's like, yeah, be safe coming up here. You don't have a choice about being slow coming up here.
That's true.
You're going to have to deal with that whenever you leave. Maybe if you leave at like midnight tonight.
Yeah, that could be the way to do it.
You could cruise up here pretty easily. But now, safe travels for those of you who
absolutely
are coming
folks.
up. And yeah, that was, going back to what you were talking about regarding the Texas OU cooler thing. When I was in school, and this has been a tradition for a long time at the University of Texas, you would ask a date. You were in a fraternity, you would ask a girl to be your date for the weekend, and the fraternities would pay for buses to drive from Austin to Dallas. They'd pay for hotels. Like everybody in the fraternity would have a giant block of rooms at a hotel. You'd have a big Friday night dinner and usually a bar tab somewhere. And then when I was in school, the game was at 11 a.m.
Oh.
So you'd get your ass up early or you'd stay up Friday night.
You didn't even go to sleep
and
Friday
keep
night.
Drinking. Yeah, maybe you'd get 30 minutes or an hour in.
Wow.
And then you'd start tailgating and you'd get to the game and then you'd hang out at the fair and have a big event Saturday night. And then it was the quietest bus ride ever going back on Sunday. Oh, yeah. It was awesome.
Good times.
But the girls would always, they'd paint the cooler. Back then, they used to paint the cooler.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I wonder if they still do. Some of them were like they would just like buy coolers with your initials on them or something. But they would like paint these coolers.
I've heard about the painted coolers, yeah.
And load it up with booze. And it's like, hey, you're paying for everything else this weekend?
I'm paying for the booze.
Here's your booze. And I'm going to drink half of this shit too. So it's my booze too.
Not just yours.
Oh, but it was a great weekend, man. Some great memories. One year, my date, again, we're busing.
Yes.
So we're not driving from Austin to Dallas. And my date got sick by Pflugerville. And I don't mean like she caught a cold. I meant she got hammered. It was throwing up on the bus.
From Austin to Pflugerville, she was done by then?
It was like 30 minutes. She's already like, how did that happen?
Drive responsibly, drink responsibly, please.
They did not ask her to get behind the wheel.
Man.
But, so that also happens. So, be careful with your drinking this weekend.
My goodness.
It's maybe my own advice right there, too. All right, Buck, we got to get your Gold Star locks for the weekend.
man.
It is a Friday. Of course, a friendly reminder, Harwood Tavern this afternoon from
Yes.
3 to 6. So much Texas-Oklahoma conversation. Charles Thompson will be there, former Oklahoma quarterback, will be
Nice.
hanging out with us for a little bit. But Bucky and I, Chip and Zay and Matt and the crew from SEC Unfiltered, we're going to have a whole bunch.
Nice.
Eric Henry's going to stop by. We're going to have a whole cast of characters there. Hope to see you there. Everybody welcome. Harwood Tavern, downtown Dallas from 3 to 6. Happy hour. Get your drink on. Get your food on. And we'll be talking all things Texas OU. Last year, we had a wedding party there.
That was fun.
2 years ago, a bachelorette party there. So maybe if you're a single dude, not a bad place to be hanging out on a Friday afternoon. But come see us there. But, Buck, I forgot to ask you yesterday for a Gold Star lock.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is you would have had the Eagles, so
I would have.
I saved you some
You did.
units there.
Yes.
Nice upset for the Giants last night.
Wow.
Jackson Dart, Cam Scatapoo.
Good grief.
Got to get Wags' thoughts on that. Wags is the biggest Cam Scatapoo hater in the world.
And then what did he do last night?
He's a Giants fan.
I know.
Like, I don't understand.
That's what I said. The guy just had a fumble.
He hates Cam Scatapoo. He didn't like the draft pick, and like before yesterday, he's like, no, he's really
Guy's
not
gonna be
very
just
good.
fine.
He's like average. I don't see what he says today. But, all right, the people need your picks, Buck. You are up 100,000 units on the football season. You can have some baseball if you would like as well. What do you got?
I'm going to give you a 100,000 unit play immediately. That would be Clemson going to Boston College.
You're betting on Clemson.
Yes. Did you? Yes.
Oh, they're playing Boston College?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's why I'm betting. That's at BC.
Let me see the number on
Hey,
that
Neil,
game.
here comes Coffin.
Oh, my God. Clemson minus 13.5.
At BC. This may get to O'Brien right here.
Yeah, Dabo got to Bill Belichick, so he's just taking it all out on his former NFL coaches.
Yeah, there it is. That's a 100,000 unit play.
Okay.
My next play is a 50,000 unit play, BK, and that is going to be with Florida State over Pittsburgh.
Florida State, they are minus 10.5 at home.
Yes.
You said 50,000 there?
50,000 unit play on Florida State.
Got it.
My other play is going to be a 50,000 unit play on South Florida.
Oh, that's
I know.
Buck. I am thinking about. I don't think I can. There's no way I can get to Denton in time. That's one of the best games of the weekend.
It is. I hear a lot of people talking about that on the way up. Listen to some sports talk on the way up.
There you go.
So North Texas is going to be flying around this weekend for this game.
This is the biggest game in North Texas football history, which for most people, they are sleeping when I say that. Number 24, South Florida at 5-0 UNT tonight. The Mean Green are 1.5-point favorites.
I know, and South Florida is too strong for them.
So you're taking South Florida for 50K?
Yes, easily 50K right there.
Okay.
I'm also going to take 50K on the University of Cincinnati. We've underplayed them all year long, which I didn't underplay them. I didn't think they're going to be that good, but I will take them over. They're playing Central Florida, correct?
They are.
I will take 50,000 unit play on University of Cincinnati. They're like a 10.5-point favorite, I believe.
Exactly that.
Okay.
So ACC, ACC,
How about that one?
AAC, and Big 12 so far. Can we get to some real games?
Okay, here is a 50,000 unit play. Oregon minus 7.5 on Indiana.
Okay.
Good grief. I don't know why I don't put more on that. Oregon is going to maul that group.
That's a top 10 matchup. Two
Okay.
undefeated teams.
Another 50,000 unit play. Iowa State has to bounce back at Colorado. They're not even a 3-point favorite.
2.5.
Yeah, I think I'll take Iowa for 50,000 units.
Coach Prime 0-3 in conference play so far. Not good.
And now here's a couple of 25,000 unit plays. Illinois getting 14 at home over the that may be the upset of the weekend, by the way.
Outright?
Outright.
Illinois?
Yeah. Illinois takes down the number 1 team in the nation.
Did you see how they played against Indiana?
I did.
So 50,000 on Illinois.
No, 25.
25.
That's how much I believe in that. Yeah.
It is 14 and a hook, by the way.
Yeah. I'll take that hook. That hook is going to help me right there.
Okay.
The other one is Tennessee.
This is good.
University of Tennessee.
We're loading them up. Oh, you're anti-Bobby Petrino.
Yeah. Arkansas is going to get mauled by Tennessee. That's put 50,000 units on that.
Okay. That is a 11.5-point line.
Okay, let's go to some NFL games. I'm gonna take anybody that the Lions play against, which is your team from Kansas City. Make that a 50,000 unit play for Sunday.
Okay, Sunday Night Football. God, Kansas City's favored in that game.
Yes.
They're not looking very good.
Is the line less than 14 for?
Yeah,
For,
it's plus 2.5.
yeah, I like that.
Yeah, you got plenty of real estate there.
Okay, the other one is another 50,000 unit play on the Colts.
Okay, Colts hosting Arizona.
Yes, Kyler Murray's got a hurt foot right now.
Colts are minus 7.5. That Call of Duty game come out yet this year?
Yeah, it's getting close.
Yeah, it's getting close.
Okay, and another 50,000 unit play on the Jags.
Jacksonville
Yes.
hosting Seattle?
Yes.
All right, Seattle's a favorite in that game.
Starting to believe in the Jags for some odd reason. I don't know why.
Another 4-1. They're
Yeah.
3-0 at home. Everyone saw what they did to Kansas
Those
City.
are plenty of games right there for you. I didn't want to mess around with the Cowboys.
Thank you for that. Yeah, Cowboys Panthers only a 3.5-point line.
Now, who are the Bears playing against? The Bears are playing against.
Don't bet on the Bears.
No, I wouldn't bet them.
Bears are playing the
Commanders.
Yeah, Monday Night Football.
Yeah, let's get a 50,000. Well, we can wait till Monday.
Save it for Monday.
Yeah, I may have to get everybody back to even after this.
Oh no, not very confident, huh?
Yeah, the Iowa State game. They've been kind of cruising along, but this 2.5. I mean, I've watched some of Colorado's football. They're still not very good.
No, they're not. They're having a rough year, and Deion's not doing too well, is he?
No, he had another surgery, I believe.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, Iowa State coming off of a loss to Cincinnati. It's interesting on the road going to Colorado to Folsom Field, but I like Iowa State in that game too.
Yeah, who's coaching at Cincinnati? Who's the head coach at Cincinnati?
Scott Satterfield, who 3 weeks ago had the second best odds in the country to get fired. And since then, they beat Kansas and they beat Iowa State. And they're 3-0 in conference play right now. They're playing really well. They got this kid Sorsby at quarterback who is a solid player.
Yeah, the former coach of Cincinnati at Wisconsin is probably looking to get his job back now.
Luke Fickell.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's also high up on the list.
Is he?
Of odds to be the next coach fired in college football. I thought that one would work, by the way.
I did too.
And it has not. I mean, Fickell, yeah, he had a bunch of success at Cincinnati. Wisconsin's not a program with zero history. They've had some good years, and they've had some good years recently, but they cannot figure it out under Luke Fickell. Yeah, I think he's
yeah, there's enough games for you, folks. Get yourself back into keeping in good graces with me if you take them.
You have 575,000 units on the line. Again, up 100K for the season. So a lot could go right this weekend. A lot could go really wrong this weekend.
And if I was doing anything with the Longhorn game, I'd be taking the under.
Okay. That's I don't know if I've ever seen this much line movement in a Texas OU game in my life. Like yesterday morning when we were doing the show, Oklahoma was favored.
Mm-hmm.
And Texas opened up as like a 2.5 to 3.5 point favorite. And the line's been going down all week. And at one point yesterday, Oklahoma was a 1.5 point favorite. Right now, these are all according to ESPN. Some sports books still have Oklahoma as a favorite. But right now, 8:57 a.m. on Friday, and OU still sucks, Texas is a 1.5 point favorite again.
They are?
Yeah. So the line, which is weird because John Mateer last night got upgraded to probable on the injury report. So it's like you would think that would maybe swing the line a little bit more in Oklahoma's favor, but it's done the opposite. So again, some sports books still have OU as the favorite. It's pick and choose, and if you want to bet on this game, make sure you're doing your homework so you can get the best line. But yeah, right now according to ESPN, 1.5 Texas the favorite.
And that over/under still hanging around 43.
So that's why I bring that up because that also went up. It's at 45.5. It opened up at 42.5. The total has gone up 3 points since last Sunday.
This is going to be a rock fight tomorrow, folks, I believe.
I think so, too.
I don't think you're going to see there. Like I said, there's no big-time running backs, so I don't expect any big-time runs. I expect for somebody to get over the top on one of these two teams. Somebody's going to have a couple long bombs, but it's not going to be a lot of that.
Here's such a key for Texas tomorrow, besides the 50 other keys we've talked about. I do think Texas is going to hit some, plural, deep shots tomorrow.
Okay.
If they're deep shots for touchdowns, that's great. If they're deep shots that get you to the 8-yard line, you better effing score.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You got to find ways, and then you can't take the ball and run the ball if you get a first down in scoring position, BK on first down, and get nothing out of it.
No.
You got, and if you feel that way, if you feel like your offensive line isn't getting it done, throw on first down.
Yeah.
Throw on second down. Throw on third down. If the quarterback has to break containment or break the pocket because you've got pressure on him and takes off and runs for another 6 or 7 yards when you're down there at the 20 or the 15-yard line, so be it. But don't just turn around and hand the ball off and get nothing. That's just a waste of a down.
You know what I'd like?
You're going to know if they can run or not, right? You're going to know
right
pretty soon, early in this football game, if Texas has any ability to run the football.
They've got to try, though. They've got to try different things in the run game.
Yes.
It can't just be turn around, hand it off.
No, out of the shotgun, turn around and hand it off to the guy sideways.
Right, the split zone stuff, the GT counter, like the things that Sark loves, they just haven't worked really this year. So you've got to be more creative to get your running game going. And again, screen passes.
Just swing it out there. Let's get outflank somebody, catch the ball. Get the ball in Trey Wisner, find out if he's really healthy or not. Get out there one-on-one with guys that are really good tacklers, because they have some good tacklers in their linebacker area. But once again, I'll take a running back over a linebacker anytime, one-on-one on the outskirts.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, here's another matchup that favors Oklahoma. Like, Oklahoma's got the #1 total defense in college football this year. So this hasn't quite been the case, but like Brent Venables, he's okay to bend. He is okay to give up yards. He's not okay giving up points.
Yeah, it sounds like a field goal guy.
He is one of the best. He's one of the best defensive minds in the sport, but he is elite in the red zone, right? He'll give you some yards. Hey, that's fine. You want to move the ball between the 20s, that's okay, but we're not letting you get into the end zone here. Steve Sarkisian's really had a tough time getting Texas into the end zone, not only this year, but the last couple of years as well. So, like, when you do hit on those big plays, you've got to cash it.
Yes,
you
no
have
doubt.
to turn those drives into touchdowns. Like, again, you take the points if you get them. If it's 4th down, you kick a field goal and you take 3, because I think this is going to be a defensive struggle. But you have to take advantage of those opportunities.
No doubt.
They're not going to happen a lot. I don't think Texas is going to have like 5 or 6 40-yard bombs tomorrow, but I think they can have 2 or 3. When you hit them,
got to hit them. You're right.
Those got to turn into points.
Yeah.
Those have to turn into points. So one of the other keys, we'll be talking more about them this afternoon. And, of course, our pregame show on the fairgrounds tomorrow outside the Embarcadero building. Just walk around the Cotton Bowl. You'll find us.
Absolutely.
It's easier for me to tell you that than it is to tell you
Try to
exactly
get you there.
where we are. So we're inside the fairgrounds, very close to the stadium, left side of Big Tex, but like around the corner. We'll send we'll tweet and post some pictures and stuff tomorrow to try to let you guys know where we are.
They're the boys.
All right. I see Wags, and we got Al Walsh filling in today. Wags, we talked about this a moment ago. You are the biggest Cam Scadaboo hater in the world.
Oh,
after
it's hard. It's guys.
Amazing performance last night.
Amazing performance.
Are you still a Cam Scadaboo hater, or have you come around?
He's eating dinner at the table.
The kids' table or the adult table?
No, he's matter of fact, we're serving him.
There you go.
Wow.
We're serving him. He might even be sitting in my seat, dude.
Oh my God.
It won't be hard to do.
And I got some friends back home that are still Giants fans, right? Walsh is not a suffering Giants fan, however. He happens to be somewhat of an anomaly Bucks fan down there. But he's got roots in Florida. But anyways, I got some of my buddies back home. They're just like, how do you hate this guy? Like, all the guy does is just put the Giants in his uniform and in his blood and runs like the Big Blues is supposed to have him do it. And I'm on board. Like, I'm buying the brand now, dude. He's too much of a hometown hero and a great story to not root for the guy. And he honestly does embody the soul of the fandom in every run that he does. I just hate every narrative that they throw out there. Like, every time he makes a routine block, they act like he's going to the damn Hall of Fame. I think they're pumping him up.
There's the hate. There's the hate. He was trying to be nice, but here's the real Wags.
I'm trying to temper expectations.
Walsh Wags hates Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo. He's the only Giants fan in the world who hates those guys.
Yeah, he's going to learn to love them. I mentioned it on Wednesday when I was on. Like, this team just needed some sort of excitement. And you were just talking about my Tampa Bay Bucks. Does he remind you of a certain bowling ball running back?
Everybody's trying to wish him into the next Mike Altstadt. Like, let the dude just be Scadaboo.
Can he be Brandon Jacobs?
Oh,
can it just be that guy?
Yeah. You hope he doesn't eat his way to Brandon Jacobs, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, being here in the Jersey area, right? Like, you'll run into some of these guys. Brandon Jacobs is not a guy that you ever wanted to get in front of. That is a large human being right there.
He was something, man. He could run you smooth over.
It's like trying to tackle a refrigerator.
Oh, yeah. He was. They loved him, though.
They did.
Well, he was great. And he was consistent too, and he was secure, right? He never put the ball on the deck, right?
See, he's not going to forgive him over that fumble. You know that, right?
Yeah, for Cam Scadaboo. There's another shot at Cam Scadaboo for the one fumble he had. It's unbelievable. You hate the guy.
I don't hate him. I just told you we're serving him dinner at the table.
Yeah, and then you're
hate him.
kicking his ass out as soon as he takes his last bite.
Telling the dog to come over. Come on, take his spot.
Yeah, I'll let him get his American dream. You know, what's that ice cream on the damn apple pie or whatever. I'll let him have that damn shit. He can sit at the dessert table or whatever. But after that, yeah, get the hell out.
He had his big college football playoff breakout there in Dallas, right? So isn't that great narrative going forward for the Giants?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was Makuba. Maybe Makuba being on the other side of the ball last night kind of gave him a little bit of a spry or whatever. I gave him what he needed. But I don't know. The trifecta last night, man. He's arrived and won against one of the best defenses in the National Football League, the reigning NFL champs here. So it's hard to, again, I know we're giving shit, but it's hard to not like the guy. Right?
Oh, we're not. You are.
We're
not.
No, we're not.
We're not. I, as a white person, as a white football fan, I have to root for every white running back who plays. I have to root for every white corner and every white running back. So I hate the Giants. You know that. I'm a Cowboys fan. I hate the Giants. I like Cam Scadaboo. I hated him against Texas. When that game ended, I'm like, I'm going to like that guy now because he's a white running back and we need some of those. So
we need some of those.
People.
Those people. Those people. Those people.
Bucky's people have all of them. We need some of them.
There are only 2 white running backs in the league.
McCaffrey, Scadaboo.
There's another kid.
And Shipley from the Eagles.
Hughescheck.
He's a fullback. We've got the fullback position on lock. We ain't worried about those.
We got the fullback position. Yeah, there was 1 year Larry Sinners tried to take it away from us, and we said
Sinners.
Good pull. All right, guys, we've got some stuff to do here in Dallas, but Walsh, thanks again for filling in. We'll be listening, driving around. See everyone at Harwood Tavern this afternoon from 3 to 6. Y'all have a great show and a great weekend.
See you, boys.
Later,
Likewise. Thanks, guys.
There they go. Here we are. Oh, amigo, where do you want to go first? So I know you got some things that you're writing for Playboy, but can we talk a little bit about Thursday Night Football? Huh?
Absolutely.
All right. And I know the guys were giving me shit a little bit about it, right? But it is very hard not to like Cam Scadaboo. And honestly, like the past 2 weeks, but not even 2 weeks, past 3 weeks, Walsh, I really have been trying to temper expectations. You've seen me up. You've seen me when I'm up at the highest points, right? Like the Giants have gotten me up before, and then all of a sudden, I'm in the cellar, right? And it's that Adam Wagner's not exactly the best Adam Wagner to be around for all of us, baby, for all of us, right? Like it's not good for me, it's not good for you, right? Yeah. So I like to temper expectations. I haven't been watching as hardcore as I would. Like I don't go back and rewatch a third time to make sure that I'm not missing anything. I think I'm going to go back and start watching a third time last night. I found myself around 1:30 last night rewatching it on Amazon. And again, like I get it. The Eagles played bad. Eagles did not play their best game. And when you need a team like the Eagles to kind of have an off night for the Giants to kind of be anywhere in the ballpark with them, right? Or anywhere in the stadium or the venue. That's what happened last night. And Jake kind of beat me to it there, right? All the entire neighborhoods came out to support Cam Scadaboo against, the Birds last night. And it did. It kind of, I don't know if it moved mountains, but it was enough to allow the G-men to get a nice victorious win last night on Thursday Night Football against the Birds.
Yeah, it's huge, man. I of course got to toot my own horn first. A lot of props coming through last night.
I saw your pool.
Wan'Dale Robinson going bananas. Devonta Smith had a pretty decent night. But again, I'll keep going back to it, right? Just because Giants football for the last, however, right, like pretty much almost a decade and a half, it's just been very uninspiring football.
It's been bad.
Not a whole lot of excitement, trying to move down the field. But this is brand new.
Since like the last couple of years of Eli, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And you could even argue those games, right? Those were very just, ground and pound, run the play action, hit for plaques. But this and look, Odell Beckham too, of course, was a breath of fresh air to that offense. But this is more of a team approach now. You see a guy like Wan'Dale Robinson. I mean, he's absolutely destroyed the Eagles over his career. So, here he comes again doing it. And you get it, right? So you did see a little bit of the risk, though, right? Because Jackson Dart is running a lot. As a rookie quarterback, that is, that's definitely going to give you some concern
19?
going forward.
No, 13 carries last night. Jackson Dart did.
I mean, he was running a ton, right? And it's not the first game he's been doing that. So again, just something to look out for going forward. And as a rookie quarterback, right, trying to make these reads, I think a lot of times his first instinct will be to take off in the pocket. But sure. I mean, you can't be upset about this. All the games that Dart has played, at least the Giants or I'm sorry, all the games that he started. Well, they're moving the ball, right? I know against New Orleans,
productive football, right? I don't want to call it so much efficient football, but it's been productive football.
Yeah,
right?
And against New Orleans, right? Like they turned the ball over on 5 straight possessions, and still had it. Yeah, right. That's probably about the game. They're still in the game.
They're still 10 points away, like a possession. They were within.
I think it was 9.
Gotcha. They were within striking distance, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you're just so excited, and we were talking about the Eagles and all their run defense or their great defense. But you got a couple guys here in recent weeks, right? Like Cam Scadaboo, 5.2 yards a carry. Kyron Williams in week 3, 4.7 yards a carry. J.K. Dobbins last week, 4 yards a carry. Bucky Irving against them in week 4, 4.2 yards a carry. So not exactly the dominant run defense that we're accustomed to. And again, a great prop bet, right, going forward, or even if you're doing DFS. I mean, running backs are getting touchdowns here against the Eagles. So, we kind of saw that. I love the one touchdown that Scadaboo had last night, where the one safety tried to come up on him at the goal line, and it was like he might as well have just rolled the red carpet out for him. And Scadaboo's like, "What are you doing, bro? What are you really doing right now?" So good night for the G-man.
Yeah, it was. And when I don't know, anytime that I can sit down on the couch with my kid and we can actually smile and watch it, like he's not exactly like the biggest Giants fan anymore. Like I think he watches it just to please me or
he was trying to keep Dad happy, no doubt,
entertain Dad. You know what I mean? But he's a diehard Ravens fan. So most Sundays he's on the phone with his granddad instead of sitting in the damn chair or sitting on the couch with me. I'm serious. So and all they do is bitch about John Harbaugh. That's all they do. So it was good last night to be able to sit there and have smiles on our faces, and just it's like looking over me. Is this for real? Is this legit? Like, how legit is this? And I'm like, dude, this. Let's bring it back down to earth. Let's temper expectations.
Yeah,
Giants might win a couple of games this year, but so let me run this by you too, right? The tools are there. Okay, Neighbors is out. You've seen like the pieces. You've seen what the team and the roster can kind of be once the pieces start to fall in play here, right? Go in the draft and get yourself a solid hardcore offensive lineman that can just move mass, right, and protect the or somebody that can protect Dart's blind side, but also maybe an offensive lineman here, maybe an offensive lineman there. I think they got the repertoire, right? I think they got the arsenal, and it sucks Neighbors is hurt, but you've seen a little bit. You mentioned like the running ability with Jackson Dart, right? It sucks that this could be Dable's last year. Ultimately, it probably is Dable's last year because his first season at Buffalo, or his first couple of not his first season, Josh Allen's first couple of years at Buffalo, I thought Dable installed a pretty good offense for the Buffalo Bills, right? You're starting to see a little bit of a carbon copy offense in this Giants team with that Buffalo Bills team, right? Or am I?
Yeah,
now, I'm not. Jackson Dart is not Josh Allen, all right? But I feel like
not yet.
Not yet, sure, but I feel like that's what Dable's trying to kind of mold him and carve him into.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you kind of look at the makeups of the team, right? Like the Bills,
Sure.
not so much of a star receiver outside of Stephon Diggs, right? For a lot of that time. So you can kind of say, all right, Neighbors would be that guy, and then Scattaboo, your James Cook sort of player in that. But yeah, I mean, I think if you're gonna, it's not terrible to try to emulate some qualities
Sure,
of a
yeah.
team, right? I mean, NFL coaches all the time, like you'll see, they'll have a really good play down at the 2-yard line to get in the end zone. And then you'll see it like on the other side of the country, with another coach following week.
He's
right?
scheming the same shit.
Yeah, it's okay. Listen, it's okay. You can take a couple qualities and apply it to your own team. That's fine. No worries.
Right on, man. I don't know. It's just it was really good. It's a good night last night. And then of course at the end of it, I don't know if you watched this afterwards, but right after the game ended, they put this 90-minute documentary on of Saquon Barkley. It's just called
Right.
Saquon, right? I ended up staying up watching that shit. Got me like so perfect. Amazon, perfect way to kind of shit on your night, right? Like the Giants win. You start to feel a little bit better, and maybe the franchise is going in the right direction. Then they pop Saquon on, and then you watch. You get an unveiling, full transparency of behind the curtain and the behind the doors of what went down in the general manager's office with Saquon Barkley in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
And how coy and how cheap they were, and how much they devalued Saquon Barkley. And that's, I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not trying to be a prisoner of the moment. And maybe this is great production from their team, but they really didn't give a shit about Saquon Barkley. And rightfully so. They're going based off of what the Todd Gurley deal and running backs of the past, and just being, I guess, prone to injury, right? And also like the season before, they franchise tagged Saquon Barkley. He got hurt week 2. They weren't able to get a deal done. Well, they let his ass go away. Philly treats him like a god, and the next year is an MVP year from Saquon Barkley. So everybody's sitting here saying like, hey, you got to be great with Cam Scatterbo. You got to be loving Cam Scatterbo. I am, but it's bittersweet because I know what's on the other side of that ball, and I know what can go bad when you don't take care of the running back room or you don't address the offensive line, right? It's you can have magical people in your backfield, but unless you're blocking for them, or unless you're taking care of them up front, nothing's gonna matter. So
me, I'm not one to question a narrative or the way an idea is presented or anything, but this is a documentary about Saquon Barkley, and I didn't see it yet, but of course things are going to go in his favor.
It's going to be all Saquon, right? It's going to be
exactly. But the reality of the situation is that the Giants did not need him. They needed help literally everywhere. Right? They need a Saquon. They need a quarter of a Saquon Barkley literally everywhere on their roster. So, right now it's very easy to see the way Cam Scattaboo's playing, right? But when you let go of a guy like Saquon, you're able to allocate money to other positions and and make sure that your team is more well-rounded as opposed to super strong at the running back
or
position.
Loaded, just been front loaded in one spot. No, I get you there.
So I mean, listen, I am gonna watch it. I just
it's good, man. It's good. You know what? You're gonna be on my side after you watch it.
knowing that the documentary is called Saquon in like 82-point font. Like, yeah, I mean, I saw them teasing it during the game, but.
Well, I did. So I fell for it. I stayed up to watch it. It gave me, bittersweet vibes and feelings towards the Giants. Like, it's great that we won tonight, but how dare you do that to my guy Saquon? I wonder if Roseman did that on purpose, if he lined it up on purpose with Amazon just to do that shit.
One of my top bets last night. I mean, listen, I am certainly not the only idiot who, I shouldn't even say idiot, but not the only person who went with the Eagles last night. So Eagles,
the entire nation did. Walt.
Eagles money line, Saquon TD felt like the biggest layup of the season. And not only did you get an Eagles loss, but Saquon didn't even find the end zone. They had the ball, right? When the Eagles were going for the what was it, the 17-13 lead?
Yeah.
Right. They did the tush push like
The
four
tush
different
push.
times.
Yeah, they did the tush push.
I'm sitting there watching it. I'm like, sure, you guys have a running back position that you can give it to. Not to mention, I got Saquon on one of my fantasy teams
That they paid
like,
$25 million for.
I'm like, come on, man! Like, what the hell? Like at least one drive, drive.
So yeah, and also too, like for props, if we're addressing this, it was proof in the pudding last night, and it's still there. It still remains. Jason Witten had a Hall of Fame career alone on playing the Giants, because the Giants, regardless of how good the defense is, it's like clockwork. The Giants just don't cover tight ends, or they have a problem with it. Dallas Goedert last night just absolutely eating, in spite of the win. Whoever had Dallas Goedert on their fantasy team, or even worse, whoever was going up against Dallas Goedert last night, surrendered at least 35 points, made 30 to 35 points in that range. That dude absolutely went off. 9 receptions, 110 yards, and a tutty right there. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for the night for the Birds. Giants able to be victorious there, 34-17, buddy. Yeah, that's enough beating a dead horse on the Giants here. I'm sitting here standing on a mountain, baby. We're the best team in the league. Woo! No, we're dog shit. We're dogs. But it's fun to beat the Birds. It's always fun to beat the Birds. Where you want to go next, dude? I saw that you got some articles out. Which one touch on?
Oh man, I mean, we can kind of cap it off, tease it if you want, but figured we're talking about these touchdown parlays, and I've been having a ton of success with them, so I figured build a touchdown parlay today on the show.
Are you doing a matrix?
No sort of matrix. I just go, I take 4 guys, and we're gonna go 5 today because we're on the show. I'm gonna throw a little bonus pick in there for the people, but all running backs today, all or on Sunday, all in very good spots. But I mean, we can kind of close it out with that. I mean, listen, not a spoiler alert, right? It's teams with running backs who are in good positions.
Yeah, no, I mean, we can kind of hit on that, and then I'll do some commercials, and then we can kind of roll into a little bit of college football or whatever. It's all deadly, man. I got to stay on an extra hour anyways with Jordan Scruggs today too. So, yeah,
all right.
It's Friday, baby. Take a load off, buddy. Take a load off.
Yeah,
I got Dr. Walsh and Dr. Wags.
All right, so I guess we're not teasing. I guess we're going right into it. But you can find the article on Playboy.com in the lifestyle section. Go to sports, you'll find it there. But for this Sunday, we're going to have J.K. Dobbins, right? So the Broncos playing the Jets over in Foggy Town, London. Big fan of Dobbins in this one. Jets have been getting
his mother was a mutter.
Yeah, absolutely. Jets, right? I mean, this is a team, they've given up a running back TD here in all but one of the 5 games this season. Dobbins has a touchdown, 4 or 5. Yeah, Broncos 7.5-point favorites. I look for them to control the pace in this one. So Dobbins himself is a minus 120. Right. So even if you want to take that one straight up, really like that, Jonathan Taylor with the Colts going up against the Cardinals. I mean, Colts should dominate in this one. We talked about, just how good this Indy offense is on Wednesday.
Yeah.
First 2 games, they didn't even punt the ball. Jonathan Taylor's got 3 touchdowns in 2 of his last 3 games. This is certainly a guy that they're going to find. I know Kyler Murray's a little dinged up. I didn't see his official status for Sunday yet, but if he's out, I mean, this bet just becomes even better because, again, if you're going to have a backup quarterback in there for the Cards, probably going to get some turnovers, probably going to get some favorable field position at some point. So Taylor should absolutely be one to punch one in. He's got minus 245 odds. That's going to be the highest player or highest odds.
Is that the highest on the slate?
Well, what's his name? Jacobs, who's also in the parlay too. At one point, he was minus 310 to score a touchdown on Sunday, but I think they've brought his odds back down to like minus 230.
Just out of curiosity, you might not have this queued up or primed up. What is Breece Hall at by chance?
Breece Hall, let's see, not bad actually.
And I know that's weird considering that the Broncos got a pretty nasty defense, but I'm thinking contrarian play here.
Yeah, plus 160 for Breece Hall.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll keep for the Dallas faithful, Javonte Williams, total in that Dallas Carolina game has skyrocketed. I think it's all the way up to like 49.5 now, if I'm not mistaken. I know it was yesterday, but that one opened at 46.5. Javonte Williams. I mean,
where's Rico Dowdle at for the revenge game?
Rico revenge, absolutely. Yeah, I think he's even money.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. They know it's gonna happen. It's tough.
All right. So Javonte Williams minus 210 odds himself to score, right? So pretty likely. Rico Dowdle, yeah, minus 105, essentially even money there. But again, this game's gonna have a lot of offense in it. Dallas's defense, they're not stopping anybody. That definitely, allows the Cowboys' offense to be more go for it out there on the field.
Right.
What's up?
I said, we're not hurting anybody's feelings. They know Dallas sucks.
Absolutely. We mentioned Josh Jacobs taking on the Bengals. Bengals defense is absolutely atrocious this season, and Green Bay is a 14-point favorite at home in this matchup. We just saw the Lions beat up on the Bengals last week. Both Gibbs and Montgomery got into the end zone, so I'm pretty damn confident in Jacobs here.
Right, and Flacco's starting too, right?
Yes, he is. He is starting, yeah.
So you like to think that the Bengals are going to turn around and hand the ball off a little bit. I would think like there has to be or there's going to be major constraints. Actually, I don't know. I want to say major constraints with that offense, but Flacco's been around the damn league for what? Almost 2 decades now. He's probably got every offense installed in his mind already. So
yeah, you would have thought they would have ran the ball at first when Burrow went out. Jake Browning's just an absolute turnover machine, right? You would think that they would do that, but again, their defense is horrific, and you're just in pass mode, all the time as a Bengals quarterback. So absolutely, we're going to see that. And last one too, Kyren Williams taking on your son's Ravens. Yeah, it's just been an absolutely brutal season for the Baltimore Ravens. The defense is not doing. It's crazy to see the Ravens defense.
So bad. Bad.
I thought I saw a stat the other day. I forget the span, right? But they had 2 40-point games over however many years. They've already allowed 40 points twice this season. I mean, this is a perfect defense to go against. Last week it was Nico Collins, right? So I mean, what the hell? Puka Nacua probably going to have a massive game himself here, but this is an all running back parlay wag. So Kyren Williams himself, minus 175. So pretty likely to find the end zone here. We combine those 5 guys there, right? So that is J.K. Dobbins, Jonathan Taylor, Javonte Williams, Kyren Williams, Josh Jacobs, combine them all, plus 750 as a touchdown parlay.
Anytime touchdowns?
Yep, that's right.
I think you're going to talk me on the ledge, buddy.
Why not? Wags, I've won. What?
I'm with you. I'm with you. Don't let me.
The only week, so there were 2 weeks. So week 1, right? Everything's a little chaotic. We're trying to figure everything out. And then the other week that I didn't hit a touchdown parlay, I was scrambling around and didn't get to my usual research. But every week I've been able to put in the full Monty on research. We banged out one of these TD parlays. So
if I pull a tail on this thing and you don't hit pay dirt, I'm gonna feel really shitty, man.
So what I am gonna do, right? I'm gonna take the 4-leg because I wrote up the 4-leg on Playboy without Kyren, and I was looking at the numbers after I wrote up the article, and I was like, damn, I definitely wanted to include Kyren because they want these articles quick, man. Like, if I were able to write an article,
you gotta be Chat GPTing them out, man. Buddy.
Actually, Microsoft Word has the as a thing. So there are a lot of things
Oh
that
yeah, the AI mode or what is it? Microsoft.
Yeah. So
AI
there's a lot of, and again, I'm not giving away any secrets or anything here, but there are a lot of redundant things that you have to write in articles, right? If, to sign up for the promo code, they just want it worded differently. So it's extremely helpful in that if you guys, if you guys have writing in any sort of line of work that you guys are in, whether that be, the community newsletter or,
the impact, the community impact letter.
Or you're trying to get a new traffic light installed at the town center or whatever, that, you can use this stuff to your advantage. It's great.
I love it, man. No, that's an absolute banger of a list here. Anything for Bucky Irvin going up against San Francisco?
Do like Baker in this one a lot. His touchdown prop, he's got huge juice on the over 1.5 TD passes. Bucks are looking good, right? They opened at 1.5. They're 3 now. I think the game would have been a little more favorable had it remained at the initial 1:00 start, but they bumped it up to make it the national game with Nance and Romo. So that does help the Niners a little bit. It's not a 1:00 East Coast game for them, but look, the Bucks are 3.5 at some spots. So that's a key number, 3.5, right? Because they're essentially telling you that they're a field goal better than the San Francisco 49ers, who have been pretty good, right? And they got the extra 3 days off because they played on Thursday Night Football the week before. So I feel like that's a very interesting tell that the Bucks, spread keeps going up in this one.
Yeah, good. Absolutely. Good point. Let me piggyback off of that too, real quick. On the other side of it, I did my power rankings, and I think I had like San Francisco at 15 or around 15, even at 4-1, I had them at 15, right? And I think it's honestly because their war with attrition that they've been fighting themselves, right? They do get Kittle back here shortly. But Purdy's been out. They've had had some supplemental play from Mac Jones here, but also like Pearsall's been out too. Their top wide receiver. They've tried to make things happen with Kendrick Bourne, or trying to revitalize his career out there on the West Coast. I don't know why I can't fully go all in on San Francisco, even though they've been winning 4-1 in spite of all their shortcomings or all their
the injuries
and shit. Yeah.
Hurdles, roadblocks. We got the I can't even say the word thesaurus. The thesaurus. It doesn't come out properly.
The thesaurus? What?
The thesaurus. I got the thesaurus out.
Words with Walsh and Wags on a Friday.
Oh Lord. Yeah, look, we just saw the Giants beat the Eagles last night, right? Sure. Anything can happen. And I think we are at that point of the season too, right? Where you got a Giants team last night, right? 1-4 loss essentially ends their season. So you are going to see some teams, in that sort of desperation mode. Granted, Niners are not in that spot, but hey, look, you can take that sort of thinking and use it the other way. Like, shit, man, San Francisco's really outperformed their expectations here. Right. So this could very well be a huge letdown game for them.
No doubt. Let's go around the league real quick, and then we'll hit the college landscape after that. What's up?
Real quick, Tampa too. First team in NFL history, first 4 wins with a winning score in the final minute of a game.
It's hard, and see, so people give me shit for not liking Cam Scatabo, or it's not. Let me walk that back. I like Cam Scatabo. All right, I like him, but people think that I don't like him. Okay, now I'm very critical about some. And you are too. You're very critical. We all are. We're very critical about our own teams, right? Because we have that intimate vibe, that intimate feeling.
We watch them the most.
Exactly. And I'm sure that you subscribe to the same ideology that I do. Like, you're supposed to do the right things. Like you're supposed to be good, right? Like, that's the standard. You're not supposed to be dog shit, right? So whenever you are dog shit, we're going to be overly critical or more critical about it. Point being, I'm going to give you more criticism than I am praise. Okay. Especially if I'm backing your squad, I'm going to be more critical of you than praise you. Okay. Because that's called support. All right. That's what a friend does. We tell you how it is. Okay. So for me, it's tough to like Cam Scatterbo, but on that same surface, for all the people that are giving me shit with and you just said the stat, right? Like Baker Mayfield's ability to win in clutch moments. How do you not like this guy? And I know it's sacrilege. I know it's sacrilegious to sit here as a Longhorn graduate, as someone that dons the burnt orange, to sit here and say that I'm a fan of Baker Mayfield. But damn it, I'm a fan of, it might not just be Baker. I'm a fan of winners. All right, Mike Singletary, I want winners. I'm a fan of winners. And no matter where that guy has been, Baker Mayfield wins, dude. The dude was at Carolina was lining up as a defensive end on the practice squad just to try and make the team. And he embodies winning. He will do whatever it is for the team, dude. I know he's got that brash like Baker, and he's got the waltz or whatever, but damn, dude, he backs it up, man.
Yeah, you know what I love about him too is he has the longest memory, right? Like people,
he's Jordan Petty, bro.
As one of the biggest grudge holders on the face of the earth, I certainly appreciate that from Baker. Like even last week in Seattle, like when the Bucks were coming out of the tunnel, you had all these fans chirping at him, right? And they were on camera, right? So you could see Baker going back at him. After the game, he went right back to those same fans to go back into the locker room, flicked them off, and was like, "Yeah, let's go!" Like, I love that. I love that. That's brilliant.
I'm the same way, man. Especially when you can back it up too, right?
Yeah,
like,
hell yeah.
And that's just what he does. Wherever he goes, he backs it up. And I know he's a Sooner, and I know, like, especially for Texas OU week, I'm not supposed to be talking any love for Sooners, but damn, dude, if he was a Longhorn, oh my God, we'd give the guy a statue in every city. You know damn well we would, man. Which is, it's kind of bullshit because the guy's from Austin and we never even made him a pitch. So there you have it. But anyways, that's my spiel on Baker Mayfield. Yeah, let's go around the before I know we did some props real quick. I just wanted to go down and give you some lines. You guys usually get into Locktober with Paramount Sports Lee Sterling here. That was yesterday. We're going to talk a little bit about the league, just a little bit, give you our perspective here. Rams Ravens, you guys know the deal already. Walsh kind of already talked about that with the prop bets there. Ravens just can't figure it out, and they're a team that's kind of built for, they need to be up on top first. And they really struggle when they have to play from behind. They will be behind in every facet of this game. Like once the game starts, boom, Rams are going to take control of it. Williams will be the lead culprit of that, I believe, on the ground and pound there, like Walsh said, and then they'll just dazzle you through the air. Nakua is the leading scorer in fantasy sports right now with yards and points. Clearly, yards and points are kind of a cruise or kind of goes hand in hand there. But yeah, dude, the Rams are one of the most high potent offense in the league. They're absolutely going to torch the Ravens. And you mentioned it, the Ravens defense isn't exactly what the grandfather's Ravens defense used to be. So look out for it. The 7.5 is the line here. They're probably good for 10, Walsh.
Yeah. Okay, listen, they're essentially in the same position as the Niners coming east, right? 3 days off, or the extra 3 days off, heading into this matchup. So I don't think the time difference or anything like that's going to be a factor. I mean, Houston, who has one of the worst offensive lines in football, they just completely dominated the Ravens on their home field last week. I can't see this as a spot where okay, this is the week that the Ravens figure it out.
They figure it out and turn it around. No, I don't either. I'm with you there. Broncos, Jets, we kind of know what this is going to be. Line kind of mild and temperate. Only 6 and a hook here for the Broncos here. Jets can score, we know that, but they'll be going up against a pretty stout defense there with the Broncos. Take the Broncos in this one clearly. Colts and Cardinals.
Hold on, Big. I had a huge stat from the Jets Broncos game, but let's see here. The Broncos, right? The 5 quarterbacks that they faced here this season: Cam Ward, Daniel Jones, Justin Herbert, Jake Browning, Jalen Hurts, right? What combined? What do you rushing yards? What do you think those guys have total between the 5 of them? And keep in mind, Jalen Hurts is on that list.
I'm gonna say anywhere between 20 to 30 because of sacks.
Well, no, they don't count in the NFL.
Oh, good point. So all right, 45 yards.
15
yards.
15 rushing yards. The Broncos have allowed to opposing quarterbacks this season in 5 games. Incredible stat.
That's tremendous, dude.
Yeah. So
when you list the quarterbacks that all running quarterbacks, like all versatile quarterbacks.
I mean, Daniel Jones and Jalen Hurts probably have 15 I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, right? But you would probably think each of them should have 15 themselves.
Sure.
Not necessarily. I mean, the other quarterbacks, right? Not necessarily.
Yeah, the other quarterbacks are kind of
call them
pocket quarterbacks, but still, like even if the pocket broke down, they have the ability to extend the play and get a scamper of 25 yards or some shit.
So Justin Fields' rushing yard prop for this matchup is 37.5. I'm absolutely going to hammer the under on that one. That's
so risky. Like I feel like that's a number that Justin Fields can get though, right? Especially like in the latter portions of the game where Justin Fields usually irrelevant all throughout the remainder of the game until like the last 2 minutes where he starts to just put up 20 points of fantasy numbers there.
Yeah. Incredible stuff, Wags. Incredible stuff. But yeah, anyway, I think that's a big.
I kind of want to take the 37.5 up for Justin Fields' rushing line, but I understand like the number's usually that low for a reason, right? So,
yeah.
All right, amigo. Let's continue down it. You talked about desperation a little bit ago. The Dolphins are definitely in desperation mode. Do they have anything going up against the Chargers? Now we've seen the Chargers struggle when they got to go cross country, right? They're in Miami, taking a little bit out of their paradise there in LA. Yeah, well, I guess they go right back into another paradise with Coral Gables in Miami there, but shouldn't be too bad of a trek for them going out east for the Chargers. You think that does anything to where it gives the fish a chance to swim against the Chargers?
I do. So I mean, you could look at the potential game script in this one in a number of different ways. Like the total dropped 2 points. All right, not the greatest number there, but I mean, a lot of about 70% of the bets in the Chargers, right? So we've seen the line kind of incrementally go up throughout the week, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5 at some places. Seems like this should be a low scoring game. I feel like Chargers will probably be able to limit a couple of big plays. I don't know if ugly is the word I use, but unexciting. What's up?
What'd you say it opened up at for the over 45?
Opened at 45.5. Now they're down to 43.5.
Yeah. It's they're expecting dog shit play. That's what they're expecting, dude.
Yeah. And look, it should be good for the Chargers, right? Huge differential in terms of yards per play. Chargers in the top 10, they're only allowing 5 yards per play. Miami, second to worst in the NFL there at 6.4 yards allowed per play. You even look at that. The Jets were driving the ball on the Dolphins, right? And, it opened up. Jets had that really long drive on Monday Night Football.
Do you not think everybody, I'm sorry to interrupt, but everybody keeps saying this about the Jets. Like, do you not think the Jets have a decent offense? So I asked BK the same thing, and he told me that I was basically crazy too. I feel like the Jets, their offense is somewhat potent enough to give defenses scare. Now, of course, they don't get into the end zone. They struggle there in the red zone.
Yeah.
But they can move the ball up and down the field though, right?
They can. I mean, their offensive line isn't great, and that certainly limits them. I mean, again, they had the last 2 games, right? They were driving the ball down the field. Last week against Dallas, they're driving the ball. Bryce Hall has this awful fumble. Like he runs off for 15, 20 yards or whatever it was, gets stripped. The game just completely flips on that, right? Like the Jets actually, they drove down on Dallas. pretty deep and wound up kicking a field goal. Next time they get the ball, they run down Brees Hall fumbles, and then it's like, all right, then it just unraveled from there. The Monday night game against Miami, Jets had a great drive, going in for the opening score. They fumbled right at the goal line, and they never recovered after that. So the pieces are there, but just the execution isn't really going. And again, right, at times throughout the season that's going to work through in their favor. They're not going to fumble at the goal line every single time, or just completely shoot themselves in the foot all the time, but they probably will more often than not, because that's what the Jets do. They always do it.
Yeah, it's inevitable, man. It's you got the Chargers on one end of the spectrum, and then you got the Jets on the other end of the spectrum.
And just another matchup for the game too, right? You got Pat Surtain second against Garrett Wilson. That eliminates another option for the Jets as well. So I just think Denver's in a pretty good spot here, and you get Sean Payton against Aaron Glenn in the coaching matchup. So I think that's a big advance for the Broncos.
Taking the ball and running with it. A couple more matchups I wanted to get to before we take a commercial break real quick and talk a little bit about the Horns and Sooners. Browns and Steelers would be remiss if we didn't talk about the obligatory matchup here. Not as sexy as people would think it would be, right? Like, of course, Steelers having some questions, and coming into camp with Aaron Rodgers and a new DK Metcalf. What would the Steelers actually be? Well, Steelers look like they're actually balling out here for a little bit in this first season. Browns trying to still figure out their quarterback, man. Still trying to figure out something. Browns are trying to figure out a lot going on. Anyways, Browns and Steelers, 6 in a hook. Only 6 in a hook for the Steelers in Steel City. What do you think?
Well, from a prop perspective, I do like Aaron Rodgers. 2 touchdown passes, plus odds on this one, plus 125. But we all know Cleveland's run defense is really good. That's going to force teams to pass more. And again, Steelers at home in this matchup should favor them. So, yeah, if they're going to win, they're going to take control. They're going to get it done through the air. It's not going to be on the ground. So I do like Rodgers there. And then one angle to look at, right? The Browns just played the game overseas last week, right? Then they got to come back to play this one. So, you got a rookie quarterback in that spot. Probably not good for the Browns at any point. So I would definitely lean Steelers there.
Can tease it up any? Take it to 10, maybe take it to 7. It's at 6.5 now.
Nah, I don't know. Again, just sort of, the fact that they played, across the pond last week, and rookie quarter, a lot of rookies like on that whole offense for Cleveland, right? And I know that this is different Steelers roster, right? Like, it's not your traditional Steelers Browns AFC North rivalry, but believe me, there's plenty of guys on both sides that hate each other. So I think Steelers are gonna be just fine in this one.
Gotcha. 2 more real quick. One of the sexiest games on the slate for me. It's a noon game here. Going down to Jacksonville, Seattle versus Jacksonville here. Right now, the slate, Seattle favored, pointing a hook here. What you think?
Yeah, hammering the over in this one. So
over 47.5 right now.
Yeah. You can bring it back down to 46.5. That's where it opened. It went to 47.5. As of yesterday, this was the biggest differential with most bets to most money. So usually, it would go with the money on that one. And look, Seattle, they've been pretty efficient on offense. Jacksonville, they're another team pretty good against the run. So this should be a pretty big day for Sam Darnold. The article that I wrote for best bets in Playboy this week, I do have Darnold over 1.5 passing touchdowns. That's plus 110 odds. So you're not even paying up a lot for that. But yeah, given, what's been going on with the total bets money situation, the fact that game script probably has them passing more against Jacksonville as opposed to running the football. Right. And, look, Mahomes, he did pretty well against Jacksonville last week, right? He had that pick at the goal line that goes the other way. But if I'm not mistaken, I think he went over 300 yards in that one. So, Seattle's proven to be pretty efficient passing the ball here the last couple of weeks. So
mono baby, mono man.
And also,
Damn.
too, right? And Seattle's defense has been very good this season. But again, right, 1 o'clock game east for the West Coast team. It's actually, I think it's one of the longest trips in the NFL that they got to go on. So, right, like you can give their defense a little bit of a downgrade. They're not at home without the home crowd, pumping them up. And we all know how tough that environment is for opposing players. So you take them out of that environment, they do get a downgrade, but 46.5, that's certainly a reachable number for these two teams.
Gotcha. I only got one more on my slate. I know that the 49ers and Bucks are both 4-1, but we kind of already talked a little bit about them. I know you like the Bucks in that matchup. Chiefs, Lions, Sunday Night Football, barn burner. 52.5 is the over-under here. What you like, buddy?
I love that you asked me about this game. My computer wasn't charging before we went on the show, and I was actually writing an article about this, and I never got to finish it. But no, I'm gonna, as soon as we're done here, I'm gonna finish it. But I do like the over. Feels quite appealing here. Opens at 48.5, all the way up to 52.5 right now. 3/4 of the money towards the over in this one too. And I mean, how could you not love this one, right? Like we just saw this matchup.
It's so sexy. It's so juicy.
The open last season, it was a nice, pretty nice game. It didn't go over the total, but still a competitive game. And look, I think the Chiefs are getting better here week by week. I think they had to figure out who they were at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, Worthy was hurt too. Worthy got hurt first week.
Worthy hurt. Yep. So, and I think Kelsey's finally starting to get some legs back under him. He had a nice matchup against Jacksonville, and
Taylor just dropped the new album. I mean, things are going good for the Kelsey family right now, bro.
Yeah. So, I think that points from their end, we could probably expect them. They're starting to button it up a bit here. And Detroit, I mean, you can't say enough about that offense, man. They got weapons all over the joint. I mean, granted, they're going to be in Kansas City, not the greatest atmosphere, but you know what? We're going to see a shootout here. I'm pretty damn sure of it.
And you got to think after the loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Chiefs want to come back and just start chomping at the bit to get into the Lions' ass, right? Like,
yeah, sometimes too, right? Like the Giants, for instance. I love that we keep going back to this game, but they lose that game in New Orleans. And like sometimes the best medicine is to just get right back on the horse and get out there. You're like, all right, I know I've screwed up this way. I almost dropped an F-bomb on here. My bad. But it's like, I know
the polar spectrums that we just mentioned, right? The Giants lost to the Saints, but they beat the Eagles within a week span. Like that's where we're at.
I know a lot of people are questioning the line on this too, right? Like Kansas City is the favorite, opened at 3, down to 2.5 now. But all the bets, all the money are on Detroit plus points. So of course you got to go with Kansas City in that direction. Of course you do. But yeah, again, points is the way of the day, and right, like they're saying, Kansas City is the favorite in this game. So I think it's going to be only more so because
so that's the thing. Like the Lions got to score 50. You'd think, right? Or the Lions got to score at least 35 to win here. I would think.
I think so. All right, let's see. 52.5 would be. So all right, you got to go over 27-24. So like 30-24, 30-27.
Lions are probably getting 3 touchdowns, and you'd like to think that Kansas City gets 2 touchdowns, maybe a couple of field goals too, right?
Yeah. 31-27. That's what I'm thinking.
That's crazy. That's our Sunday night special, baby.
Yeah, but we've seen both KC and Detroit in prime time just absolutely ratchet shit up, right? Like they both got trick plays. These are two of the better offensive-minded teams in the NFL. So why not, man? Let's let them have it.
They are not shy. You're right. They're absolutely not shy with dialing up, getting some trick plays going out there. Flea flickers here, flea flickers there, end around reverse passes. You're absolutely right. The circus will be on display on Sunday night.
I don't think both teams have it in them to be like, all right, we're going to go with an 8-minute drive so we can keep the ball away from Goff, or, let's go 9 minutes on this drive to keep the ball away from Mahomes. Right. It's like, They both have pretty talented players on both sides. Like
it's almost like they want to outdo each other and see how many special plays or secret plays that they're going to do too, right? Like, oh, well, we can get a little bit more wilder than you. All right, man, let's take a quick break real quick. I know that we're way behind the time for it, man. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit of college football, get you guys primed up for that, and then a little bit of Texas OU. Got some sound from Sarkisian that we need to hear addressing the offensive line as well. Don't go nowhere. It's all deadly. Let me find the damn commercial. You love that intro and segue, don't you, Covert Bee Cave?
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Yes, you are right outside of our Fairburg on 71, Route 71. You will see the Kingdom of Chariots out there. It's Covert Bee Cave. And also, we'd be remiss if we didn't tell you about Ryan Hecht. It's Hecht Law Firm. There's a new lawyer in town, and it's Ryan Hecht. When that storm hits, you got to call Hurricane Hecht. Ryan Hurricane Hecht is your go-to personal attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Not just a proud Texas Longhorn, he's a fighting fellow Texan. Ryan's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire, pride, and passion into the courtroom. You're in the car, going up to Dallas to see the damn Texas OU game. You got to give Ryan a call if you get hurt. 512-936-8929. Again, 512-938-8929. That's the number to call. The email, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you. All right, Walsh, and one more real quick that we got to get out here. We would be remiss if we didn't talk about the kid and the boss man from Audiovisual Consultation.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue. Football is awesome. Our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Yes, you do. The very best in the business, setting the standard in audiovisual automation. It is Audiovisual Consultations. Give them a call today. Make sure you get the setup of your dreams for college football and for professional football. Perfect time of year. It's like Christmas, man. Why wouldn't you call them? Hockey's right around the corner, too. World Series baseball's upon us. It's all deadly, man. Audiovisual Consultations. Walsh, let's go around the college football landscape, amigo. Oh, it's the biggest, probably one of the biggest rivalries in all of the land. I know that Michigan and Ohio State gets a lot of love there, right?
You're obviously talking about the big Rutgers-Washington game tonight, right?
You read my mind. You know me. I'm an East Coast guy. Where do you want to go with this?
Despite both sides being on opposite sides of the country in the same conference, I mean, they've really, grown a hatred for one another.
They've really kind of rekindled this rivalry together here, trying to make this damn thing work, huh? No, it is Texas OU week, Red River Shootout, Red River rivalry, whatever you want to call it. Go up there, go for the game, stay for the fight, and stay for the food, right? That's kind of what you do. But no, it's all kinds of narratives out there. Lots of people questioning, if John Mateer, the Heisman campaign winning or playing John Mateer right now, if he's going to be playing after the surgery that he's had on his throwing thumb. But then also, is Hawkins going to be the guy that's going to come in and spell for him? If that's the case, will the Sooners offense be able to kind of move the ball and drive on this tough Longhorn defense? Well, not so fast. On the other side of that ball, there's the number one defense for the Oklahoma Sooners, right? Not just in terms of yards allowed, but also in scoring defense too. a la Kent State. I get it. You played Cupcake Lands, but you also played Michigan as well. So, or excuse me, no, I'm wrong. I'm off brand. No, I'm right. I got you. I thought that
played Michigan
later down the schedule. But anyways, Oklahoma has been kind of lights out and tough as nails. What they do well is get after the quarterback and move the quarterback off the spot. What the Longhorns don't do well is block for the quarterback, Walsh. So this could be a really bad game. Somehow the Longhorns are favored here, amigo.
Yeah, I was going to say, and we talked about that. Jesus, guess what game we're going back to, Wags? The Giants, right? We talked about a desperate team. No, but look, Texas, man, like this is the last chance that they have. Well, I shouldn't say the last chance, right? But the last, I guess, luxury of a loss that they have left, right? Like they cannot lose this game. They cannot. They absolutely cannot lose this game. So I think that's why you see them favored, right? And Jesus, they just lost to Florida last week, right? Like, of course. I mean, they're favored.
The sky's falling. You're absolutely. The sky is absolutely falling around.
The fact that they're favored against an undefeated team, right? Like, I don't have the exact stat in front of me, but teams that are like undefeated or ranked that go into a situation they're usually on the road in these situations, right? But if they ever go to like an unranked team or a lesser ranked team and they're the underdog, it's always trouble. It's almost always trouble. This happens in college basketball on a constant basis, all the time. So I see that same exact narrative shaping up here. I mean, I'm rocking and rolling with Texas. They owe me money from that week 1 loss to Ohio State. I was like, week 1, I don't give a shit. I am guns a-blazing this week, they owe me. They owe me.
That's the quote to go on the gravesite, though. They owe me money since week 1. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm seeing the line here. I'm reluctant, all right? Like, for the life of me, I want to take this. But I've also I know what I've seen the past couple of weeks. Not even the past couple of weeks. Like it's what you said since week 1. I know what I've seen since week 1.
Right.
And
right.
I don't want to beat a dead horse and say that it's been bad football, but it's been inconsistent football. And at times it's been pretty awful football. Like when you can't do the small things, Walsh, that accrue into the big things that allow you to have winning football, right? When you can't block, when you can't get to the opposition's quarterback, when you struggle to connect with 5-yard routes, these are things that good teams never struggle at, right? Because it's just usually it's wired in. It's in the DNA. It's in the identity of the team. That's the question. What's the identity of the team, right? Like there's always a question of, when you supplement or when you have to replace an entire offensive line unit, like, is there going to be an identity with this team? And I don't think there is. I don't believe that there is one. They ask to see, if there's going to be any nastiness coming out of the line. If that's the case, you have to be willing to find some type of offensive lineman that you can lean on or you can anchor on. Last year we had we had Banks. I thought maybe that Goosey would be able to come in here and take charge of this, but no, it's been too far between. DJ Campbell, you're supposed to be, a senior veteran on that team too. It's not happening. Somebody's got to embody the leadership of this offensive line so that they can be nasty and start to push the defensive front around. Because if that's the case, what you saw out of UTEP, what you saw out of San Jose State, 4 3-down linemen without any stunts, without any pressures coming off the edge, were able to get to Arch Manning. We're able to get to the Longhorns here. If that's the case, Venables is going to have a field day with the Oklahoma Sooners defense, Walsh. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a strip sack. I'm seeing a nightmare.
It's tough, right? Because you look at the numbers there for Oklahoma's defense, and they are phenomenal. But I wouldn't. I know that they played Michigan, but I don't think they're like a great team by any stretch of the
Well, I
imagination.
mean, lost their top 5 team for a reason, right? Like
That's fine. I mean, look, that's fine. I don't know. I don't think that they've faced this great, offensive juggernaut yet, right? And whatever.
and that's true. Like that's absolutely true. Like they
I'll
haven't
give
had
them-
one hell of an offense that can come out there like an Indiana or a FSU that can put up 50. They haven't seen an offense that can put a 50 burger up yet.
I'll give them their flowers at 5-0 and being the number 6 team in the nation. I will give them that, but again, right? Like it's crazy because I noticed I was like, oh, I just called Texas the favorite, blah, blah, but some sports books have them as the underdog. And that is the case, right? Like nobody knows what to do with this game right now. You're saying it like Hard Rock, Texas is the favorite. ESPN bet they're a 1.5 point underdog. Like it's different everywhere.
It's also like we talk about rat poison a lot with this. Like Texas is a team that doesn't need rat poison or they don't need a pat on the back, right? That my point is they need to be reading shit of how terrible they are or how bad they are or the lack of identity that they have, right? Or just how awful their offensive line was dominated or have been dominated. Matter of fact, Sark was asked this week, on the, I guess, progression of the offensive line and what they've been working on. Here's Sarkisian on the offensive line this week.
Well, I think they practiced really well. I think we've got a good plan. I think they understand that plan. I think they're playing fast. They're playing confident. They're playing physical. I always, a lot of the O-line I judge when we get into our team run periods, our good on good team run periods, and that's both sides of the ball. Because that's when it's really full speed and we're rolling. And are we blocking people? Are we getting off blocks? Are we double teaming guys? Are we getting off double teams? Which, like I said a week ago, I felt like was an issue on both sides of the ball coming out of that game. I didn't think we obviously weren't great up front on offense, but we got moved around way too much for my liking of what we're accustomed to around here on the defensive side of the ball. So definitely point of emphasis. All signs point to we're in a much better space this week than we were last week. But again, we have to go out and perform. We have to go do that on Saturday.
I like what he's saying there, Walsh. He's holding himself accountable. He's holding the offensive line accountable. But we kind of heard the same damn thing last week in terms of how they want to come out and establish an identity, how they want to come out and run the ball down the Gators' throats. And we didn't see that. Like he's saying one thing and then going back on his word when it comes on Saturday. Now, I'm not saying that that's the trend that we're going to see throughout the year, but over the past couple of weeks with Florida or whatever, that's kind of what I guess the message that has not been delivered or landing from Sarkisian there. Walsh, I know that we're kind of up against it, man. I know that you're busy too. Any last thing, any saved rounds before you got to get out of here and turn this thing over?
No, nothing pressing at the moment. We went over a lot of different things. If you guys want to follow me on Twitter, you can do so right there at the tag 14a.walsh. And I got to do a better job of posting stuff, but at least
let me know when you post it, dude. I'll retweet you.
Yeah, you follow me there. At least you know where to go look and where they are. But I'm doing my best here.
We got to get you off of those red light specials that you signed up for. Huh?
Yeah, it's honestly this has been an insane time. Right now, just like with moving and all the different new jobs and just the craziness on the sports calendar. But one of these days here, everything's gonna be like organized and great. And
are you guys still planning on coming down here?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, right on, dude.
That's part of the
pictures, man. Within 2 weeks. Yeah. We should be set up here within the damn pool. So
that's incredible. Yeah, it's about getting some time to get down there, and I think I got to get like a real ID or my passport renewed or some crap like that. But this is all clerical stuff, Wags.
Right,
administrative affairs. Yeah,
we'll take care. They say once you leave Texas, you ain't gonna want to leave. Or once you get to Texas, you ain't gonna want to leave. So, all right, amigo. I know you got to get out of here. I know you got an article to get in. I know you got a deadline. Hey, thanks for the conversation on Wednesday and again on Friday, man. You're the best. The obligatory go-to for my all my action and all my needs, man. And one of my best friends coming on and talking talking shop with me, man. Appreciate you, Al Walsh. 14A.Walsh. That's where you find him.
Hook 'em on Saturday, boys. You owe me.
Hook 'em since week 1. You owe him. There he goes, man. There he goes. Always a great conversation. I see Jordan in the background too. It is time for the Lone Star Playbook, and I'm going to sit in here as a special guest. What's up, Jordan? How are you, sir?
How are you doing? Yeah.
I'm doing well. I actually got to pee really bad. Can you give an intro real quick so I can go pee?
Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Your wisdom.
Geriatrics, Old Man Radio at your making. I'll be right back.
For sure. Thanks for letting us know what you were going to do, Wags. Could have said literally anything else. But no, Nick is not dead. He is either on the ticket or the fan. I always forget and get those two radio stations mixed up. But he's either on the ticket or the fan and was called in to do an interview with Brian Schottenheimer on air. So had to miss today's show. The show he's doing, or radio hit or whatever, is like 3 or 4 hours and it overlaps. So we're bullpenning it, brought Wags in, and gonna be rocking and rolling today. Talking some Texas high school football. Excited to get into that and see what type of knowledge that Mr. Wags has. I'm gonna be talking some Texas OU, of course, some Eagles, Giants. Wags is a Giants fan. And unfortunate to tell you, Jake, I just looked at our text, Nick and I's. He's on the fan. So sorry about that one. I don't know what I'm curious. Like I live in DFW now, but I don't listen to radio stations. I don't listen to them unless I'm in the car and my dad's driving. But why do people dislike the fan? I've heard a fair amount of hate for them. I'm just curious. What up, Brandon Johnson? We got some Sooners in here today. I'm not mad, just disappointed. Yeah. I don't know though. Excited. It's a Friday. Didn't go to any high school football games yesterday. Not going to see any today because I'm driving to Dallas. Got a hotel in downtown Dallas. And have to get my parking pass, some of the tickets too for tomorrow as well. But looking forward to it. And I don't know. Should be a good time. Just gonna bring up the injury report now. No point in waiting for Wags. Oh, Eric did not tweet it like he usually does. Give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm trying to find this still. You have to type in some of the dumbest keywords to get this to pull up. Sorry, because they, instead of listing it as an injury report, it's listed as an availability report for whatever reason. Okay, here it is. Soonerscoop.com posted it. All right, the main notable thing, John Mateer, now listed as probable. Big news. The lines, I've seen some have moved. What up, Wags? Just talking about the injury update availability report that came out last night. Nothing has changed for Texas. CJ Baxter still doubtful. Malik Muhammad, Parker Livingston still probable. And I still continue to expect both of them to play.
Right.
And then at Oklahoma, I'm not sure who is moved besides John Mateer going from questionable to probable. Does this guarantee he plays? No, that is still not been reported that he's 1,000% going to play or not. And considering the fact that Dylan Gabriel warmed up with a concussion in 22 before they lost 49-0, like we can't put it past Venables and OU to have him warm up and then not play, and they were playing games the whole
Wasn't
week.
Mateer suited up last week?
Sorry?
Wasn't Mateer suited up last week?
He was, but he was never going to play.
Okay.
And since they were playing a non-conference opponent, they weren't required to put out like an injury report or availability report. So, yeah, man. Adam, I always forget.
That is my real name. That's what my mom named me.
But hey, you going to Round Rock's game tonight? Any Texas?
I am not. We thought about. I actually was thinking about coming up to Denton and going to see this North Texas South Florida game, but there's just so much shit going on. And then we were going to stay up in Dallas and go to the fair, but I think I'm going to stay down here. Just saw I got to run the app for the pregame show here too. So I think I'm just going to stay around this, stay around the house and the construction site, if that's what you want to call it, and kind of watch the game, taking the game from here, man.
Yeah, I've seen that UNT game is now being posted as a sellout. I don't think UNT has ever filled that stadium, so
it's gonna be mad, dude. Are they for real? Like, what's the buzz around? You're up north. Like, what's the buzz? What's the hype around there? Like,
I mean, I'm in South Fort Worth, so no one's down here is talking about UNT.
Gotcha, right?
Like, I don't know. UNT is the school everybody in DFW, I think, kind of roots for, but like no one is actually like a actual fan of them besides alumni or, kids of alumni, just because they are UNT. Yeah, like Jake Bayless said, first sellout in their stadium. It's their new stadium. Well, I don't know how new it is, but they used to play in a different one. But very curious to see how full it looks because, like Nebraska always says or posts, we've had a sellout however many years in a row, and the stadium will be at 90% capacity on TV. So,
dude, if they beat South Florida, they could go undefeated. Like they really could. They got UTSA next, which that could be somewhat difficult, right? I guess. Then they're at Charlotte, but they got UTSA at home. Then they're at Charlotte. They got Navy, Alabama, Birmingham, Rice, and Temple. They could go undefeated.
Yeah.
Again, it's North Texas. I don't, I didn't know anything about North Texas until this year. All right, so
hey, they got a Vandergrift Viper at QB. Another Vandergrift Viper.
Do they?
Yeah, man, Wags.
Are you serious?
Usually not a fan of the casual college football fans, but it's always fun informing them. Yes, so Drew Mestemaker.
Mestemaker's from Vandergrift?
Yes. So this is a kid. This is a kid who was at Vandergrift. They had this is his second year at at UNT. So he would have been class of 2024. His sophomore and junior year, he was the second string or JV starter because the varsity starter was a senior and had been starting. And Mestemaker, it's finally his turn. He's going to start as a senior. And then Deuce Adams, whose father, God, I can't believe I'm blanking on his name, Mike Adams. His father, Mike Adams, played receiver at Texas in either the late 90s or like early 2000s. And they were at Canyon in New Braunfels, where his dad was a coach. The Canyon head coach left to go take the head coaching job at UTRGV. He became UTRGV's first football coach. And Canyon pretty much cleaned house of the entire staff. They all had to go get different jobs.
Right.
So Mike Adams is looking for a coaching job, and his son is a high 3-star quarterback that's committed to Louisville. And Vandy ended up giving his dad a job. I think he was the OC. They got his son Deuce, who was, a 3-star QB committed to Louisville, and they made him the starter as a senior over Mestemaker, who had been waiting his turn. Wow. So Mestemaker's entire high school career was spent playing freshman ball, JV ball, or being the backup. And then
nice little Tom Brady story, huh?
Yeah, and he ended up at UNT as a walk-on. He had several walk-on offers from going to camps and throwing in person. He just basically had no game tape unless the game was already over. So he walked on at UNT, and then they are in a bowl game this past year. Chandler Morris has already left in the portal. He went to Virginia. I believe the backup went somewhere as well, and then they had an injury or something to where their walk-on QB, who was like 4th or 5th string, was forced to start the bowl game. He did great. He was awesome, and then he ended up being the starter coming back. He won out. I think they portaled and got like a depth guy or someone to challenge him to start, but Mestemaker ended up winning the job. And he is now in his first year as the full-time starter. He started, I think, the USF game will be his 7th start in a row or 6th start in a row, going back to the bowl game of last year. And he didn't start a single high school game.
This dude has 1,247 yards, 11 touchdowns, and 0 interceptions.
Yeah, he's in his last year at UNT. He's 1,000% getting paid in the portal.
Oh yeah. Is this like am I prisoner of the moment here? Like, is this and maybe the school's too small. Maybe they don't have a body of work strong enough to say this. But and again, we're in October, right? Could this be a Heisman campaign?
No.
Okay.
I mean, unless he continues playing the way he's at,
right? But if he stays clean and goes to like 30 touchdowns and 3 interceptions, right? And he's sitting here touting, 5,000 or flirting with 5,000 yards. Are we not having that conversation?
I mean, I just think unless they win the conference championship and are in the playoff, he's not even going to get invited to New York, and they'll probably have to be undefeated. Like, think about how damn good Ashton Genty was.
Oh no, I'm with you. But I also I thought about that, but I also thought that he's also a running back too. So I thought maybe that's why he got a little bit of a
It is going to be interesting though, because like right now, like who the hell's the Heisman #1 candidate? Dante Moore, for not.
I mean, I like Simmons. I like Altmaier as well. I think, not throwing an interception for me is huge, especially in today's game, right? With the quarterback disparity, as I like to say, it really hadn't been great quarterback play all throughout the national landscape here. But I would say, I don't know, maybe Maeva from USC as well. Like he's balling out too. But for me, it's Altmaier. Like I know that Illinois is, not exactly a cream of the crop team. They're a top 10 team in my opinion. But when you can sit here and go clean so far, going up against top 10 teams, now of course we'll see what it's like after this week. See if he's still clean. But he's one of the better quarterbacks in the nation here, man. I said this earlier. I said this 2 days ago, and I thought I was a little bit crazy talking about it. I mean, I know it's Baylor, right? But Sawyer Robertson, Sawyer Robertson's balling out, dude. He's got Cameron. He's got Josh Cameron as a top 10 wide receiver, and he's also got, I think it's Washington. Washington is a top 5 running back, man. I know it's Baylor, man, but look, I'm sitting here. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, dude. I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. Spavital's got the offense firing on all cylinders, though, for Baylor.
They're old Baylor again. They have no defense.
They're
just scoring. And it's crazy because Dave Aranda is their head coach. He's a defensive-minded guy. I don't know. Sawyer Robertson, anyone who thinks he's even going to have a shot at getting invited to New York is smoking like you, or they live in Waco.
Hey, I'm currently not smoking.
Okay, you get what I'm saying, right?
No, I got you.
Baylor is 3-2 or 4-2, and they're going to finish 8-4 at best. He's not going – no. He'll be drafted, and he'll be, that'll be the highlight of their season, but he is not going to win the Heisman or even get invited to New York. They'd have to win out for that to happen. I just don't want
stats. I literally pulled up the stats and saw Sawyer Robinson up there. I was just like, holy shit, can you give this guy a bid?
No, hell no. But shout out to Dave Aranda, because if they never got Sawyer Robertson out of the portal, he probably would have been fired after last year. When this still might be his last year in Waco.
You kind of talked about the UCLA job. Is he
his dream job is UCLA. He's from out there. UCLA
is he trying to get fired.
Well, I mean, he can just take the job. I don't know what his buyout is because it's private, but in the past when I was covering Baylor and it looked like they could maybe fire him, you do some research. It's not a crazy buyout. Like UCLA can pay it. And realistically, he's the best candidate UCLA can get. I don't think they can money whip Will Stein. I think he wants a better Power 4 head coaching gig. And then Jonathan Smith, maybe you can get him from Michigan State. But, I mean, I don't know. I think that Aranda would be a great get for them. And as far as UNT goes, Dwellaren Ahalo, hopefully I did not mispronounce that.
What did you say, Mahalo? Did you say Mahalo?
No, Ahalo.
I thought you said Mahalo, like you were saying hi in Hawaii. Like, what? Who just dropped in from the islands? I used to live on the island. That's caught my ear. Sorry.
No. But UNT, this is the last year with Mestamaker. Like, after a few starts, he got an agent and now is not talking in press conferences, apparently. And whenever people
that's serious.
Well, listen, Wags. Apparently, whenever like the 3 people who are in UNT press conferences, the 3 people that cover UNT, when they ask, "Hey, can we get Drew Messmaker, the starting quarterback, the star of the team?" It's like, yeah, well, he's not doing interviews unless it's paid now.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, and I got this information from a student reporter at UNT that interviewed me for a project on UNT football, which I couldn't believe that. But I mean, hey, like this is what it is. Like everyone knew Chandler Morris was going to leave after the year he had. The year before that, everyone knew that Chandler Rogers was going to leave after the year he had. Like, it sucks, but G5 programs have turned into like farm
Stepping
schools
stones.
or farm teams pretty much. And like Eric Morris, like I talked to someone earlier this week, he's probably coaching at Oklahoma State next week or next year. That's where it's trending. And he's going to bring a lot of that staff. And
that makes sense. They're right there. They come down and pluck him real quick. So,
oh yeah, and like they don't have a crazy budget. They're probably going to have to hire a coach from the G5, and he'll be easier to pull than Golish. I mean, they might also be coaching against each other for jobs, on Saturday. But yeah, I've heard Eric Morris is likely. There's a lot of interest between him and Oklahoma State. A lot of people think that that's where it could go. And then another thing, I brought this up before. Lastly, and the SMU staff, they don't want the Arkansas job. They want Auburn. And Auburn, I mean, the more and more they continue to lose, the more likely it is Freeze will get fired. If you think about it, it's like,
you think Lashley leaves?
He will leave for Auburn. He wants the Auburn.
I think he's got a great setup and situation right now with SMU, though, right? Especially being in the ACC.
Yeah, it's a better setup than Arkansas. It's not a better setup than Auburn. Auburn has basically infinite money. That's how they've been able to sign. That's how they've been able to convince kids to come play for Hugh Freeze.
Right.
And so, like, some people are like, well, if they fire Freeze, they could lose the roster. Like, no, they won't. All those dudes are there because Auburn paid the most.
Yeah,
no one dreams of
loyalty to Freeze. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And so Lashley can come in and keep them, I think. He's as a more competent coach, a better play caller. He's done more with less, where Freeze has done less with more. Like, I think that'd be a great hire for them. He's been there before. He knows the school. But that would open SMU. And then, if you're Eric Morris and SMU opens before you get done deal with Oklahoma State, SMU will probably come after Eric Morris. That is a very attractive job in the state of Texas. Maybe I also heard that if Lashley was to leave, SMU wants Kenny. But Baylor's also probably going to want GJ Kenny if they lose Aranda. It's going to be a crazy coaching carousel.
Yeah, it'll be a circus. It'll be a carousel.
Jake Baylor said my dad's former coworker is a booster for the UNT program. So I've sat up with the beautiful people a couple of times. It's pretty cool. Hey, UNT, I have not covered. The last time I was at that stadium was when Allen and South Lake Carroll played in the fourth round of the playoffs in 2021. DJ Hicks was a junior at Allen. Zena Umeozulu was a sophomore. Nato Umeozulu, that was the last high school game he ever played, which is kind of nuts. Just thinking about his career, how it's going at Texas. Chandler Morris was there because Chad Morris was coaching Allen that year.
Shit. Okay.
I talked with him a little bit, and then that was the day after Quinn Ewers went in the portal, and he was there too. He kept getting kicked off the sidelines because he kind of
Quinn Ewers did.
He had a bad ending at Southlake, and so he kept like kind of walking down to field level, and Southlake would be like, "Hey, security staff, go talk to him." Security staff would walk up to Quinn and be like, "Get your ass in the stands." And then he'd come back down, and they'd repeat it. It happened like 3 times.
What was he? I don't know. He was probably just having fun with them, I guess. I don't know. I'm a Quinn fan.
If you remember Wags, he skipped his senior year of high school.
Yeah, he didn't play. Right? No, he's the only quarterback I've ever seen do it.
From what was told to me from this person is no longer on staff at Southlake. They work elsewhere, but they were on staff at Southlake when it went down. Southlake was not given a heads up from Quinn. He basically just didn't show up one day and was like, "Yeah, I'm actually graduating high school early, and I'm going to be enrolling at Ohio State." And that was in August, a month before the season starts. So you can understand why I'm told that Southlake and Quinn have since rekindled their relationship. They're on good terms now. But it was not a good ending there originally, I should say.
Like, and Riley Dodge had he didn't talk to the counselor or anything, because don't the kids have to, in order to leave early or graduate early, don't the counselors have to sign off on things to make sure that you have enough credits? aren't staff talking?
I'm
or
sure
faculty talking?
I'm sure that's true, but I mean, he was taking summer school and not just a few classes, like actual summer school, so he could graduate early. So they had to have talked then for those classes to get set up. What I do know, Ohio State was specifically telling them, do not tell anyone you're doing this. Do not tell anyone you're graduating early. And that's kind of why it was kept a secret. And that is also why up until Brock Boyd, the wide receiver who's committed to Ohio State, no one from South Lake has gone to Ohio State because there was, you can understand
it's foul, or I guess
but like now
not professionalism.
Even if they still might not like Ryan Day, it's like, are you going to tell Brock Boyd he can't go play receiver for Brian Hartline? No, So I don't know. CB said Mike Adams wasn't happy his alma mater didn't offer his son. At the time, I didn't think much of it. I thought, like, whatever, they're getting Trey Owens, kind of a project, big toolsy QB. I mean, in retrospective, looking back, probably should have gone after Deuce Adams.
A little bit.
Hasn't played at Louisville yet. He's supposed to be their guy next year when Miller Moss runs out of eligibility. But I mean, hey, that could have maybe it ended up differently. Wags, hold on a sec. My dog's annoying me.
No, absolutely. Do what you need. I'll talk with the people here. Go down some of the comments. Bama QB, the favorite for Heisman. We kind of talked a little bit about this earlier. I mentioned Ty Simmons. He was kind of the first one that I spouted off with. It's either probably between him or Altmaier for me. I'd love to give Mestemaker a shot here, but kind of like what Jordan said, unless North Texas absolutely wins out their conference and becomes a little bit relevancy in terms of a bowl or playoff caliber, it's just not going to happen. It's a great narrative. It's a great storyline, but ultimately it's just there's not enough body of work in my opinion.
I think this is kind of crazy. Jaden Maeva. I haven't watched.
He's balling out for USC, man.
Outside of the Illinois game, I've not watched him. This dude throws hospital ball after hospital ball. Seriously, Jaden Maeva hates Mekhi Lemon and his receivers the way he throws crossers to them over the middle with the safety or backer in their face. I can get behind Ty Simpson, but Bama's got to continue winning. Jake Bayless said, who is Arkansas even looking at right now? Ain't no way in hell they can make Petrino head coach again. Lol. I agree, but I think they're going to give him a shot to prove it. I do think it is smart to make him the interim because, I mean, you can't put lipstick on a pig. I don't think there's anything he can really do to prevent them from not going 0-7 these next 7 games. At best, they're looking at 2-5. Arkansas is just a bad team. Good offense, no defense. He fired 3 defensive coaches, including the DC, the DB's coach, and the linebackers coach. And Petrino's an offensive-minded guy. The defense is just magically going to get better overnight. No, it's not happening. As far as who they're hiring, I mean, dude, who fucking knows? It's Arkansas.
Right.
If Hunter Yurachek is deciding they're going to be set back 5 more years, Yurachek should be fired. Good job on him by getting them out of that partnership agreement with Blueprint Sports, which has taken 15% of their money for players or whatnot. But their AD needs to get out of there. CB said, I remember when they played state games at DKR. Hey, I wouldn't mind it, but it's nice at AT&T in Arlington just because it's indoors. And, I mean, it's mid-December when states played. I would love for them to keep it at AT&T. It's been an NRG in Houston before. Wasn't a fan of that. Some people say move it to the Alamo Dome. It's the most central, located indoor stadium. The Alamo Dome's a dump, so not a fan of that. Would love it for it to stay at AT&T. And speaking of DKR, Wags, do you know Lake Travis and Westlake? The games used to be so big they were played at DKR.
Oh yeah. But then my first experience of the MILF Bowl was going to Westlake itself. Well, that's how it was introduced to me. But I was actually taken back by the vendors, the not just concessions, but vending stations or whatever, where you can get Westlake memorabilia. and old school like Westlake, 19 whatever champions of this day and age. It's just crazy. Like I didn't see I didn't see high school football put on a pedestal like this, except for when Peter Berg did it in like production for Friday Night Lights, until I went to Westlake, a la Lake Travis. Maryland don't have shit like this.
Westlake, not a bad game day vibe or experience, but
intimidating for the road team too. Like when you got to walk down that stretch and just see nothing but just championships and going down into the pit, almost like a wooden glen, like a grotto, and you're just surrounded by nothing but privileged people.
I played several games in that stadium. I can tell you with confidence, we were never intimidated.
Did you not see the facetiousness or did you not hear?
No, I mean, I thought you were being serious. I was reading.
No, I said you're surrounded by privileged people in the wooden glen.
Oh yeah, no, intimidating. Like I think the most intimidating thing in Texas high school football is what North Shore does, where in warm-ups they wear these like black pennies that have holes all in them, just over their pads, and they basically just walk out to the 50. And this is like an hour before the game and just stare down the other team. And it's not as intimidating as it used to be. But bro, when Lake Travis played them and they had Damian George, who's starting on the O-line at Florida, was 6'7", 300 plus pounds. They had Jaden Roberts, who's starting at guard at Alabama. And Damian George originally went to Bama. They had D. Davis, who was one of the best high school QBs of all time. Went to Auburn, kind of flamed out. They had Shad Banks. They had Denver Harris on that team. They had Stout, who the Niners just drafted in April. They were fucking loaded. I didn't even mention Zach Evans, who was the number one player in the country at the time.
Yeah,
and they walk out in these black pennies, and I mean, man, like the entire Lake Travis team just pissing their pants. They just piss in their pants.
And consider the source too. Like that's Lake Travis. Like that's no slouch of a program either. So
yeah, but playing them in NRG in Houston, man, like that was crazy. South Oak Cliff and Dallas, they're pretty intimidating. Instead of running out of their helmet, they literally just like walk out like a bunch of gangsters or whatnot. It's fun to see. I love going to see Sock. They're one of my favorite teams to see. They have a great band. Always talking a bunch of shit. Their coaches will let them do some extracurricular stuff to get a flag. If they score, it's all right, which I don't mind because usually it's a bunch of hard asses and do it the right way in Texas.
Oh sure, yeah, old school, old head.
No, yeah, which is also a good thing, and I don't mind seeing. Yeah, CB said, speaking of Lake Travis, the Buccaneers are calling Baker Mayfield America's.
Hey, so look, I said this. You guys know me, man. I graduated from the University of Texas. I donned the burnt orange. The blood courses through my veins, but I root for Baker Mayfield. Like it's tough not to. He backs his shit up. He wins, and you ask anybody that's been on his team. They love him. He is a team first guy. I know he's brash, rightfully so. You're the quarterback, you're the general, you lead by example. He backs his shit up. It's sacrilege to like the guy. I get it, especially during Texas OU week to give the guy praise, but the dude wins. He's always been counted out. And it's just hard for me to not root for a guy like that.
Yeah. Hey, I totally get what CB but I don't know. He's from my neck of the woods, so I root for him. When I was a high schooler, fresh out of high school and working these bullshit jobs in Lake Travis at cafes or whatnot, and he'd come in act like a regular dude. If you didn't recognize him and know he was an NFL QB, the number one draft pick, you would have never thought it. So I get why people hate him. Trust me, I totally get it. But I'm pulling.
Well, what you're describing is like my kind of person.
Yeah, and he's a shit talker. And hey, one thing to think about, Wags. A&M had Johnny Football. Oklahoma had Baker. Texas had Sam Ehlinger, right? So when is Texas going to have the super swaggy kind of QB that all these kids want to be?
Was Quinn not?
Art has a lot of hype. He has a lot of.
Was Ewers not the swaggy guy? Was Ewers not the dude? The dude had a mullet. The dude was rocking a mullet, making it cool.
Yeah, there's a reason he cut it. And there's a big deal made about him cutting it. Dude. Man, that shit was horrible. That was bad. I can't believe they let him have that haircut that long. But
it wasn't just the haircut for me. It was also the patched beard, right?
Yeah.
Like he embodied that look and he sold it well, bro.
Yeah. Hey,
talking about marketing. That's the marketing right there.
Hey, we'll come back to high school football. I'm gonna make some picks, but first, how about your Giants, man? How about
talk a little bit about it's like let's kind of temper expectations a little bit.
Are you kind of mad that y'all didn't lose so you can get a high draft pick? Or I mean, you still can, but
no, I mean no, because it's the Eagles, right? Like, I'll take a win over the Eagles for a 2 instead of a 1, I guess. And I don't think we were ever going to get a 1. Dable is in desperation mode, and you saw that with him.
When Jackson Dart went in the 10,
basically, and he's just like, "Hey, is this guy good to play? I need him to save my career."
He's like Russell Wilson, the timeout. Man,
so, and it's fun. Like Walsh said this too. My guy Al Walsh said this as well. There's been it's been a while. It's been a minute since the Giants had something to cheer, or Giants fans have just felt good about something, right? Like Neighbors is great. You're starting to see the youthfulness start to come with the team, but now it's all for shit if you don't have somebody that can actually make the thing work and move it down the field, right? You're starting to see a little bit happen with Jackson Dart. I didn't want to believe. I didn't want to buy full in. Everybody's calling me a hater right now. I'm not hating. I'm just tempering my expectations because I've seen this before. But Jordan, last night it was fun, man. It was fun to watch, and I get it. Eagles played like dog shit. They absolutely played like dog shit. And the Giants go from this is where we're at. All right, this is where we're at in the NFL these days. Giants just lost to the Saints last week, and they turn around and in a short week. On a short week, they come out and spank the Eagles, spank the Birds in basically in dominating fashion. And Scatterboat, man, 3 tutties, trifecta. How about it,
man? Look at this video.
Oh my god!
Banging his head against the wall before a game.
But see, and that's just it. Like Scatterboat is the embodiment of like a New York / Jersey neighborhood, right? When they say like everybody in the neighborhood is willing this kid to to godlike ascension. That's kind of
Herb Street said something
happening, man.
Like, is there someone who's more representative of New York than Cam Scatterbout? It's like, whoa, Kirk, you gotta chill out there.
Yeah, Scatterbout's a Jersey guy too, by the way. He's not really New York, but
look at this.
Man, he's that dog.
What? He's from New Jersey.
I thought he was a Jersey kid, yeah, or Phil, or maybe even like a North Philly guy.
He was at Sac State before transferring to Arizona State. Believe it or not, he came out of there before Brennan Marion made Sacramento State cool. I thought he was from the West Coast originally. Scatterbout was.
You know what? Let me look this. I don't want to misspeak here, but I'm pretty sure like he is a New Jersey neighborhood guy, man.
Yeah. Man, look at this. Jalen Hurts, 6 for 8 on 3rd downs in his last 3 games. This was tweeted while the game was still going on, so this might be different, but still, it's bad. And how about this? I thought this is funny. Jalen Hurts and Justin Fields are twins separated at birth, where one went to live with royalty and the other one went into the foster care system.
That says he's a West Coast guy, man. I thought he would. I could have sworn I saw an article where he was from New York, or not from New York, from North Philadelphia.
Yeah. No, but hey, man, Scatterbout is interesting, man.
I even thought they put a story out on draft day about it too when they were drafting him.
You might have just talked yourself into that, or saw some AI stuff on Facebook.
Or I could have been in the clouds.
Did AI get you?
AI usually gets me. I don't even know if it's really me out there talking anymore. It's probably just an AI piece, but no, that could have happened.
I'm just grateful that you nor Rod has ever sent me some bullshit on Facebook where it's like, is this true? And it's like Arch Manning is 4 women pregnant.
You don't have to worry about that with me. Like I'm in the tech scene a little bit. Like I can tell some stuff. Like usually you look for like 2 left hands or something in the video. Like there's some signs, right? With AI. Double R. I mean, he's got 10 years on me too. So we got to coach him up a little bit. That's all.
All right. Gonna talk college football, and then we're gonna get into Texas high school football.
Let's get it.
I'm gonna go over some bets yours truly has laid down. Ohio State 14.5 spread on Illinois. I like it. Ohio State, that's
a lot of points though, right?
That's a lot. Yeah, but I mean the line was like 7.5 versus Washington, and they won by 20 something. So in Illinois, they're secondary. They're missing like 2 starters, and I mean even with those starters, they're not stopping Jeremiah Smith or Carnell Tate. And I'd love to see Illinois get it done, but I don't think they have it in them. It is a home game though.
Right. Yeah, they're in Champaign, so
I have Alabama.
Where you at with Missouri and Alabama?
I got Bama by 3.5. I think Mizzou's fairy tale ends tomorrow. They have not played a team close to as good as Alabama, and I think it's Ty Simpson the way they are playing right now.
Do you have any prop bets on Hardy at all?
No, I'm not touching that. I barely, since Underdog made it to where you can bet on team totals, over unders, and spreads. I have not really been doing prop bets. I do have one for Texas OU. Mason Shipley over on 1.5 field goals made, and DeAndre Moore 39.5 receiving yards. Took the over, and then since I have to get someone that isn't from Texas, and they were like no OU props, did Vernell Brown higher on 40.5 receiving yards versus A&M. I have Oregon covering. Line is 7.5 versus Indiana. It's a home game. It's in Eugene. Indiana has not played an environment like that.
I still don't know if I'm buying Indiana yet, man.
Fuck no. I love Cignetti. I think they're a better team than they were last year, but like any time he's had to play a team that is just as good or better than his, he gets his ass kicked. The Notre Dame game was a non-competitive last year.
Right.
Right. I think Indiana can whoop, or I think Oregon can whoop their ass. Not super confident on it though. Texas, I took it just because
you're braver than I am, dude.
I mean, it's 3.5, you know. Whatever. Iowa State.
Here's where I'm at with this. I've seen we all know what good football and bad football is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And over the past 3 weeks, I feel like I've seen bad football, and I don't feel like it's gotten better. Okay, and we're not talking about a Florida offense that was lights out and just absolute daggers going into this game. They were struggling mightily, right? And then they come up and they have a get right game against one of the best defense. Now, I'm not saying that the Texas defense is going to play like this on Saturday, but if they do, it's going to be another L, right? Because that was you can call it an anomaly of a game for the defense on Saturday against the Gators, and I think it was. I'm praying it was. But if they come out and play the same way with no intensity, waiting for someone to make a play, they're going to lose.
Yeah. Iowa State is playing at Colorado. The spread's only 3.5. Hammering the over, or hammering Iowa State on the spread. I think
that's because of last week, right?
Yeah, Colorado is just a bad team. And Iowa State has some injuries, but they got Rocco back. He's playing, so I don't know. I think they can get it done. Also, a revenge game for Chase Sowell out of Atascocita. Okay. He is now at Iowa State, was at Colorado, started as a true freshman with Jordan Tyson starting as a true freshman, both at receiver. They hired Dion. Dion says, I'm bringing my Louis. I need to push some players out. He pushes out Jordan Tyson, who will be a first-round pick in April, and Chase Sowell, who will be a draft pick in April. Sowell goes to East Carolina, balls out for 2 years, and then portals into Iowa State. Chose Iowa State over a few other Power 4 schools in the portal. He is like a very similar type receiver to Jaden Reed, Nico Collins, the guys that have been drafted out of Iowa State. He's like 6'4", 6'5", long arms, big catch radius, and can run. So they had a really good pitch to make him in the portal. And then Tyson obviously went to Arizona State, where he's kind of been their best player, not named Cam Scattaboo for however long. But I think Iowa State can get it done at Colorado. Chase Sewell revenge game. We got Georgia going to Auburn, a night game. I know anything can happen in Jordan-Hare. It gets crazy in Jordan-Hare, but
the line's only 3 in the hook too, man.
Yeah, take it. Georgia by 3. If you think Kirby Smart can't beat Hugh,
no, I'm with you.
By 4 points. Come on now. Texas Tech. Can't believe I'm betting on the Wed Waiters, but the Wed Waiters are playing Kansas in Lubbock at 6:30. Spread is 14.5. I'm taking it. You're probably like, wow, that's a lot of points. Well, don't think Kansas is that good. And I'm going to lose money betting with the father of a Texas Tech commit. Yeah, I in March at Under Armour Houston, I bet the dad of a Texas Tech commit that they won't win 10 games regular season. It was before I looked at their schedule.
Isn't their defense like one of the top defenses?
It was also before they spent even more money in the April portal window. But I won't hedge. I'll pay it. But Tech, pretty sure they've covered every game this year outside of the Oregon State game where they were like 42.5 favorites but pulled the dogs off up 30. So I think they can get Kansas. And, I mean, they covered by like 20-something points on Utah on the road. Kansas, a worse team than Utah. They got them at home. Line's only 14.5. I like it. Last but not least, Ole Miss by 35.5. They have Wazoo in Oxford. Wazoo lost by, I think it was 32 to North Texas in Denton. They can lose by 36 to Ole Miss in Oxford. Like, come on now, you know.
No. So you're staying away from Michigan and USC?
Yeah, I don't want to touch that because I don't know. I will say though, wait for USC to go back on the road. Wags, apparently it's either, sorry I don't have this full stat, but regardless, it's still crazy.
No, it's all good.
It's either since Lincoln Riley got to USC or since USC joined the Big Ten. USC is like 0-18 against the spread when playing an away game outside the state of California. Yeah.
That's a gimme. That's a layup right there, right?
Yeah. So if this game is
so whenever I hear these stats or whenever I hear these trends, I ask the why. Like, what makes it like that? Like, where's the disconnect? Why are they losing like that?
I don't know. One of the most annoying things for me is how, like, anytime there's any adversity in the Big Ten, they're like, oh, we had to travel across the country. It's like, no shit, dude. Y'all created this problem, and now y'all are complaining because you created the problem. Shut up. You're getting paid more money than you ever have. Your school's making more money than they ever have. That's because they went to the Big Ten. I'm sorry, USC, you have to go travel and play Illinois and Champaign at 11 a.m. It sucks.
Yeah,
but that's what you did when you left the Pac-12 and went to the Big Ten. Suck it up. Everyone's got to deal with it too. What happens when you think Rutgers comes to play USC? Huh? You know, so I don't know. That part's annoying. The Big Ten's annoying. Maybe it's just because I'm an SEC homer, but man, I feel like it's just such a boring product to watch most of the time. And I know
I've been watching Big Ten football because of Maryland. Like I still have skin in the game from the Terps. Surprise! I thought they were one
screw
of the
Maryland.
I didn't expect them to play like this. They're very young. You know, they're supposed to be rebuilding, right?
Dude, I took
them playing well, dude.
I took Maryland money line. It was like
last week
400 something last week versus Washington.
Dude. I'm sorry.
They
had it.
They were up 20-0.
They had it in the fourth.
They were up 20-3 in the fourth, and they lost. And
you ain't got to tell me. I took the same shit. So
yeah, I didn't cash out in time too. So not a good week last week. All right, some Texas high school football game.
Yeah, they got Matt Rule in Nebraska come to town now, so that'll be a good one too.
Yeah, I thought about betting that one, but I don't know, man. Like, I will say, if you're a Maryland fan, like you say you are, good times. Y'all got a quarterback, Malik Washington. And And I mean, you got him 2-3 more years.
Dude, Loxley gets him, man. Loxley's he finds quarterbacks. He's a guru. He's a whisperer. He's one of them.
CB just tagged us on something on Twitter. Becky Scadaboo.
An athlete?
No.
Well, so usually that's where CB's hitting me up with some athletes.
Becky Scadaboo, who is Cam Scadaboo's mom, said he would put his brother's shoulder pads on and he would run into telephone poles. It's like a photo of little baby Scadaboo.
The telephone pole does not budge. It does not give any leeway. If you're running directly into it. I'm gonna wreck the ground here. Buddy.
Imagine getting home from like the shittiest 9 to 5, just sitting in a cubicle all day, you know. Make the 30-minute commute home, walk in the door. Where's my 7-year-old son? Can't wait to see Cam, the highlight of my day. And you look outside, and he's just in the backyard with shoulder pads on, running into telephone poles. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Damn, your spine. Dad, what about my head? It's just the 3 knots all over it.
I mean, it's the way he's built. He doesn't really have a neck. So, like, I do think that's part of why he's so hard to tackle. He's just.
Did you see when he's standing at parade rest like a damn soldier or Marine when he's talking and doing interviews to make his traps or his traps look even more? Dude, he's just no neck Scadaboo.
Man, like the way he launches himself and lowers his head into people sometimes is like the way defenders do on targeting calls. You know what I mean? But he's on offense, so like you can't do anything if he jumps at you head first trying to spear your chest.
Well, deliver the blow, make them take the hit, right? Make them reluctant to tackle you. That's kind of how it is, and that's what he's got to. Like, he doesn't have the speed. He doesn't have blazing speed. He's got to use that. He's got to embody that.
Yeah. All right. Some Texas high school football talk to close out. Last night, North Crowley, led by John Turrentine III, the Texas commit, plays left tackle for the Panthers. They were down 10-0 to Mansfield Lake Ridge. Mansfield Lake Ridge, home of Felix Ojo, 5-star offensive tackle who spurned the Longhorns to go to Texas Tech. Lake Ridge got up to a 10-0 lead 6 minutes into the first quarter. Want to guess the final?
No.
North Crowley won 63-17.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, they scored 63 unanswered. And Lake Ridge scored, I think, with like less than.
How much time did they have to do that? What'd you say?
North Crowley was down 10-0 6 minutes into the first quarter.
And I thought you said fourth quarter. I was just like, there's no way.
They won 63-17. Panthers rushed for 7 touchdowns, 328 yards on over 9 yards per carry. Pass for 2 touchdowns, 213 yards. Kind of a shocker for me. C.E. King beat Humble Summer Creek 42-28.
What is that? Is that 3A?
6A, my friend. They're in the Houston area. Yeah. So there's Humble ISD, which has Humble I. It's spelled humble, but you don't pronounce the H. It's Humble. Houston. Right?
No, I get it. It's Texas. Everything like that.
There's Humble I, Humble Summer Creek, Humble Atascocita, and then there's Kingwood High School, but it's Humble ISD. And I think those are the only high schools. Kelvin Banks actually went to Summer Creek. That's the school he went to. But they went to state 2 years ago, lost to DeSoto. They got their ass knocked off by DeSoto and lost by like 60. I'm not even joking. But, I mean, they're a state contender. And C.E. King, they usually are kind of a doormat program because they border a school zone at North Shore, and North Shore would take all their best athletes.
Is King a Houston team too?
Yeah, they're in East Houston. And King, North Shore lost their head coach a few years ago because he left and took a job at Rice. He's now their DC or co-DC at Rice. John Kay is his name. And since that happened, the kind of recruiting operation at North Shore has slowed down. That's why North Shore's fallen off a bit. So all the kids at C.E. King in the past would be playing for North Shore, but they stayed there because C.E. King got better at keeping them home and John Kay left.
I was going to say, I'm unfamiliar with King.
Yeah, they have very rarely ever won much, at least that I can think of. And they're like northeast Houston. They had a kid come out of there a few years ago named Dylan Spencer, who was a D lineman committed to Texas, but he showed up at Texas Tech for a visit right before signing day and didn't tell the Texas staff, and they were already thinking about dropping him, so they just pulled a scholarship, and he ended up at Tech. And Tech beat their chest like they flipped him, which was kind of classic Tech fashion before they started paying money. But some Friday games, the biggest game in the state tonight, Duncanville versus DeSoto. I believe it's in Duncanville. I went to the game last year. It was at DeSoto. Sorry?
Are you going?
I am not. I'm not. Duncanville, in the past, it was always they're probably going to beat the shit out of DeSoto. But hey, Keelan Russell, DeCorian Moore, Caden Durham, Colin Simmons, Alex January, they're not at Duncanville anymore. They still have some talent. KJ Ford, edge rusher, committed to Florida, probably going to end up flipping to A&M. They have Landon Barnes, another 4-star edge rusher, committed to Ole Miss. They have a kind of big receiver, small tight end, tweener kid named Zach. Forget his name. Zach something. He's going to SMU. He's an SMU commit. Texas did offer him early on, but they did not ever really recruit him much. Yeah, and then DeSoto, their main guy is Booby Feaster. You know about Booby Feaster?
Yeah.
Okay. Some people do, some people don't. I thought I'd get some giggles out of you there. They also have a Tech D-line commit who's a junior, who's pretty good, Kadrian Redmond. I don't know who to call here because in the past, Duncanville would just kind of beat their ass, but kind of like DeSoto. Austin Anderson, they're playing at Pflugerville Hendrickson. Anderson home to Miami Riley, the 3-star safety commit for Texas. Anderson 5-0. They went out. They will win district. They already beat the number 2 team in the district, A&M Consolidated, and they will play Weiss, I think, the final week of the season to decide seeding.
How many scouts do you expect to be at this game tonight at DeSoto and
Duncan? I mean, there'll be a fair amount. There's a lot at the game every year, and it's also like the game that SMU can send half their staff and
sure, yeah. I would imagine like Oklahoma.
It's like, hey, we're here. We're recruiting your guys. Stop getting pissed off at us.
I'm wondering. I'm curious. The reason why I asked that, like, Venable, like Oklahoma's in town. I'm curious to, I'm sure they got Texas on the mind first, but I'd like to think that they send some recon patrols out there to kind of see that game, right?
Yeah, Round Rock at Hutto.
Oh, how about that?
How about the Hippos? JJ Fields.
Yeah, I was gonna say Round Rock. The Dragons ain't exactly a juggernaut or anything, but Hippos got something going.
They're 3-3, I think. Tyler Chapel Hill at Kilgore, homer Ricky Stewart, Texas running back. I think Kilgore will win big. Sulphur Springs at Salina, both undefeated teams. Salina coming off a state championship, home to Bo Bentley, the 4-star quarterback commit for the Oklahoma Sooners. Wags, he has yet to lose a game as a starter. Last year was his first year starting, went 16-0, brought him to state. They're currently 5-0. Forney at Longview. Longview is 3-2 or 3-3, kind of struggling a bit. They got a really young team. They'll be good the next few years. But just
Longview usually has, in that where like quarterbacks are kind of grown, right? Like Longview usually has good quarterback play.
Not really QBs. I mean, I know they had one in the 60s or 70s and went to Texas.
I think they Longview had a quarterback like 3 or 4 years ago from what
I was going to get to that. But James Street, the Texas QB, I think went to Longview. They produced some QB, went to Texas and started in the 60s or 70s. But the kid they put out a couple years ago is Haynes King, who went to A&M and then Georgia Tech. His father is the head coach at Longview and has been for 20-plus years. He's actually battling cancer right now. I believe it's mouth cancer, and missed their second-to-last game. And then their last game, he coached from the press box while he's still recovering. So, cool story there. You want to guess? Forney's starting quarterback is the younger brother of a former NFL MVP. You want to guess whose younger brother it is?
Say that one more time.
Forney, who's playing Longview tonight in Longview, their starting quarterback is the younger brother of a former NFL MVP.
Did former NFL MVP quarterback?
No. Which should narrow it down a bit.
Adrian Peterson?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, correct. His younger brother, blanking on his first name, but he's a senior, has some offers, but has kind of been this project QB that has tested well, shown a lot of flashes, but he hasn't gotten much better or consistent over the years. So he was like
brother of Adrian Peterson, huh?
Yeah. His name's Nelson Peterson. That's his first name. Rockwall Heath at North Forney. That should be a pretty good one, close one. I like North Forney though. Texas High at Marshall. Both teams are either 4-1 or 5-1. I think Texas High will get it done. They have an Oregon commit at running back. Tredarian Ball, he's awesome. Gilmer at Pittsburgh. Was pretty surprised to see Gilmer's 1-4. They have played a pretty
traditionally a powerhouse.
Yeah, that's the program Jeff Traylor built up.
Oh, okay, okay, all right.
But they and GJ Kinney played there senior year. Fun fact. But Gilmer, they played good teams like Tyler Chapel Hill, Kilgore, Brenham. And Pittsburgh, I believe, is undefeated or 4-1. So that should be close. Friendswood plays at Angleton. Angleton, if you remember Quentin Jammer, he's got 2 sons playing for him at Angleton.
Oh,
they also are related to Quandre Diggs. That's where Quandre Diggs came out of. Angleton is kind of
I knew about the one side. I didn't know about the other side. I knew that he had the one.
Yeah. Edna Carr, this is some New Orleans stuff. Edna Carr, which is home to Texas corner commit Hayward Howard Jr. They're playing Brother Martin, which is also New Orleans school. And Brother Martin has Easton Royal, who is a borderline 5-star receiver in the 2027 class. Probably going to end up at LSU, but LSU, Florida, Texas, and Ole Miss are kind of the top 4. And he's pretty much that classic borderline 5-star receiver from Louisiana where it's like, oh, you're going to throw me the ball, I'm going to score this bitch.
Could Missouri sneak in there after a season like this? No.
Mizzou doesn't have the funds other schools in the SEC do, and they also, like, no one dreams of growing up and playing at Mizzou outside kids who grew up in that state. And the kids who grow up in that state, they don't produce a ton of talent. And when they do, they can get outbagged. For example, Ryan Wingo, who grew up in St. Louis, going to Texas. Another banger in the state of Louisiana, Wichita Baptist at Ruston. Baptist is where Dylan Berriman, the 4-star Texas D-line commit, plays. And then Ruston is home to 2027 tight end Ahmad Hudson, who is probably going to end up at LSU, but a 5-star, number 1 ranked tight end in the cycle. Absolute freak show. He's also a 5-star in basketball, and he's going to play both basketball and football.
I was wondering if he was two-sport athlete.
And his dad played either football or basketball at LSU, and his mom played basketball at LSU. Okay. So, like, the kid, like, LSU has to really...
But football's one?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
He's like 6'7", so unless he can really, like, find a home as a stretch 4 in college, like, football is where his future or where his ceiling's highest at, I should say. All right. Want to give you some lore here. You ever heard about this? Will be the last thing. We were talking Texas high school football, talked about GJ Kinney at Gilmer. You ever heard this crazy story about him in high school?
No. What's up? I'm down for lore. You know that.
So GJ Kinney, the head coach at Texas State, people might remember this story. It was kind of national news for like a week. So he is in high school. I forget the name of the school. It's somewhere in East Texas where his father had been a longtime head coach there. And GJ is, I believe it is spring of his junior year or spring of his sophomore year going into his junior year, or it was right after the playoffs ended or something his junior year. GJ's in class, and his father, the head football coach, is in the locker room or like the athletic building. And this dad, I'm pretty sure it was a quarterback who was competing for playing time with GJ, or it was just a dad of another kid on the team, disgruntled, pissed off, and he goes to the coach's office to tell him, why isn't my son
to have
starting?
an adult conversation.
Why isn't he starting? This dad proceeds to shoot GJ Kinney's dad in the chest. Yeah.
Are you
I'm dead serious.
What
he
year is
shoots GJ Kinney's dad, the head football coach of this high school in East Texas, in the chest because they got into some argument about why the kid's son wasn't playing more, and he shoots him. He gets care flighted to the hospital. I believe it was in Texarkana or Longview. And the cops tell GJ, they pull him out of school and tell him, your dad is dead. they said, your dad is shot and killed. Thing is, he didn't die. He's in the hospital for a month or two, but they told GJ originally, your dad is dead. And GJ goes to the hospital, visits him, blah, blah, blah. He eventually recovers after a few months, and he ends up taking a job at Baylor. And it's GJ's senior year. His dad just left this high school to go to Baylor, to take a job at Baylor. GJ doesn't want to play at that school anymore because his dad isn't there. His parents were divorced. His mom remarried and was living in Gilmer. So he transfers to Gilmer, where Jeff Traylor's coaching. Gilmer's in their heyday. That's their prime. He goes there his senior year. The entire UIL tries to get it shot down, and then they remember, oh, his dad just got shot and is now coaching at Baylor. He's living with his mom now, and they got it all ironed out. He ended up being eligible to play, and then he went bonkers as a senior, and they ended up losing in the first round, I believe, at Gilmer his senior year. They got upset by someone, but that's how GJ Kinney ended up at Gilmer his senior year.
What happened to the guy that shot his dad?
Let's find that out. Let me
He's got to be behind bars. Right?
Okay, so here it is.
Shit.
This is
What year was this?
Kinney, let me read this. In the spring of 2005, Kinney's father, it was at Canton High, Canton in East Texas. In the spring of 2005, Kinney's father, who was also his coach at Canton High, was shot in the chest by a disgruntled parent of one of the players he coached. According to police reports, Jeff Doyle Robertson, the father of a player who had often complained to coaches and administrators regarding the way his son was treated, walked into the Canton field house and shot Coach Kinney at point-blank range. Jeez. Robertson then fled in his pickup truck and headed east towards Tyler, Texas. Kinney Sr. was on the phone with another coach who was at another school when he was shot. Kinney Jr. was taken by police into protective custody and then told his father had died when he had survived despite being given only a 10% chance to live. Yeah, GJ, because his dad's name is Gary Joe Kinney,
sure.
And GJ is GJ Kinney, but he's Gary Joe Kinney Jr. But Kinney Jr. was taken by police in protective custody and then told his father had died when, in fact, he had survived despite being given a 10% chance to live.
God.
Robertson was later apprehended in an area north of Tyler near I-20 where he had slashed his wrist in an apparent suicide attempt. Robertson was convicted of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and was sentenced to 20 years in prison.
20.
So he would have got out this spring if he did full 20 years.
20. Clearly that guy is stable. Just walks in, no words. Hey, man, bam. Shot you point blank in the chest, dude. And then tries to slit his wrists, right? Because he can't deal with the situation.
Yeah. Okay, I messed up the timeline on this. After the shooting, Kinney stayed one more year at Canton High School, leading the team to its best season in school history with a 12-12 record, losing to Tatum High School, the eventual state champion. So he stayed one more year for his junior season, and his dad was shot in spring of what would have been his sophomore year. After the 2005 season, Kinney's junior year, Kinney's father, who had recovered from his wounds, was offered a job at Baylor University, which he accepted. Kinney then decided to move to Gilmer, Texas, about 70 miles to the east of Canton, to live with his mother and stepfather. The decision to move was controversial, as many speculated that Kinney moved for athletic reasons, which is prohibited by the UIL, the governing body of Texas high school athletics. Kinney enrolled at Gilmer High School and became the starting quarterback, leading the Buckeyes to a 10-0 record, but was upset in the first round of the playoffs by Texarkana Liberty Ilu. He finished his career with over 11,000 passing yards, 130 touchdown passes, rushed for 3,300 yards with 48 touchdowns, and committed to Texas. And he only spent one season at Texas. Transferred to Tulsa in May of what would have been, I believe, or wait, sorry. Yeah, he only spent 1 year in Texas. But yeah,
2005 is when all that shit went down.
Yeah, it's crazy. And like this was a humongous, I mean, I was 2 years old at the time, so I'm not gonna act like I remember this, but like talking to
you were 2 years old.
Dave Campbell's, other people at Dave Campbell's who were like working in this industry when this happened, like them retelling the story. I mean, it's fucking crazy. And like I just think like imagining if someone at Lake Travis or even North Crowley down the street, just went and shot the fucking head coach because their son wasn't playing enough.
Dude, That's just fucking crazy, man. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I was putting caps in people, but I was in the Marine Corps back then.
Yeah. So like,
I'm joking. That's nothing to joke about. I was just trying to make light.
I didn't even hear what you said. I was just like, yeah.
I was saying that. Never mind. It's not even worth saying.
But yeah, GJ Kinney, crazy story there about him and his father. So that is why him and Traylor are very close. His dad was already close with Traylor. They're high school football coaches in East Texas.
Is there a 30 for 30 on that?
No, but once Traylor got into college, at some point, him and Kenny crossed paths where they're on the same staff for a year. And then since then, Kenny's basically taken a new job every year, every 2 years, because he keeps getting promoted. And each time he's kind of been a candidate, like the letter of recommendation or the numbers, the sources people call to do some background on him has been Jeff Traylor, who's vouching for him. So, yeah, Jeff Traylor attached to everyone in some form or fashion in the coaching world.
Yeah, when does you mentioned that North Dallas job, right? Or held the Oklahoma State job, right? Like when you think maybe, Traylor would get a call for that somewhat, or
I don't think so. Like I really hate it.
Right?
I wish he left 2 years ago, but UTSA is like 3-3, and Traylor's getting killed by UTSA media and UTSA fans right now because they are pretty bad in some spots, and everyone that covers or is a fan of UTSA wants those position coaches fired. And he's not firing them, and he's not changing play callers either. And he is very adamant in that in every fucking press conference because they ask him about it every press conference. And he's using, that tone in his voice to where he's pissed off about having to answer it. So, like, it's not going very well at UTSA. And again, they are 3-3. And, like with that record, how many other G5 coaches are more attractive?
Are going to get a bid or going to get a call.
And the thing with Traylor, like, because he's a high school coach and all of his ties are in Texas, all he has to do is recruit to stay to UTSA. Like, he kind of can only work in this region or in the state. So, like, Oklahoma State, Arkansas, Louisiana schools, those are probably the furthest he'll ever go outside the state of Texas just because all his ties are here.
Well, who knows if Lashley, I mean, you talked about the carousel, right? If Lashley goes over to Auburn, maybe, Traylor leaves UTSA and, gets a shot at SMU for the next, maybe the next level or ascension in his career or something.
So Traylor was actually at SMU at one point.
Before, right?
Yeah, so I think it was Charlie Strong was who hired Traylor from Gilmer, I believe. Hired Traylor from Gilmer, and he was he basically had Jeff Banks' job, associate head coach, special teams coordinator, tight ends coach, and then they cleaned house and the entire staff, and Strong got canned, and he took a job at SMU because that is when SMU hired Chad Morris, and then when Chad Morris got the job at Arkansas, I'm pretty sure Traylor left for Arkansas, but then got hired by UTSA almost immediately after. He either left Arkansas for UTSA or left SMU for UTSA. But yeah, so pretty crazy.
Before we get out of here, I see Rodney's comment right here. How do you like to be the kid whose dad shot the head ball coach? Like, that's where my mind was too, Rodney. Like, how do you come back from that? Like, and it's not the kid's fault, right? Like, and then I don't know. I don't like to put anything on the kids, right? But I mean, damn, like that's where I'm at too, Rodney. Like, holy shit. And every kid probably puts something bad out on that kid just because of what his dad did too, right?
Yeah. And I mean, man, it's small town East Texas. Rumors travel quick. News travel
within minutes, dude.
Yeah. So I don't know. Sorry, I see some comments here talking about the game tomorrow. I will not be at Heartwood. My plan, once, for whatever reason, kids do not have school today, but teachers have to go in, at least in Crowley ISD. So once my girlfriend gets home from work around 3 or 4, I'm going to drive over to Dallas.
Isn't it like a 3-day weekend or some shit?
Yeah, Columbus Day. But she has work, or no, she doesn't have work.
How could I forget about Columbus Day?
And kids are off in Crowley ISD on Monday and Tuesday, but the teachers have to work Tuesday. stupid. Anyways, driving to Dallas tonight. Just got a shitty Hilton. I mean, it's not shitty, it's Hilton, but it's a Garden Inn. I just want to make it clear, I'm not spending.
I don't think they are our sponsors
in downtown Dallas. I don't got it like that. I wish I did. But no, we're staying off 35 in downtown, about 15 minutes from the fair, with traffic. So my plan, a buddy of mine whose family owns a stand, he has an employee parking pass he's letting me borrow for the game, so you can park right up next to the Cotton Bowl. So I'm going to try to leave. I mean, I'm going to try to get to the Cotton Bowl, to the fair, at least by 11. Get in, get some drinks, eat some breakfast, get in the stadium by like 12:30 at the latest.
Wait, you're gonna eat when you get there instead of eat before you get there? That's a $30 difference, isn't it?
It's a state fair.
I guess you got a point. Like I haven't consumed state fair food. Like I'm of the mindset of we can go spend $4.50 for 2 double cheeseburgers and be full for 6 or 7 hours instead of spending.
Yeah,
50
or
bucks
I can go eat a fucking funnel cake for breakfast and a corn dog, a Fletcher's corn dog. You think that being $30 is gonna stop me or make me feel bad?
No, you got me beat. You got me. You got me. I
that's
can see.
the plan. I am not riding the dart. My parents stay at a pretty nice hotel downtown. I forget what it's called. And they take the dart train every year. And every year my dad is like, it's horrible. We were packed in there like sardines. And I'm like, yeah, I'm never getting in there ever.
Yeah,
and
I don't
dart
like
is like the
I love you people. I love our family, but I don't like the public, Jordan. You know that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Right? We're rich. We don't go anywhere.
Yeah. So, and I forgot. I think it was Bevo Lance Jason. I think it was Bevo Lance Jason. The gate you get in for employee parking, where there's never a wait, is the Gurley gate. It's like just northwest of the Cotton Bowl. That's the gate I'm going through, and would recommend anyone to go through because there's never a wait there. Yeah, here's what Patrick said.
I mean, it's not a noon, like at least it's not like 11 a.m. or a noon game, right? Like that's
I mean, I've been to games when it's both. I went to 11 a.m. and 22, 2:30 yesterday or last year. Like the 2:30, you got to deal with the sun, but I mean, outside of that, I'd say it's better. And the thing I would say, I'm also going early to the fair tomorrow. Because if they lose, I'm getting the fuck out of there. I'm not hanging around.
I don't want to.
Yeah, because and even last year I got the hell out of there right away, and they won by 31.
Right.
I mean, I was just tired. It was a long day. I was ready to get home and get in the Uber. So yeah, I don't know. I'm with you, Jake. Going through similar thinking process right now, but. And yes, CB, I believe Frank Harris is on staff at Trailer. He was. Texas is Trailer's dream job. So you are correct. He was devastated that Herman did that. Sorry, I'm looking at here. Jordan, can I get a ride? Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
I don't know if he'll be decent enough to give you a ride.
Yeah, no,
you don't get ass bent over though, like when you watch these games.
No, I don't drink and drive. Who would ever do?
I'm talking about when you watch the games, not when you drive, man. I know you don't do that. You were raised better than that.
I was drinking last week. And then after the game ended, I was so I don't know. It is what it is. I'm gonna have some drinks win or lose. Probably more if they lose.
I was gonna say I'll probably have a couple of drinks if they lose. To kind of.
Hey, I'm staying near the medieval times off 35, and I'm just praying to God that I can avoid that. So
have you ever eaten there?
Girlfriend doesn't drag me in. No, she's wanting me to take her, and I'm just like, I'm not doing it.
Well, guess what? When you
they don't serve liquor, all right, yeah, no, we're not going.
Bring me with you. I'll go. I'll get on the damn horse, buddy. I'll get on the horse with my sword.
Yeah, I heard they joust and stuff. I don't know. It is.
How could you not want to do that? Let's go.
I don't know, man. I don't know, but
let's get real fucked up and go. I'm all about. Let's just do it for the lore. We'll do it for the lore, Jordan.
But
all right, buddy. I gotta get ready and get out of here, though, man. What you got cooking?
I was supposed to have a 2027 QB story come out yesterday.
Okay.
We got tied up with stuff, so that's what I'm working on. Almost have it done.
Chat GPT's your friend.
Nope, never that. And this will be what we finish on. The amount of adults in my life that have been like, you need to be using AI, Jordan. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
What?
Shut up. You need to be using AI. And it's like, dude, like you have no concept of what I actually do for work. My job is to find out where the top high school football players are going to college before it's public information, right? So I'm like,
you're feeding AI.
I'm like, Mom, Stepdad, how the hell is ChatGPT gonna know where Kavian Bryan is leaning? How are they gonna know who to talk to find out information? What are we fucking doing? You know what I mean?
You have
get
to
out of my face, man. I don't know.
You have to feed.
I'm a journalist
AI.
and you're telling me to use AI? Come on.
You have to feed AI. That's what it is. You're giving AI all the fuel.
Man, I could go on forever about AI. I think there's some very useful tools. I've used it at times with my work when like double checking facts or stats or different things like that, or when was the last time Texas scored this many points or whatnot, like things like that, because it's faster than combing through Google myself. But I'm not using it to write anything, whether an intro, body, or to wrap it up. I don't use it for anything. So I get parts that it's useful, but like, man, the more and more generations that are growing up in this type of technology, the more and more they're fucked. Like social skills, everything else. And I know I'm the old man screaming at the clouds right now.
No, you're not, dude. So
like
my entire level, like my entire, I guess you could say, department was basically eliminated because of AI. Like mid management was eliminated because all of our jobs got automated. No bullshit. Like AI was able to do that. So you're talking to somebody that hates AI just as much as you do, dude. So
yeah.
But they say if you don't embody it and you don't embrace it, you're gonna falter and you're gonna fall behind everybody else in the time. So learn AI, buddy.
Man, I just like the kids who have poor social skills and they're 7 years old talking to an AI thing online. And like that becomes their friend or their girl. Like
that's sad. That's
what are we doing?
Yeah,
and it's also crazy to me. Like I grew up. I mean, I was born in 2002. I grew up playing outside. I have 6 siblings. I'm the youngest of them. Like I feel like my generation was kind of the last generation.
Cut off like the gatekeeper for it.
Like the iPod Touch was becoming a thing as I was getting into elementary school, but I didn't like have my first phone until middle school. Nowadays, there's kindergartners getting out of the car in the morning with iPhones. It's like
scrolling up.
Like,
no, I'm with you.
You know, and like, I mean, my entire life, it's like you're at, you know, a restaurant and here's an iPad to the kid.
No, it's just to keep them quiet. No, you're just,
like, I don't know.
Instead of
you need to get out of here before I say some dumb
and making them, you know, holding them accountable. Oh yeah, we could go on another podcast about this. You want to get me on education and adulting here? Let's go.
Yeah. Yep. But I don't know. I didn't get the text from BK, so I'm assuming you did.
What?
Of what's up next?
I did not. I'll check right now. So.
Oh, good.
No, I did not get a text, but usually you can just go right to the damn app, right, and see what's playing next. Or no, I guess that wouldn't be it because I don't know what's up next, Jordan. Why don't you tell me?
Something's up next. You check it out. Chip and Zay, we're going to end the stream, but they'll be back on it at 2 p.m. Y'all tune into that. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. Everyone who tuned in today, Jake Bayless, Patrick, CB, JW Crunch, Soul Scream. I think we had a Doza in here at one point, Rodney Smith. We appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great Friday. They fucked up. They let us get to Friday, Jake. How dare they? We need a mean green win tonight. And a hook 'em win tomorrow. It is 11:27 a.m. And OU still sucks. Peace out. Y'all have a great Friday. And